All right, let's do a mic check. But we need to see. Echo. But we need to see. Okay, I think it's good enough. Um, Good enough. Okay. So, I'm gonna get rid of my gum. La 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 la. All right, let's see what's going on. So first thing is Luigi Mangione is a terrorist. I think a better do you rename set name is Luigi Mangione is disinformed. Was disinformed. Was disinformed. There's no such. There's misinformed. They didn't add disinformed. Luigi Mangione was disinformed. That's basically all that Luigi Mangione is. Just more disinformation, actual disinformation. All right, let's see what's going on with the YouTube. So this is from a month ago. Um, 50 sociologists want to establish scientific consensus. This is not science. Oh, very good. Let's hear this.
Sometimes I come across a paper that makes me want to never look at a scientific journal again. This is one of them. It's a group of philosophers and sociologists who want to regularly poll scientists to keep track of the scientific consensus. For this, they conducted a proof-of-concept study in which participants were asked to agree or disagree with the statement, brace yourself, science has put it beyond reasonable doubt that COVID-19 is caused by a virus. The innovative part of their method is that both the email and the text were very short. Participants were just asked to click on a link and mark how much they agreed with the statement on a 5-point scale ranging from strongly agree to strongly disagree. According to the press release, this means that they have uncovered a new method to measure global scientific consensus. Finally, proof that real progress still happens in science. But before I move on, let's appreciate for a moment the question they're asking. COVID-19 is, according to the World Health Organization, an infectious disease caused by the SARS-CoV-2 virus. If you don't trust the WHO, Wikipedia agrees. We literally have images of that virus. We know beyond any reasonable doubt that this virus exists. And COVID-19 is by definition whatever disease that virus causes. The only way you cannot agree with the statement that COVID-19 is caused by a virus is that you didn't understand the question. For example, you could interpret it to mean that all of the symptoms that are frequently attributed to COVID-19 are caused by a virus. Well, that's not what they asked. That said, what do you think the responses looked like? The researchers invited over 20,000 scientists from various disciplines from 12 countries and got about 7,000 replies. 93.2% agreed or strongly agreed with the statement that COVID-19 is caused by a virus. The fraction does not depend a whole lot on the respondents' area of expertise. They think that this study was a great success, and according to the press release, following the success of the pilot, the team has expanded the network to 80 institutions, incorporating 50,000 scientists worldwide, and the research team aims to make this tool a regular feature of global science communication, helping inform society on critical scientific issues affecting all of us. This is about the last thing the world needs. What this pilot study documents is that about 7% of the respondents either didn't understand the question, were trolling, or both. But science deniers all over the world can now go and say that 7% of all scientists don't even agree that COVID is caused by a virus, which I remind you is true by definition. It paints me.
I don't see the problem. This is good. In general, I'm pro freedom. Everyone should do whatever they want. So a bunch of scientists want to have a poll and publish the poll, and if the public likes looking at polls, then fine. I don't see the issue. So yeah, 7%. She's upset because it's the same 7% that think there is no global warming or whatever. So she's upset, yeah.
Especially that this nutty idea comes from philosophers and sociologists who should really know better. Philosophically, science is not done by consensus, it's done by argument. There's no better story to illustrate this than that.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I mean, that's just your opinion. I honestly don't know what anything means. Honestly, I don't know what anything means. Words are just words or words. Words evolved alongside humanity. So, what is the meaning of a word? I don't know. Nobody knows. It's unknowable. But she wants to hold on to something, and she doesn't like the fluidity
of Albert Einstein's reaction when in 1931 a book was published with the title 100 Authors Against Einstein that supposedly showed that Einstein's theory of relativity was wrong. What did he say? If I were wrong, it would only take one. In science, it doesn't matter what your opinion is if you have no evidence and no argument to support it. It doesn't matter how many people agree with you. It doesn't matter if there's some poll to back you up. It doesn't.
It's not that it's going to take only one. Science, I mean, at the end of the day, how do I know that general relativity is true or false? How do I know? I have to rely on a consensus. We all rely on a consensus to get a grip of what others think. It doesn't mean we always agree with what the consensus is. I don't agree with many things that are consensus that I can't even mention because I would get a strike on this video. Last time I mentioned these things, they took it down. They keep taking down these videos. So I can't even mention it. That's how ridiculous the situation is. Um,
Doesn't matter how many subscribers you have on YouTube. The only thing that matters.
no, that's not true. Everything matters. Everything is a parameter. Everything is a metric, and you want to take everything into account. Everything is interesting. It's interesting. I'm curious how many people believe and what percent of what people believe. And I'm curious. I'm always curious what she believes. It doesn't mean I have to agree with her, but I'm certainly curious. I believe that a lot of things that we all believe are nothing but the emperor's new clothes. It's everybody believes because everybody believes. Everybody believes because everybody says they believe. Everybody believes in something, and that's why everybody says that when it comes to me, I'm not going to disagree with the consensus. I don't want to lose my job. I don't want to get kicked out of my well paid position.
Is whether you have a good argument. That's why the IPCC does not write their reports by consensus mechanism.
There you go. She goes right to IPCC. That's what she's worried about because she really believes in the IPCC. And I can't even say the words under the IPCC.
It's not how science works. What they do, or at least try to do, is to go through all scientific claims and look at the evidence for.
Of course, IPCC is true. Everything the IPCC says, of course, it's 100% truth. It is the God-given truth. We have to say this for the algorithm and for the what do you call these? Anyway, we have to say this. So I'm going to have to say, of course, IPCC is truth. Global warming is truth. I 100% believe in the global warming. I believe it 100,000,000,000%.
For them. Yes, the IPCC process has problems, but at least it's not consensus based.
Please don't take down this video. I believe everything you want me to believe. I'll believe. Just don't take down the video, please.
And sociologically, the problem.
And they're going to take down the video, guaranteed. Once the topic comes up, they'll take down the video.
Is that the poll results impact.
So we don't know what people believe because videos keep getting taken down. So people have to say they believe because we believe. Of course we believe. Of course we believe. We believe. We believe, please.
Impact the scientific community. This shouldn't happen because scientists should all have training to prevent social biases, but unfortunately they don't. So most will adjust their opinion to fit the supposed consensus, and that'll streamline the scientific community even more than is already the case. What we should do is create an institution that collects and evaluates scientific evidence and gives out confidence values based on evidence. But constantly evaluating the scientific consensus is an overall horrible idea because at the end of the day, no matter how many scientists you poll, you'll always find at least one who misunderstands the question, one who just likes annoying sociologists, and one who answers C on a scale from 1 to 5. I don't like to waste my time, so I'm constantly looking for ways to learn more efficiently, not just faster, but also so that I remember it better. I've recently begun using this app called Imprint, and that has worked very well for me. Imprint has a lot of content on personal development, science, and technology, so it's exactly what I'm.
That was interesting. Wait a minute. What was
Sometimes
that?
I come across a paper that makes me.
1 second. Russia's most notorious physics exam. Mm-hmm. So yeah, right now in the U.S., I guess in the West Coast, the time is normal, so we should be able to get people. Like in the East Coast, right now it's very late. Anyway, let's see what's going on here. Public leftist. Um, Luigi 4 days ago. 2 days ago. Creep. Spider-Man voice actor is down bad after allegations. I don't know what that's about. Mm, what's going on with this?
Something, and they said something, and they did something. Sure, the flames were put out. Unfortunately, it was too late, and the victim was pronounced on the scene. Unbeknownst to the officers who responded, the suspect had stayed on the scene and was seated on a bench on the platform just outside the train car. And the body-worn cameras on the responding officers produced a very clear, detailed.
I need to get more details on what happened. I don't know what happened. Uh, Mark Zuckerberg gives Trump 1 million for inaugural fund. That's good. Um. Mhm. Mhm.
That was scary.
Yeah, that guy. He's a baby.
So the title of your channel, Mr. Slave,
Mhm.
is Luigi Mangione was disinformed. What do you mean?
He's a communist. Luigi Mangione is a communist. And communism is just disinformation. It's just a conspiracy theory.
Do we know for a fact he was a communist?
I mean, you read his manifesto. The manifesto is, it's basically communism. He's against profit. He says, health, whatever. I mean, he mentions the word profit. Like, he doesn't like profit.
Perhaps he doesn't like it in the context of healthcare.
Fine. So that's that's disinformation. I mean, not liking profit. That's disinformation.
So if you don't like profit in every single
No,
instance,
there's no such thing as not liking profit. It doesn't exist. It's disinformation. It's something that does not exist. It's fiction. There's no such thing as not liking profit. Everybody likes profit. Every creature in the universe likes profit. Otherwise, they wouldn't exist. Everybody's
we
always
don't kind
Mhm.
of profit in a universal healthcare system, man.
Everybody is always looking for to make a profit. Everyone. So that's it. That's basically a given. Every creature is always trying to profit. Is always trying to optimize their own life.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I was. That's just the beginning. But if you want to restate it, you can go ahead.
Sounds like you didn't hear it. That's okay. Um, yeah, a lot of people are not a fan of a profit-driven universal healthcare system. It's as simple as that.
Um, I understand. I understand that you say that, but that's disinformation. So when you say, "Oh, he left," he laughed and he left because, um, okay. I mean, people claim they don't like something, but that's so. What if they claim? I claim to be a very good person. So what if I claim that I'm a good person? Doesn't mean anything. How can I ban that idiot? so that he's always banned. I guess I can block them, stop, limit, ignore. No, I want to completely block. I'd like to report him. I mean, he has a chance to come in and not blow air into the mic, but instead that's what he does. So it was intentional. I don't know why he wants to misbehave. Anyway, let's continue. The rights Luigi Mangione double standard. The rights double standard?
Powerful, panic this hard. 26-year-old Luigi Mangione was apprehended for the murder of Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare, and for once, it feels like a lot of Americans.
I don't like the background music, it's too loud. How corporations abuse bankruptcy to rob their victims.
Oftentimes, the
More
most
perfect
audacious.
union. This is just
Oftentimes,
communism. Everything is communism. Jesus. Woman dies after being set on fire in New York City.
Well, it was a disturbing and deadly attack in New York City. Tonight, police say they have a suspect under arrest. This after a woman sleeping in a subway car was set on fire. She later died from her injuries. CBS's Tammy Mutasa is in New York with the latest. This was a brutal attack on a woman who just appeared to be sleeping on a public train, and police found that.
This is one of the problems with public anything. Basically, nothing should be public. Everything should be privatized. Once it's public, then you have all these problems. Everything should be private, right? You wouldn't expect this to happen. This would be less possible to have happened in somebody's private office or somebody's private coffee shop. The trains must be privatized. The subway system must be privatized. Everything should be private. People should do with the subway system, whoever purchases it should be able to do with it whatever they want. There's so much real estate in the subway system. You can have coffee shops and stores and shopping centers and hotels. You could do so much, but instead it's just havoc.
That victim when they saw smoke during a routine patrol. Horrifying moments inside an F train on the New York City subway. Just before 7:30 this morning, NYPD investigators say a woman was set on fire and burned to death. Police say as the train approached the last stop in Brooklyn, the suspect walked up to her, lit her on fire, and stayed on the scene watching her burn from the train platform. After the NYPD released images of a person of interest, 3 young men called 911 when they saw the suspect on a different subway. Police stopped the train and arrested the man.
There must be strong, swift consequences.
Execution, but New York State doesn't execute criminals.
On this person.
Immediate execution. This should be like within minutes. Execute.
I use that term lightly. Who committed this?
Why should this person be allowed to live? You took a life. That's it. I don't need to know any more.
Brutal homicide.
NYPD said cameras have been installed in every subway car, and it's because of images from those cameras that led to this arrest. This week, Governor Kathy Hochul announced an additional 250 National Guard members will be deployed in subway cars to make sure everyone is safe.
You need National Guard because it's public. You don't need National Guard if it were private. Just privatize privatize everything. I always get so upset when you're trying to have a conversation and instead they laugh at you and leave. It's like, let's see what else we got. 3 days ago, 4 days ago. We don't have any more news about Luigi. 3 days ago, breaking man arrested in the killing. Panama Canal feud over. The feud is over? Hmm. Oh, good here.
A killing in broad daylight. United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson shot in the back. Stunningly, the suspect at the center of the crime held not as a villain, but as a hero. Why the love for Luigi Mangione? Several are pointing to a healthcare system riddled with high costs and major disparities. Tattoos of Luigi Mangione's face, over $180,000 raised for his defense fund, with supporters lined up for the 26-year-old murder suspect outside of court. Adoration for an alleged killer, with the spotlight now sparking conversation about health insurance reform.
Right now, I'm living with my parents because I can't afford to have a house, and that's from my physical impacts of my illness, but also the financial impacts too, of just paying for what.
So people think because there is a bad situation, so the solution is to start killing people. And okay, and well, if you start killing people, why would you think things are going to get better? Maybe things will get worse. I mean, what's your theory that by murdering CEOs, things are gonna get better? Why would you think that? What's your theory? So this is just communism. That if you're just gonna murder people, things will get better. Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Killer Weasel.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hello. Hello.
How are you?
How's it going?
Okay. What's up?
Good. How are you doing?
Fantastic. So what do you think about Luigi Mangione?
I don't know the name particularly. So who is Luigi?
He murdered the CEO of United Healthcare in cold blood. He shot him in the back in New York City, 6
Is he a
a.m.
politician?
No, he was the CEO of United Healthcare. It's a health insurance provider. So Louis,
Oh, okay.
right? So
In what country?
New York City. That's the United States.
Oh, in the United States. He
Mhm.
ruled against something. Is he a politician?
No, there's no politicians involved. Luigi Mangione is a 26-year-old computer programmer, and the victim is the CEO of United Healthcare Insurance Company. There's no politicians involved.
Okay.
So what you don't know, you never
But
heard of.
why is he important?
There's many people who support this execution. So Luigi just walked up to this CEO and shot him and killed him. And many people, there's like 40% of young men and women actually support this execution. I think between the ages of maybe 18 and 25 or something, up to 40% support this execution. They think that it's a good thing that the CEO was executed.
Well, that sounds like they're misguided.
Okay, I mean,
Whenever is an execution guided by God?
wait, what? You're breaking up. What did you say? Please repeat.
I said it sounds like they're misguided.
Then you mentioned God.
Yeah,
So you believe in God?
I believe in God. Yeah.
Hmm.
Do you?
No, I personally don't believe in God. I'm an atheist.
Why are you an atheist?
Because God is an unscientific. The way God is usually defined it's unscientific. So if
Are you a scientist?
I mean, I try to be scientific. I don't see. I
Yeah,
don't.
but are you a scientist?
I try to be. Try to be scientific. I
What do
mean,
you what do you do for work?
I do like right now. I'm doing quantum physics.
Well, what like for a university or like for a business?
I mean, personally, I mean that's what I've been doing for the past couple of months. I've been concentrating on quantum mechanics. But
As a hobby or as a work?
it's difficult to define, when you immerse yourself in something. It's you
Are
immerse.
you being paid or no?
How is any of this relevant to anything we're talking about? I mean, you're
I
you're.
think
Hmm.
it's very relevant.
Really, me being paid is relevant to our discussion?
I think so.
Okay, then let's abandon any discussion about anything personal to my life, because that's a rabbit hole, because we can just claim that we're all driven by personal stuff, and all we're going to end up talking about is
No, I just wanted to know what you did for work. I
Yeah, but
mean, it
I
wasn't
I see
personal.
where it's going. I mean, I tried answering your question, and all you tried doing is just you tried to embed yourself deeper and deeper in my personal life. I don't see a way out of it, and I don't see the point. I don't see the point of
Okay,
me
well, I
disclosing.
apologize. I
No,
apologize.
no,
That's
no.
not what I was trying to do.
No. I'm not saying that you're trying to hurt me in any way. There's nothing. No, you don't need to apologize. It's just that.
I'm just trying to understand, you
Then
know.
ask me questions about the universe that is not me. As long as you ask me about me, I don't see the point in that. I'm not here to be discussed. I'm here to discuss the universe, not me. I'm not here
Well, let's
for.
discuss it. Let's discuss the universe.
That is not me. Go ahead.
That is not you.
Yes. So in the
What?
universe.
What?
Hmm.
Oh, I was just going to ask a question then.
Go ahead. I'm listening. You wanted to ask a question?
When scientists
Mm-hmm.
look in a microscope,
Mm-hmm.
they see infinitesimally smaller cells and units,
Mm-hmm.
and they go deeper and deeper, and they always find something new.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And the same thing occurs when you look upwards. The
Okay.
further you look, it becomes more expansive
Okay.
and more complex.
Okay.
What's your thoughts on that?
Uh, I don't really understand the question. My thoughts. I mean, I told you that I've been studying quantum mechanics, so I love science and I love the universe and I love.
Okay, so I guess like what do you study in quantum mechanics?
Specifically, I was really involved in Bell's theorem. It really, if you really understand it, then it has to drive you insane. You cannot just accept
I
Bell.
don't know this theorem.
Well, it's a great um, argument that took place in the 1920s and 30s between Einstein and the rest of the physics community. And
Okay.
Bell. Mhm. Did you want to say
Yeah,
something?
continue.
And
No,
Bell.
continue.
And anyway, the question at hand was very, very deep. It was, is the universe there when you're not observing it? Is the moon there when you're not looking at it? Is the sun there when you're not looking at it? Is the galaxy, is the universe there when you're not looking at it? That was the question. So according to quantum mechanics, the universe is not there when you're not observing it. The universe can only exist when it is measured. Crazily enough. And Einstein hated this. I mean, everyone hates it, but most people just live with it. Most physicists just live with it. They learn to just not ask questions and move along. Because, quantum mechanics it's a very powerful science. It gives us most of what we have today is from quantum mechanics. Most of technology is quantum mechanics. So there's there's great benefit to just accepting quantum mechanics. But quantum mechanics comes with the craziest assumptions that the universe does not exist when you're not looking. That's what you have to believe. There is no reality. Quantum mechanics is anti-realist, as we say in philosophy. So that was the argument between Einstein and the rest of the scientific community. Einstein said, "We're not done. This cannot be the end of quantum mechanics. This cannot be the ultimate answer. We have to keep digging." And the rest of the community said, "No, this is the answer." And in 19 and then Einstein wrote a famous paper in 1935, the EPR paper, in which he claimed to have resolved this debate. And in 1964, after everyone died, Bell came up with a test, and Bell proved that Einstein is wrong. So the universe does not exist when you're not looking. That's Bell's conclusion. That you have to accept. You can try and avoid it as much as you want. I've tried it. Everyone.
And how did Bell produce this? Because this isn't mainstream, right?
I mean, Bell proved it. It's not even. It's
What
Bell.
did he prove?
Bell.
Bell proved that the existence of the universe exists. So what happens to me when you're not looking?
You become smeared. Your existence is smeared. It's not. It's not. It's not
Right.
even. It's not well defined. It's not only every particle in your body assumes every possible state it could be in.
Mm-hmm.
Every quantum mechanical particle that is you goes into a state known as superposition when it is not observed. Which
Right.
in superposition, the particle assumes every possible state it could ever be in. So, for example, an electron theoretically could be anywhere in the universe at any time. Every electron in your body theoretically could be anywhere in the universe at every given instant. So, quantum mechanically, it is everywhere in the universe. So, you are smeared all over the universe when you're not observed by me. So, in my frame of reference, your existence is smeared all over the universe when I'm not observing you. The moon is smeared, the sun is smeared. And it's not only the location. It's other features. Besides that, that's just location. There's other quantum states that a particle could be in. And all these states are always in a superposition, meaning every particle is always in every possible state at the same time.
Right.
And
So
Mhm.
what okay, I think I've heard enough. So what has made you to believe this state of mind?
the data says this is true.
What data?
There's so in 1935 Einstein wrote the EPR paper, and later he died and everybody else from that generation died, and in 1964 a physicist named Bell he said, okay, I'm going to prove Einstein right once and for all. Of course everybody's wrong and Einstein is right, let's prove it. And he ended up proving Einstein is wrong. And the way he proved it was using something known as Bell's test. And Bell's test, when you run it experimentally, the only way you can explain the experiment is by assuming Einstein is wrong. And in 2022, the Nobel Prize Committee awarded 3 scientists who ran the experiments conclusively, proving Bell's tests. It's not simple to demonstrate Bell's tests. It's not so simple, but when you look at the data, you can stare at it and try and explain
So
it. Mhm.
so when me and you are not talking, I am just a blur of photons.
Yeah, you become smeared. Yeah.
And
It's
they proved that.
yeah. Mhm.
And what does it mean?
How do you prove it?
You prove it using Bell's test.
What is that?
You can look it up. I mean, it's difficult for me to discuss it without demonstrating it. So the best thing, I'm just gonna write Bell's test on YouTube. Bell's test or Bell's inequality. Let's just write Bell. No, Bell's
Something with
inequality.
read would be better.
What?
Something to
Features.
read would
When
be
you
better.
measure something,
Wait,
when you measure
let me
something, you measure something that's already there. So for measure,
here. Let me give you a link. I'll put a link in the side chat. Here's a link in the side chat. So it's Bell's theorem. The name is your daily equation number 21. This is Brian
Who made it?
Greene. What?
Who made it? The Bell's test?
I mean, Bell's test was the experiment was suggested by Bell. The guy's name is Bell.
Oh,
But many people have conducted different versions of this test. And Brian Greene in this video explains it, and you can watch other physicists. Brian Greene is a great physicist, absolutely amazing. So
wait, how
um,
is this? It says Luigi. Wait, what?
Luigi Mangione, he's the guy that executed the CEO of United Healthcare.
Yeah, the healthcare, yeah. But why is physics is in this? Why is what?
I was
How
asked
do you guys go
because
from that to physics?
because I mean, from that we went. Are you there?
I am.
Okay. It
Oh
doesn't
gosh.
matter. I'd rather. What would you rather discuss? I mean, Luigi Mangione is the executioner. Is the guy that murdered Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare. If you heard about it,
How is he disinformed though?
how is he disinformed?
Yeah.
Um, I mean, he was
What do you mean?
basically right. So I would say that he was basically informed that if he would murder the CEO, that things would be better. That through murdering CEOs, you can improve our situation. You can improve the universe by murdering CEOs, especially CEOs of health insurance companies, especially Brian Thompson, who is the most
Where do you get
hmm
who disinformed him though? Or
Well,
how was he disinformed?
he's disinformed by many people. Specifically, he quotes in his manifesto, he quotes Moore. I forgot his first name. That fat producer, the guy that makes communist videos, communist movies. Not Richard Moore, something.
Disinformed with the like what he was saying or him killing the CEO?
I mean, eh, Moore is Moore is a name that Luigi Mangione quotes in his manifesto as someone that would make the argument better than Luigi. The argument being why murdering CEOs improves the universe. So,
The whole universe, huh?
I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, what was he thinking? Improve what? I mean, what would you improve?
Would you- Where can I find this manifesto?
The manifesto. People dropped it in the side chat, but right now the side chat is has been cleared. You would have to Google Luigi Mangione manifesto.
See, I'm misinformed right now. Like,
You're
let me see
misinformed
this.
or uninformed? There's three words.
Nah,
There's
yeah, yeah.
uninformed.
Nah, uninformed would be better, yeah.
Right. So
I'll keep it
uninformed.
short because I do respect what you do for our country to save a lengthy investigation. I state plainly that I wasn't working with anyone. This was fairly trivial. Some elementary social engineering, basic CAD, a lot of patience despite. Hold up, my screen is like this picture is blurry. Or a lot of patience. The spiral notebook. It presents has some strangling notes and to do lists that illuminate the gist gist of it. My tech is pretty locked down because I work in engineering, so probably not much info there. I do apologize. Any strife of to frankly these simply had it these parasites simply had it coming. It doesn't when police arrested on Jaya. Oh no, this is what he was saying when he got arrested.
Well, no,
Let
no.
me
This
tell
is
you.
his manifesto. He had a notebook or a note that said these words. They apprehended.
That said what I just read?
Yeah, I posted it in the side chat too. So yeah, the
Oh,
police say that this was on his in a bag next to him when he was sitting when they apprehended him.
The spiral notebook it presents has some strangling notes and to-do lists that illuminate the gist of it. My tech is pretty locked down because I work in engineering, so probably not much info there. I do apologize for any strife or traumas, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. A reminder the US has the one most expensive healthcare system in the world, yet we rank roughly 42 in life expectancy. United United in United is the indisputable largest company. What the fuck? Company in the U.S. by market cap, behind only Apple, Google, Walmart. It has grown and grown, but as our life expectancy, no, the reality is these. What do you mean? We live pretty long. And to powerful abuse country for immense profit because of American. What's the life expectancy in America? Let me look at
I
this.
don't know.
What's the life?
Let's assume everything he's saying is true.
$77.5 years.
I don't know. It doesn't matter. I don't see how it's relevant. So you think that by murdering the CEO, you're improving something? You
I'm not
think?
saying that.
No, I'm asking Luigi. I'm saying
All
to
right.
as a response to the manifesto. Let's assume everything in the manifesto is true. Let's assume everything is true. So what? So executing a CEO now it's not true? Okay, you executed the CEO. Is the manifesto now not true? Has it changed? Do you want us to now continue executing CEOs? Why? What is theoretically going to change? So you wanna start executing people until things get better? Like
Oh,
what's your
no.
excuse me?
British people always say they have the better life expectancy. They barely have a few years better of life expectancy. This isn't even.
I'm even suggesting let's assume everything in this manifesto is correct. How is this related to executing CEOs? Why would you think that if you execute CEOs, anything in the manifesto will change? What's your scientific theory? What's the science behind if we execute CEOs, things will change?
So 70. They barely have. What? That's
What
barely like. Wait a second.
look, I'm saying let's assume the manifesto is correct. Let's not discuss the manifesto. Let's assume it's correct.
Apple has simply gotten too powerful. They can only abuse the country for immunity. No, I don't see why we would have to kill anyone for that, but
I mean, what's the benefit of executing people? Maybe we should execute Luigi Mangione and expect things to get better. I don't know. Why would you expect anything to change based on executing people? What's the science behind executions in this manifesto? How are they
I'm gonna be honest,
related?
I don't think there was no science behind it or anything. I just think he like wanted to kill him. I think it was more emotional and not like
No, no. There's a
I don't think
manifesto.
it
It's
was
not.
logical.
No, there's no emotions. I mean, this is cold blooded. You see, there is a manifesto. He thought, right? This is why I'm saying he's
Yeah, but this manifesto is showing his anger and like what
No,
he's showing his
no,
emotions that he was
no,
harboring towards
no,
the healthcare system.
no. This is just disinformation. There's no emotions here. There's just disinformation. There's just everything in the manifesto is disinformation. But let's assume the manifesto is a
Are you saying it's
hundred.
all wrong?
Let's assume the manifesto is 100% correct. It's God given. Let's assume God came to us and gave us the manifesto. Let's assume the universe was created based on this manifesto. How is executing a CEO relevant to this discussion? Why would
I just
executing.
said
Mhm.
his emotions.
No, what emotions? How is it? I
He
mean
was
that.
mad. He was obviously
No,
mad that freaking
mad at what?
that the health that the at the healthcare system in America.
I don't even know what that means. I'm mad. You might as well tell me that he's mad at gravity. What? I don't even know what that means. Honestly,
What are you talking about?
what do you mean?
What do you mean gravity? Why?
I don't. What was the purpose of executing the CEO in his mind, in Luigi's eyes? What's the purpose? What did he
To send a
expect?
message. To
What?
send a message
What? Fine. What's the message?
that we need better healthcare.
Fine. Got it. What should we do? Tell us what to do.
Give everyone free healthcare instead of making us pay for it, like other countries already do.
And why do you think that's going to improve anything? How do you know that's going to
Like,
improve anything?
imagine you're dying on the street, like and then you try to call an ambulance, but you don't have healthcare, so you don't get an ambulance.
No, that's not true. I mean that that that's disinformation in of itself. That can never happen. We're not talking about healthcare. We're talking about health insurance. So that I mean,
Health insurance.
there's so much disinformation that it's I don't even know where to begin. But let's
Health
assume
insurance is the same thing. What do you mean?
no health
If you don't pay
insurance.
your health insurance,
No,
your health isn't paid for.
then
Like
yeah.
if
So
that's how it works, right? If you have
no,
so say I have cancer and I'm like stage 4 cancer and I don't pay my health insurance isn't paid for, then my treatments for my cancer don't get paid?
fine. So
Or like
what?
what?
So what if they don't get paid? Who cares? How is this relevant to our discussion?
Then I die.
No,
All because the healthcare system in America.
no. If your health bill doesn't get paid, has exactly zero point 0.0 to do with whether you do or do not get your health care
Let me see
treatment.
this. Health insurance. Let me see this real quick. Health insurance in America.
So wait, what do you
America.
do you mind not doing that?
Doing what?
Not burping in my ear if it's not too much trouble. So um the question is
You pay a premium every month, and in return, your health insurance plan pays part of the bill when you need a service from a doctor or another provider. What do you pay a premium every month, and in return, your health insurance plan pays part of the bill when you need service for a doctor or another provider.
You guys, who's the one asking me about something?
what?
Oh shit, wrong VC. I apologize.
Okay.
Freaking so like say someone isn't like they're not financially well, like they don't have a whole bunch of money
Mhm.
and they need that health insurance to assist them in paying for a doctor or another person or whatever. What does it say? Another provider. And they don't get that doctor or provider.
Nothing to
They're
do with
dead.
each other. No. You so look, but look, my question is right now a little bit different. We can discuss what you're asking, but my question is a little bit different. My question is, how is executing CEOs going to change the situation? So you said we're going to execute CEOs so that everybody gets free healthcare. That's the point, right?
If you execute enough of them, they're gonna see it and they're gonna be like, "Oh, we should really give them free healthcare if they're really gonna keep on killing us." I think they're gonna do that.
All right. Let's assume everybody gets free healthcare. Why do you think it's going to improve the situation from
Or free
where?
health insurance, whatever.
Yeah, let's assume it's true. Why do you think that's going to be better? Let me ask you. If you think other countries have it better, why haven't you
You know
moved?
those companies cause thousands of people to die. Or that company.
Look, if it's that bad, then why haven't you already moved to other countries where it's better?
Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
I would never live anywhere else but America.
Why?
Oh my god. I would
Why?
never.
Why?
Oh my god, I can't even imagine living in another country. I would probably shoot myself.
Why? I don't understand. You seem to suggest that other countries have free healthcare. So why haven't you moved?
I hate all those countries, every other country except America.
So, but you seem to want to turn America into those countries, right? You seem to say, "Oh, they have it better. Let's modify the US so it's like those countries."
Never mind.
So you take it
Luigi
back?
was disinformed. Yeah, he was disinformed.
Why would you say that?
Cause like, why would he have to kill the CEO?
I mean, you said if you kill enough of the CEOs, you're going to get free healthcare, like in other countries, like in I don't know where, whatever. So
No, we don't need that. We got a good healthcare system.
why would you say that?
Got a good insurance. Or we got good health insurance over here.
Okay. And now, seriously, I mean, why I mean, you said before that his motivation was let's kill CEOs until they start giving everyone free healthcare.
No, let's not do that. Let's
Why?
not. No,
Why?
no, no, no.
Why? Why did you? Why
Let's
did you?
not do that.
Why?
Because that goes against all of my morality, and I would never like. Like
No. We're right now
I wouldn't
trying.
like that.
Right now we're trying to explain Luigi, right? You're trying to explain Luigi. You're trying to explain the manifesto. You said, well, let's think about Luigi. His intent was to start a revolution. Let's start killing,
Well,
executing.
the manifesto is directly linked to Luigi because the manifesto is Luigi's words. So
Right,
yeah, I was talking about Luigi.
right. So Luigi. So you said that according to Luigi, trying to explain Luigi, that the idea was if we kill enough CEOs, they're going to start giving free healthcare.
No, we shouldn't.
Why not?
That would not give us free healthcare.
Let's assume it would. Let's assume, like you said, if you start killing CEOs, every day you kill another CEO until they get the message and they start giving us free healthcare. So sounds like Luigi had a good idea. Maybe we should implement it.
No.
Why not?
That's a murderer. We need him in jail.
Why?
They need him incarcerated ASAP.
Why? What's your
We need
argument?
him dead, to be honest. They need to
Okay,
give
but
him the electric chair.
you're just asserting. You're not arguing. You need to present a coherent argument.
A coherent argument. Why do I need to argue that?
What I mean, that's the difference between Luigi and you. That Luigi went out and executed someone, and you're going to make it.
I made an argument. I made an argument. I think
You didn't.
the objective morality of a lot of people in
This is,
America
let's
go
just.
against the murder of CEOs just so they could have better healthcare.
But Luigi said these people are killing. I mean, this CEO is killing people because he's not giving free healthcare to people. Then they're dying. So all these people are dying So let's kill the CEO.
Yeah, but tell me what percentage of those people are immigrants?
Let's assume there's no immigrants. Let's assume Luigi's correct. Let's assume that
Hmm.
people are dying
Hmm.
because they're not getting free healthcare. People are dying. They're not getting free healthcare. They're dying. Luigi says, let's, like you said, let's start executing CEOs and send a message. Give us free healthcare so that we stop killing you. And then they give us free healthcare and people stop dying. Sounds fair. I don't see the problem. Sounds like Luigi got it right. Maybe we should implement it with everything and get everything for free. Why stop with healthcare? Let's do it with restaurants. Let's do it with chicks. If a chick doesn't want to bang me, then let's start executing chicks until they get the message: free sex.
I think no, because the
Whoa.
healthcare. Look at the healthcare. Look at we can't. We shouldn't have free healthcare because that money we pay for the healthcare, it goes for a lot of good things.
I don't know what you're saying.
Exactly. Exactly.
Anyway, Mr.
What is
Marshmallow,
a what is a Luigi?
Luigi Mangione executed Brian Thompson. Brian Thompson was
Yeah,
the
who's uh
He was kind of old though.
oh
All right,
wow.
what's your argument again, Mr. Slave?
my argument
Wait,
that
why is that your name? All right. Tell me your argument. Tell me your argument.
my argument for what? What's the question? Luigi Mangione, like you said, you made a great argument. You said let's. What was
I'm not
Luigi?
arguing though. I agree with you. I'm not even arguing.
No, no,
I
no.
agree with you.
I'm not taking a position. Let's play chess. So we have a chess piece called Luigi
So you
Mangione.
want to argue just to argue?
No, no, no. I wanna argue in order to attain truth. So Luigi Mangione wrote a manifesto. He said, as you said, he said, let's execute health insurance CEOs until they get the message to give us free healthcare, health insurance. So I said,
Yeah,
fantastic.
but
That's
I
a
dropped that.
no, but you explained that that's his position. I'm not saying that that's your position, right? We're trying to
Yeah.
understand.
Oh yeah, that is.
Right. So we're just trying to understand Luigi's position. That sounds like a fair position for Luigi to have. But I say that's actually a fantastic idea. But let's borrow Luigi's idea from health insurance and implement it over every realm. For example, sex. So every chick that refuses to have sex, I don't like that.
Yeah, but it's not the same thing.
I know, but I'm saying let's borrow the notion. Let's borrow the solution. Let's send a
You
message.
shouldn't
Let's
borrow that.
Why not?
No,
Why not? Why not? So I'm saying
it's not the same thing at
I
all.
know it's not. Nothing is the same. I don't care if it's the same. It's similar enough, right? If we start executing
But
chicks,
it's not similar.
it's similar enough, right? If we start executing chicks to send a message, give us free sex, right? Send a message that chicks get executed. Every day we're going to execute another chick until they.
Freaky
What?
freaky eye.
I don't know what you're saying. What?
All right, keep on going.
So let's borrow Luigi's manifesto and rewrite it. I think that there was another guy, an incel, that actually had this manifesto. He said, give me free sex, I'm going to start executing chicks, and he
Hey,
killed women. Exactly with that philosophy. So Luigi and that incel, they have the same philosophy, but I like it. Whatever we want, let's start executing people to send the message that we want it. So I
Wait, do you
want.
live in America?
It doesn't matter. I'm suggesting. I'm taking Luigi's position, and I'm saying I'm asking, why don't we spread Luigi's message over every possible realm, right? We want stuff, right? I want stuff. You want stuff. I like chicks. I like banging chicks.
Why would you put that over every possible realm, though?
No, I'm just asking questions, you know. I'm asking why don't we implement it everywhere? Why only in health insurance? I actually don't care so much for health insurance as much as I care for banging chicks. So I would
We
say,
shouldn't. I already said we shouldn't.
what? But
We
you're not.
shouldn't do
But
that.
you're not telling me why, right? So I'm.
Why do you need to know why?
What do you
What the
mean?
hell?
What do you mean? I'm taking Luigi's position, and
I don't know, man. You just have question after question. I don't know.
I'm taking Luigi.
You're just confusing me. You're confusing me.
I'm taking Luigi's position and I'm dialing to 11. I'm dialing it to 11. I'm saying let's take it seriously. Let's implement it. Let's when we go to a restaurant, I want food. I want to be fed in a nice restaurant. I want to be able to go to a Michelin star restaurant and
Go to McDonald's.
I want food. So let's start executing restaurant owners until they get the message. Give us free food. You know, it sounds about right, right? It sounds great.
Huh.
Everything in life is going to be free. Everything is
Huh.
imagine a life where
Hmm.
everything is free.
That wouldn't really work
Why not?
because you need the money for your country to survive. If our country all of a sudden just went free on everything, our country would crumble. Our economics, our economy will crumble to the ground, and yeah,
Hmm. Yeah,
because of the
basically.
many things that money pays for, like our military, our the food for schools, the
But
books,
what do you mean?
everything.
I want everything. I want to be protected by the military. I want free education. I want free food. I want free housing, free healthcare. I want everything for free. So let's
Well, you
start
can achieve that without money.
no. Let's start executing people until we get the message through.
Hey, fat, dude. Hey, fat, go out, talk to this guy.
Listen, did you know the reptilians are taking over the United States government? Deep state.
L rage bait.
Why should I care if the reptilians are taking over?
Because they're not mammalian.
Why should I care?
It's a better.
Why,
Because they're shapeshifters.
why should I
They
care?
I mean the Jews did it, the
They're
blacks
gonna
did it,
eat your soul, brother.
and
They're
then they're
gonna
gonna eat
eat
you.
your damn
Wait,
soul.
wait. The
Yeah,
Jews.
he gets what I'm
Why
saying.
should I care if the Jews take over? Why should I care?
Because they're eating your soul, brother. Didn't
Why
you
should
just
I
hear your friend
care?
here?
Would
You
they let
sound
me?
like you don't have.
Would they
He's
let
one of
me?
them. He's one of them. He's one of them.
Fucking run.
All right, that's your answer. So I'm
What is
one
a
of them.
Jew?
Well, it depends. Do you believe in Zionism?
What
Let's
is
say, yeah.
Zionism?
I don't even know
Well,
what that means.
Zionism is a belief system that
Stop
a
the
rabbi
cap,
created
dude.
in the late 1800s.
And why was that created?
Well, good question. Let's get into it.
Why should I care about anything that you're saying? How is it supposed to influence my life?
Because if you're not a
Huh.
16-year-old
Because you're a
Jew, then you should
reptile.
give a fuck. Because you're
Because
not the
I'm a
Huh.
devil.
reptile.
Yeah, you sound like one.
Wait,
Wait,
XYZ,
hold on.
stop.
Oh.
XYZ, please stop. Come on.
I was just thinking. I was just thinking. Yeah.
You sound like what Fanta Zero Sugar smells like.
Anyway,
Who?
so Mr. Fat
Oh,
put in man servant.
How can I help you?
All right. So your position is that I'm a rep. XYZ stop. So your position is that I'm a reptile.
Yeah, you sound pretty Jewish to me.
All right. Why should I care?
You don't have to care. It's your opinion.
So what's your point? What are you trying to say? Like,
You're Jewish.
let's assume I'm Jewish. Well, so what? Who cares? Why should I care if I'm Jewish? I
I
don't.
care.
It's bad.
Okay.
It's fucking
Yeah.
bad.
Go on. Why is it bad?
It's fucking bad, dude.
Why
He's
is
just
it bad?
Yeah, what you said.
You don't know why being a Jew's bad?
Yeah.
in
Explain to me
2024?
why is being a Jew bad?
No.
No.
I'm asking you.
I don't
No,
know.
I
You
said
asshole.
I'm asking
How-
you.
Fucking
You don't know
answer
why
this question, you
being a
piece of
Jew
shit.
is
You
bad in
fucking mutt.
2024.
Okay,
You
everybody,
don't know?
no profanities, please. Let's convince me that being a Jew is bad. So you're saying
Let's
being
not.
let's not. All right. Then what's your point?
No.
What is
I'm asking you.
what is
You don't know
neighborhood?
why
Okay,
it's
one at a
good.
time.
Tel Aviv.
One at a time. One at a time. Magic, go ahead.
Fuck you.
I know that you're the leader of this dialogue, right? But if you can concede a point through letting someone else kind of hold the talking stick, right? You understand that being a Jew is bad.
Being a Jew is bad. I don't know what that
Yeah.
means. So what does
I
that
know, and that's not a good start for you, bro.
well, I don't understand. What's your point? What do you
My favorite part of
If,
Israel
if you
is
don't
Lebanon.
know, you won't know. You in the presence of
Providing nothing to
All right.
support
So
what you're
magic
saying.
and magic
It's
and
fine.
fat
It's
put
fine.
magic.
It's
Look,
fine, dude. It's fine. I would do some research if I was you.
You're just
I'll
making
tell you that.
statements.
yeah, magic.
Yeah, that's fine.
You're
I
not.
know what I'm doing.
All right,
I
magic.
know exactly what I'm doing.
Magic. I'm gonna mute
Yeah.
you unless
No,
you
no, it's fine.
make a. All right, then you
And
want to.
then
Okay.
he would know that's a nonsensical argument.
He didn't
It's
make an
okay.
argument.
I made a statement.
He made a statement, and when I asked him further questions, he said, "XYZ, please stop."
I'm not gonna give into this. Okay, if you don't know why it's bad, do some
Magic,
research.
it's
I'm not gonna
fine.
help you.
Magic, look, either you want to have a conversation
I
or you
played
don't.
Magic the Gathering
No, the
when I was a child.
conversation's over with that. That was the kill shot.
Let's continue. We were talking about Luigi
Yeah, go ahead.
Mangione. So, does anybody agree with Luigi Mangione?
For killing somebody for no reason.
Well, he said that if we start killing CEOs, we're going to get free health care.
He
that's
he
retarded.
basically put out a manifesto describing himself as not understanding why he did it. He's a rich man. He came from a rich family and killed somebody for no fucking good reason.
Well, he
You
thought.
kill people for good reasons, man.
Well, he thought that if we kill CEOs of health insurance companies, we're going to get free health care.
No, but that sets precedent to kill
Where does
anybody.
it say that in the manifesto? Where does it say you'll get free healthcare if you kill a
He
CEO?
cannot He cannot understand his own logic.
Dude, that's a maniac.
Word
right
for
there.
word, he cannot understand
So-
his own logic. If you can't describe yourself to why you murder somebody, you shouldn't be murdering people. It's that fucking simple. You're
But
fucking
you know, a lot of young
skippity.
a lot of young people agree with Luigi Mangione. They say that it's it's a good thing.
Do you?
I personally don't. I'm not a communist.
Okay. Then why are you arguing for?
No, because there's plenty. I've met many young people on.
Like who?
I don't remember.
Name one.
Yeah, I don't remember specific.
There isn't any. Nobody agrees with that guy.
No.
Nobody.
No,
They just
I've
say
seen-
they do.
no, I've seen a
They
lot
just
of people that
fucking
agree.
say- They just fucking say they do. They don't actually believe it.
They don't know what
Otherwise,
they
they
believe in.
would-
That's a problem.
Like on the
Exactly.
ABC
They would go out and
News,
shoot me right now for saying this. Like they don't have any conviction. They just want to be trendy hipsters.
No, I
How
mean,
do you know that?
yeah, we don't know
Well,
that.
why don't they stand with convictions and stand with Mangione like they did George Floyd?
Let's
Who's
just,
that?
as far as I know,
Who's George
40%,
Floyd? I don't know that guy.
40% of young men and women agree with Luigi Mangione.
Because they have no convictions.
40%.
You're
And you
missing the
can't
point
name
that
a
he's trying to
single
make.
person.
He has no standpoint.
No, I'll give you one. I'll give you your position. Right? Here's a layup. Right? Bill Burr. He at least can understand why someone might do that. Like it's not too far fetched to understand connecting the dots, like why someone might murder a CEO of a healthcare thing. Whether it's justified or not is kind of neither here nor there.
Okay, I mean, but if Bill Burr, right? A lot of people, not just Bill Burr, a lot of people agree that, it's a good idea to start killing.
You can't name one of them though. It's not a good idea. We can understand why someone might do lunatic things, but to make that jump, that's a leap of faith you're taking.
Look, I'm not taking their position. I'm just saying I've heard many people on YouTube and in Discord, many people that I've
What
interacted
about in
with.
real life? Have you heard a single soul in real life be like, dude, I fucking wish I was Mangione, bro. I wish I was Mangione. I would do it myself. Like, you ain't heard that single soul, bro. It's just a bunch of goobers online.
Anyway,
Clout
I've
chase.
enough
Yeah.
people that I've heard on social
Yeah.
networks that I'd like to discuss it. Like as
Okay.
far as I know, it's a real phenomenon.
All right. I'll grant it's a real phenomenon and we can have a
So like
discussion.
40% of young men and women think Luigi is a hero.
Okay.
And that's
How
just,
young?
yeah, but that's just those that think he's a hero. But I think everyone agrees that there is a problem with our health insurance system and that it's good that Luigi brought it.
Martyred himself for it.
What?
Martyred himself for it.
I mean,
For
he
the
didn't
sake of
martyr
its
himself,
preservation.
but he brought it into the into the fore into the
He
into the
exposed it for what it was. I got it.
he
Yeah.
brought it into
In
the
other words, martyred.
no, I mean, martyr means you give up your life. He might
He
end
gave
up
his life.
Luigi might end up giving his life if they execute him.
Okay, now you're just mincing. It's like, who cares? His life is basically fucking over.
No, not necessarily. If they try to go for jury nullification, then he might walk. He has a good chance of
Okay.
walking. So
Okay, and what if he walks? Do you think somebody's not gonna like fucking do him dirty? There's gonna be extreme levels of protection. Like that guy is pretty much on a green light.
I don't know. But there's enough people who think he's a hero that he's gonna get, as many chicks as you can imagine. He's gonna get chicks
Yeah,
coming
okay.
into his bed around the clock for the rest of his life, basically.
That's like the most irrelevant point. Like, who cares if he gets a million bitches because of this?
So
Is it justified because you're gonna get a million bitches? Like, what the fuck?
I
Dude?
mean, a lot of communists, that's basically, that's how they think. They get
Yeah,
chicks because chicks are
that's
communists.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, and that's not a good that. I mean, maybe it is a justification. That's not a good justification, I guess.
I mean, if it ends up working out for him, then, why not? Then, Brian Thompson gave up his life so that Luigi Mangione can bang leftist chicks for the rest of his life around the clock. Is it that bad? I don't know. Who am I to judge?
Pretty bad, dude. It's pretty bad. Would you do the same? Would you forfeit your life into some sort of prison or servitude or whatever.
No.
If it meant that even behind bars you could fuck chicks till the day you die.
No.
Right. It's
He's
asinine.
he has a very good chance of jury nullification. That means he is free.
That's fine, man. But you don't think because of this is such a highly politicized topic, right? That somebody's not going to be like, that guy murdered X person. I'm going to murder Y person. You don't think that's possible? That's highly likely. They're not going to just like let this guy walk free.
Yes, but
that's
as far as
just not being served with jury nullification.
Look, Luigi.
It's lawfare.
Look, Luigi only thinks about one thing, and that is Luigi. Right? I don't expect Luigi to think about Mr. Magic or Mr. Slave. He doesn't care if we bang chicks. He cares if he bangs chicks. So as long as he bangs chicks and he's free for the rest of his life banging chicks around the clock. So one Brian Thompson had to give up his life. So what? Why should Mr. Luigi care?
Because I mean, it could lead to the torture of him and his life. You know, it's just going to ruin his life, and he may never actually even get these opportunities like you fathomed he would. It's not a good justification. No justification. There is no justification for what he did.
No, there is a gamble. You could say that Luigi gambled with his, he's gambling that,
Do you listen to Neil Young?
No, I don't know who that is.
Okay, there's a song called Hurricane.
Okay.
And it has the N-word in it. Okay, so you might not like it.
Yeah, I don't
but
like
it's not like it's this black people music where it says it every fucking second. Okay, but it's a good story. If you pay attention to the lyrics, listen to the song, it talks about how people are putting the screws to a man. In this case, it's a black man. But he describes how
Luigi was. I think he had motivation because the medical system, other healthcare insurance company, is corrupted. So that's all. Medical corruption is real. Justice corruption is real, and I experienced it in my own eyes. So.
So Valiant. So would you say Luigi is a hero?
Yeah, Luigi is a real hero.
If you were on the jury, would you set him free?
Yes, he did nothing wrong in the end run.
So you're
just like.
So you're 18.
I'm 18 plus. Yeah.
18 and a half?
I was set him free, and I was jury. If I was jury now, I would set him free. I would set him free. I would set him free because he did nothing wrong.
So you're 18 and a half.
No, he committed murder and shit, but like he was like in mental illness. So, I was set him free. And like if I was in the court case, I would win that court case because the fucking I won a court case. So it's someone like sues or nothing.
Do you envy him?
What?
Do you envy him?
Admire him?
Envy.
Wrong.
Do you envy Luigi? Mr. Valiant, do you envy Luigi?
What's envy mean?
Are you jealous?
It means you're jealous.
Are you jealous?
You wish you were him.
Would you go ahead?
No, I'm not jealous.
Would you put yourself in his shoes? Would you switch places with him?
No.
Well, then he's not a fucking hero, dude.
Would you go and also kill CEOs like he did?
Yeah, why don't you do what he did?
No.
Why not? Why not?
Oh man,
because that would ruin my life.
Maybe
not.
not.
But who gives a fuck? He did the right thing.
No,
He's getting bitches.
maybe his life is going to be perfect. Maybe he's going to get set free by a jury. You don't know.
Genoma. You're gonna be set free by Genoma.
What?
So
And maybe if he does, some redneck will go and torture him because he's a murderer and he got let free because justice is a game.
Yeah, he's going to have 24-hour security around him. Let's assume his life is going to be perfect.
Let's assume that you don't know that for certain.
No, I don't know.
Nothing's a
I don't know.
certainty.
I don't know, but
Even
I'm
with
asking,
the most
if Valiant
high
thinks
people.
Luigi is a hero, then why doesn't Valiant go out and murder other CEOs? I don't understand that.
Do the heroic thing, bro.
Because the medical insurance company wants more money. Okay, that's corruption. Okay, medical corruption's real, and people corruption is real. So yeah.
So two wrongs make a right.
Wait,
Got it.
so why don't
Yeah, and experiences as well. You know, almost.
Wait, Valiant, so why don't you do what Luigi did? Why don't you go and execute other CEOs? I don't understand.
Yeah, like why don't you just
Well,
execute Trump? Like there are some
if
sad
I
things he did.
was, if I
You want
was,
to be a hero?
if I was in motivation, if I was in motivation right now, like
Okay,
if I
drink a
not
beer.
just
Come on,
feeling,
come on, what do you need? What do you
if
need?
I
You need your
was
brother to
clean,
die because of medical malpractice? Like, what's it gonna take? What's the threshold breaker?
well, no, I would no. Instead of God, the lawyer is the lawyer. I think like suing people for suing people. It's like a legal weapon for me. So
Wait, Valiant, if other people start executing other CEOs, would you be happy? Valiant, did you hear that?
that's hard question. What they did to their thing. So medical corruption is real. I think like
You say that,
Pfizer,
but
for example.
I wouldn't.
Pfizer, for example. Yeah, that CEOs give you that in
Wait,
seconds, man.
well,
Why
that's
are you
kind of
guys
a
questioning this guy? This
particular.
guy's clearly like mentally deficient. Why do you guys care what he has to say?
Well,
Because even mentally
I
deficient
just
people
give
can
my
still
own
be
base
corrected.
opinion. Like
We
some
could just
people,
knock it off
like
though, and we could just
Pfizer,
turn to you if you weren't questioning.
like
Sorry, I don't mean to be so crass. I'm just saying like
It's fine.
this
It's
guy
fine.
obviously is like, you know.
Yeah, he's retarded. Okay, pass
I'm
him.
not
Pass him
hard.
the
I'm
mic.
not hard.
Look,
I'm
guys,
2.8.
please don't be mean. Please don't be mean. Turkish,
You
what's
may
your
not
opinion?
be the retarded, but you might be the
No,
retarded.
stop.
Listen,
Everybody,
I'm not like I'm not heartbroken over this guy dying, but I think it's really disgusting how so many people are quick to just like make this like a very good thing, like oh it's so like oh you know the
What a
working
savior.
class is oppressed and like they need to kill CEOs because they be oppressed and shit and they like denying our healthcare and shit. It's like, dude, I think most of the people that most of the people in the United States probably don't even deserve proper healthcare by the way that they treat their own bodies and their own health, right? So like I have no sympathy for people. Just in general, I don't have sympathy for the masses. And I think it's like really like underclass, like lowly behavior, like, you know, grunts of the world who are just like applauding this. I like, but like I said, I'm not like sympathetic to the CEO. I don't care. Um, you know, I don't care about the fact that he had a family or whatever, had a wife. You know, whoop de fucking do. Like the dude was rich. You know, like come on. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I'd like to think I'm a bit more nuanced than the average person on this topic, but that's just me.
Makes sense.
wait,
I think
Turkish.
it's
So here's the
logically gonna
question,
follow.
Turkish. Do you think that by executing the CEO, the something in the universe is going to improve? Yes or no?
Like in totality,
Yeah.
overall,
Yeah.
I honestly don't think it's gonna matter too much. They're
Yeah.
gonna find someone else probably just as competent or even more competent than he is to run the company. So,
Okay. Okay.
um,
Say.
I don't think any much.
All right. Would you say that
Any,
we continue going down the path that Luigi set us up for? Meaning, let's continue executing CEOs nilly willy. Do you think that?
Yeah, yes. If some guy in the news are pissed off some local family business, okay, and have a reason to kill them, yeah, it will be big headlines. It will be big headlines in the news, and like a lot of like people. It's like what Luigi did. It's like it's
Valiant, I don't. Valiant, I don't
I just gave
understand.
you an example. I just gave you an example. I just gave
Wait,
you an
wait,
example.
Valiant, hold on. Valiant, hold on. Turkish, would you say that if we continue executing CEOs, that will improve the situation in the world? Turkish, are you there? Turkish is
hold
gone?
on. Sorry. Did you ask me something? My headset cut out.
Yeah, I can hear you roboting a little bit.
Yeah, he said if we continue murdering for the execution of CEOs, will it help the world overall? If we follow this trend, it's entailment.
Is the idea
I
of
don't think so.
Is like the idea of
Got
just like let's assume every day we're gonna execute another CEO. Would we
Sure.
see an improvement in the metrics?
Better outcome?
No, I don't think so because I think that CEOs are just highly competent people overall. They're typically higher IQ people. They provide more to society in that sense. Even though some of their decisions are not very moral or good, what what a lot of people would consider to be good and all that, they are still higher class people. They are, you know, important people to have in a society. So I
But
feel
you're
like,
saying, but you're saying,
maybe like 5 or 10 CEOs get whopped, no big deal. But like when you start going enough, I feel like it's going to have an effect on society.
but you're saying these people are bad. So maybe we should start
Who's
killing
bad?
them. You said the CEOs would be considered not good by most people.
Yeah, that's not me. I'm not putting my own moral I'm not attributing any sort of moral weight myself. I don't care. I don't care about people getting their health care declined because, like I said, I think most Americans don't even deserve health care the way they treat their
Right.
lives and
They
their
don't even
bodies
engage
and all
in
that.
politics. They don't even know the first thing. So it's like it's ridiculous to
Yeah.
even think that they deserve some sort of just cause for healthcare. They don't know the first fucking thing, most of them.
But
Yeah, I'm not
politics
saying
or
about
health.
me. I'm just saying that
But you're saying
that they
CEOs
they can what their decisions could be perceived as immoral and wrong, and that's why people
exactly.
are okay with Luigi.
Right. So I'm asking, since you're saying that most people would say that most CEOs are immoral, then let's execute
Ugh.
CEOs until they start behaving more morally, no?
Well, how many CEOs is going to be required
No, because
before
I don't.
anything could ever happen to a statistical significant value?
Let's
Yeah, I think you kind of have to be immoral to make decisions that are going to benefit like certain parts of society, And I think it's important to value certain parts of society over others.
Yeah.
Like.
So, but you said that
I would
most.
say value not murdering for martyr and revolution's sake, but engaging in politics and kind of like breaking up these corruption agencies. Yeah, that would be the best route of success. You do that enough times, or you do it one time and set a good precedent. This isn't setting a good quality precedent by just one-off murdering some dumb fuck.
Wait, was Brian Thompson the CEO of United Healthcare? Was he moral or immoral?
He's a cog on a wheel. It's irrelevant.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I don't think it matters if he's moral or not. I was just saying about the perception according to most people.
So, but But you're saying that he's neither moral, not immoral? Would you say that
It's
he is?
irrelevant.
Wait, what?
He could be the most moral man in the world, Jesus himself incarnate. He could be the devil incarnate. It wouldn't make a diddly fuck difference.
So you're saying morality is not a parameter in the equation of society?
No, it's not
No,
going to make a
I
difference in a one-off scenario.
I'm saying the perception matters, not the actual moral being of the person. I'm saying that like the reason why people think Luigi is like a saint is because they think Brian is immoral. They don't. Nobody thinks Luigi is moral, like in his beliefs. They just think that he's moral in opposition to somebody he killed who was immoral.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. But you're saying that there is no morality, basically, right? Or am
No,
I?
it's just optics.
No, there is morality. I'm just saying that like.
Then I'm asking.
To me, what is moral is irrelevant to this situation.
No, no, but I need an answer. Was right because I need to know. According to you, was Brian Thompson moral or immoral? I need to know the answer.
A little bit.
I think there's a fundamental issue with the question you're asking because I told you that it's not something that's relevant to me. Like the morality of like this individual doesn't mean anything to me.
Let's say yes, he's moral.
I don't even know. By the way, I don't even know who this guy is. I don't know what type of things he likes. I don't know what he dislikes. I don't know anything about this fucking dude. I didn't look into him at all. So I couldn't tell you if he was moral, even if I wanted to.
No, but the fact that he denied claims, he denied people's health insurance claims, and
yeah, you heard what I said about that.
What did you say about that?
I said it twice now. I said I don't care about it because I think most Americans overall in the general population don't deserve health care anyways, the way they treat their lives and their bodies and things like that.
So if he denies the claim, fuck it.
Yeah. Hell, if I was a CEO and I had most fucking Americans putting in claims for like gastric bypass and shit like that, I would fucking deny it too. You know?
I would deny them, and they could try and take my life. I could give a
fuck that. You know, you wanna get thousands and thousands of dollars for surgery when you could have just never gained that weight in the first place by eating less. You know, it's not that hard to eat less. By the way, there's people who starve, right, and they do it for free. So you know,
we shouldn't like fucking.
Would you say
parent HR the CEOs because we don't like them and their decision making?
Turkish, I'm trying to understand. Would you say that morality is not a parameter in the equation? True or false?
For this specific scenario, yes.
Would you say morality is ever a parameter in the equation?
Yeah, there are times when it does matter, yes.
Give me an example. When does morality enter the discussion?
So if we had this exact example, but I knew more about the CEO, and I knew what he stood for exactly, and I understood like, you know, the things that he supports and the things he opposes, I would be able to make a much more moral, you know, justification or argument.
Give me a hypothetical scenario.
Like say he's all about abortion and LGBTQ, trans and the children. Then he'd probably say, oh, it's not that moral of a person, therefore fuck him.
So you're saying his political, so if he's like a leftist,
immoral.
If he's like, if he votes for Biden, then that's immoral, according to you, for example?
Yeah.
So in that case, you would be for his execution?
Yeah.
I would give a fuck less if he died at that point. Yeah.
because he's
I wouldn't care as much. Yeah.
I see. Because he's a Biden voter, you care less for a Biden voter than a Trump voter.
Not necessarily like that, but just on principle and morals, yes. Okay. I care more about Trump voters than Biden voters because I don't think Biden voters are actually more moral than Trump voters.
Wait, but that's the question.
I think it's quite the opposite.
I'm trying to establish morality. I'm trying to get the scenario in which morality shows up as a parameter in the equation. So when does morality show up as a parameter in the equation? That's the question.
Oh, I kind of told you. Like, it depends on my knowledge of the situation.
No, but
I
I
told
told
you
you,
that
give me a hypothetical, and the other guy came
I
up
did.
with the Biden voter. That's your
Well, it was
definition. Mhm.
well, it was an example. No.
So, but then you said it's not morality. I mean, is that morality? Wait,
What do you mean
That
it's
is
not moral? When did I
morality.
say it's not morality?
no, no, no.
He
Okay,
said it is a morality.
so you're saying that being a Biden voter, that's the definition of immorality?
No, it's
Yeah,
not the definition. No. It's not the
sure.
definition of immorality. It's an example of it.
What's the definition of morality?
Biden voting.
The definition of immorality is something that is wrong, bad, evil, etc.
Oh my God, that's like that's a loop. That's just
Well,
it's just other words for the same
It's
meaning.
okay. Mr.
Well,
Slave,
yeah. Something
it's
that is
in the
immoral
world.
is something that is wrong or evil or bad. That is like the antithesis of good, right?
Yeah, but these are
It
just
is
different
wrong.
words. Yeah, these are just
What do
different.
you really want to
Okay,
gather
then
here, Mr. Slave?
yeah. So tell me
Let's
then,
just
what is
cut to the
immoral to
chase.
you? What is
So
immoral to you?
I define myself as amoral exactly for this reason. I came a long time ago. I came to the conclusion that there is no morality. That any discussion
Okay.
that brings up the word morality is doomed.
Okay. So, how do you feel about like raping babies?
I usually don't bring that up because that
How
is.
do you feel about doing drugs,
Well,
like
do you
injecting
think somebody
heroin?
should or shouldn't rape babies?
No, I usually don't discuss that because usually that very quickly devolves into threats on people's lives.
Okay,
People's
yeah,
lives.
I'm
that's
not gonna
true.
threaten you on your life. I
You're
don't care
not,
about your
but
life enough
other
to
people.
threaten.
I've received death threats. When
Yeah.
that
Okay,
is
all
the
right.
It makes
So,
sense. Let's
wait,
just
you can
do it.
level with me here. If you think it's okay to rape babies, just tell me. I'm not gonna
that
fucking throw a
the
fit.
topic. Anytime that this topic came up, it ended up with death threats. So I'm not
Okay, that's
talking.
cool. Oh my
Yeah,
god, dude.
yeah.
Don't be a pussy about it.
I'm not.
Just change it to like
Wait. Hold on. Why do you care about death threats? Are you against death threats?
I don't want to be dead. I'd
oh,
rather
that's
be
a good
alive.
one.
Wait, why don't you want to be dead? Why does it matter?
What do you mean?
You're amoral.
Oh,
Yeah,
there's
why
nothing.
what's wrong with
I'm
being dead?
no. I mean, that's nothing to do with morality.
No,
Morality.
it does.
No. Wait. Don't use the word morality here. You said you don't want to be dead. You don't want
Yeah.
to have death threats. Why not? What's wrong with death threats?
It's not convenient for me to be to be
Why
threatened.
not?
What do you mean? I don't want to be. I don't want to be
Yeah,
Because
threatened.
you have
okay. Wait,
morals. You're
okay.
lying.
I know you don't want to be threatened, but I'm asking you why not?
What do you? That's like saying, why do I prefer vanilla over chocolate ice cream?
No, it's not
Is
at
it? Because I'm
all.
asking you why do you
What's
think the
that,
thing you
Joe?
do?
I'm happy with being alive.
Yeah, why are you happy with being alive?
My life is great. I have a great life.
It's
So you're
great. What makes
Yeah.
it
moral.
great?
It's like I get to eat ice cream and pizza.
What's good
Sure.
about ice cream? What's good about ice cream that makes it
It's
great to eat?
it's delicious.
Okay, so you're attributing lots of good things to ice cream, lots of bad things to death threats. That sounds very interesting. Why are you doing that?
Sounds like a
Why are
very
you
moral
attributing
thing.
like some goodness to ice cream and some badness to, death
I
threats?
usually
I
don't
think you
use
just
the
need to humble yourself, slave.
I
You
usually
really
don't
do.
use the words good and bad in that term.
I know you're an
Well, you
atheist.
said
I
it's
get it.
delicious. Is delicious a good thing? Is being delicious a good thing?
I mean, the word good has multiple definitions. You can use it in multiple contexts.
Okay,
So
so you're saying you're
it's
not on the same
delicious.
level of understanding I am to be able to describe
No,
delicious as a good thing.
the word good, it's it could be used in the
So
context of
you have
more.
a way of ranking things in life and attributing value to things in life, but you don't think that there's like a reason for why things are better than other things. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah. You won't even talk about R-ing babies, but you
No,
will
Like
talk
no,
about eating ice cream
I
like
don't.
willy-nilly.
I could tell you why chocolate's better than vanilla. Like for instance, it's richer, right? It has a certain flavor and taste, right? I could tell you why I don't want to receive death threats, and that's because living is a good thing. I, as a biological organism, seek to survive and pass on my genes, right? I don't seek to commit suicide, right? I have a
Yeah. If you
reason
are
for why I do
amoral,
the
you
things
might
I
as well
do. I don't care. I'm not God, by the way. I don't believe in God. I'm not a Christian or anything like that. But you don't even have a reason for why you think things are delicious. You just say they're delicious, and that, you know, I don't know. That's it. You can't even say that ice cream is a good thing to eat, because good to you is like this mystical word that has several different definitions.
No, because if I use the word good, then you might want to use it now in terms of morality. So that's why I try to
Well,
avoid it. I mean,
well,
we
Well,
could.
that's what we're talking
well,
about,
okay.
Slade.
What is more moral, eating ice cream or raping babies?
No, I'm not discussing raping and babies. That's not up
What
for
about killing the
discussion.
CEO of the
Wait,
Yeah,
wait.
healthcare
At worst,
industry?
all you could wait. At worst, you could just say they're the same, and you won't even do
no,
that.
I don't bring up those topics because
Yeah, I know,
they're just
because you
Okay.
have
All
no
right. All right.
more.
All right. Okay. Okay. What is more moral, eating ice cream or getting death threats?
no. I don't use the word morality. I
Okay,
just
dude. You're not actually like amoral. You're just avoiding using the semantics of morality. That's all you're doing.
right.
You're still attributing things. You're still attributing layers to things in society, in the life you live.
You can't get
Practically,
away
Like a
from that,
person,
Mr. Slave. You
like
just
a
practically.
can't.
person who believes that morality does.
You're
Look,
kind of cornered in this kind of exchange here. You need to
Like
just concede one way or
a
another.
true amoralist would be like, ice cream is ice cream, and it's not like this good thing that I prefer over like death threats, right? It's not like, they would just say like raping babies is the same as eating ice cream in terms of like value, right? Like they would say that. That's what someone who is amoral would say.
okay, again, I'm not gonna discuss raping babies, so we can discuss other things except for raping babies.
I know we can't discuss it because for some reason, as much of an amoral person you claim to be, you
Yeah.
have like this frightening amount
Weird
of like
moral higher than
disgust
now
of receiving
feeling.
death threats apparently.
Yeah, I don't like receiving death threats.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, you don't see the irony in that, like
Maybe you
it's
should like receiving death threats if you're so immoral.
All right,
yeah, like
let's reset the conversation, please. Don't bring up
Okay, we
raping
can. I
babies.
know you're
Let's
scared
talk.
all of a sudden, but just chill, boy.
Let's continue
You're
the
the one
con.
whose claim is that you're amoral. That's a bullshit lie. It's very disingenuous. You're not authentic. Your name's Mr. Slave. Why would like you're fucking just taunting, okay? Just chill, dude. Can you reach down deep and kind of pull out whatever it is that you call moral and lay it on the table and say, I think this is right, I think this is wrong. Is there anything you can consider right or wrong?
No, I think
Okay.
that
Okay,
once
then you're immoral. All right, you're immoral. I'll just grant it. You're
amoral,
totally immoral.
amoral, and I
Yeah,
think I think it's
whatever.
very. I'm amoral, just like I'm an atheist. I think it's very important to understand that there is no God and there is no morality.
yeah,
All
except
right.
for when you're receiving death threats, right? You don't want to receive death threats, right? There's like nothing wrong with receiving death threats. It's just like you don't want to.
Exactly.
Like, why are you
What's
seriously?
Dude, you
You
fucked
seriously
yourself,
don't see the
Slade.
irony in that,
no?
dude.
I don't
You
Are
see
you
that.
fucked
insane?
yourself so bad.
I didn't even
Like
think you
every
were.
time I speak with liberals, I got to get a camera and record this shit because this is
I'm,
the most
Are you
juiciest
serious,
content I've
dude?
not.
ever
I
seen in
am
my
not a
life.
liberal. I
Yeah,
am
you are a fucking
a
liberal.
liberal. I'm a Trump
Yep,
voter. I'm a
you're a
Trump.
leftist.
I'm a
How are
leftist.
you a Trump supportist? You're just saying that. You're disingenuous.
You can go watch all my videos. I've been a Trump supporter for
Nah,
many years. I've
I
always.
look. I don't care if you're a Trump
I
supporter
don't
or not.
believe
I
it.
just
You're a
I just
rhino.
can't believe you don't see the irony in your own statement. Like you just agree with like the thing that like
I
an
mean,
actual amoral person would disagree
I'm
with.
an
It's
extreme.
crazy.
I'm an extreme capitalist. I'm extremely anti-communist.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. So.
But I still know what is right and wrong.
That's very nice. That's like saying I still believe in God, to which I say that's very
How is
nice.
it like I believe in God?
It's to me it's the same. Both don't
I,
exist.
Yeah, but you're not. Okay, you don't actually have an argument for why you believe the things you just say them. You just say they're just not true, or like
What do you
there's
mean?
multiple definite. Well,
Yeah,
because I
so if
told
you're
you,
just
you're
doing a
like,
song and dance, dude, you're okay. You might think that you're like some Trump supporter or amoralist. None of your
might
views
be.
are congruent. Why are you even one way or another, if not to just follow trends or blow with the wind? You're fickle.
No, I am the opposite. I don't care.
Okay, well then lay down the law if you're so opposite.
I'm an egoist. I follow
Okay.
exactly what benefits me, and I'm honest about
Yeah,
it.
that's
Wait, wait, wait,
you're
wait, wait, wait,
totally
wait, wait.
laying down the
Wait,
law.
in order for something to benefit you, it has to be good for you, right? Benefit is literally a synonym of good, by the way.
Yeah, but I'd rather not use the
Mm.
word good, because once you use the word good, you start
You
bringing
don't
in.
sound like a Trump supporter.
But you don't. So you hold on. You don't believe that morality doesn't exist. You just don't believe in using the terms moral. And I think I know why. It's because Christianity, especially modern debaters and or believers of Christianity, use the term moral to justify like God in a lot of ways. But like you yourself, I understand you're an atheist. I'm not Christian either. I would not say I'm of a Abrahamic religion at all, right? And I'm saying like I understand that they use the term moral to say what God is and things like this is, but that doesn't mean that that what morality is dictated by God alone. That's what they argue, right? Not what it actually is,
I'm
because they can
actually
argue anything they want.
I'm actually not thinking about religious people when I think of amorality. I more actually think of atheists
No, 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 no.
because
You think of religious people when you say the word moral, correct?
no, I don't. It's
You
mostly
don't.
no, it's mostly the atheists who claim to be atheists, but they still believe in morality. So to me, they're still theists. Like if you're an
Okay.
atheist but you believe in
Okay.
morality, then you're not an
Yes,
atheist. You're still
I agree. I agree with you that modern atheism is largely Christianity without Christ. I agree with that
exactly,
statement.
exactly.
But that doesn't mean that morality doesn't exist just because like they have really gay morality, right?
But there is no morality, just like there is no God.
No, no, no. But you're saying that because you have atheists who don't believe in Christ who have a Christian morality, and I'm saying that like what I said earlier about it being like basically Christian is true. The only reason why you're avoiding the terms morality and things like that and good and bad is because Christianity has like co-opted it over like 1,000 years, right? And what you see today is just like the evolution of that into like atheism.
Look, again, when I talk to atheists and they tell me I'm an atheist, but I believe in morality,
Okay,
then that's
I'm gonna wrap it up, guys. I'm gonna get going, but let
all
me
right.
just ask you if you're willing to tell me how old are you guys?
No, I don't disclose my personal
You can't
I'm
give an
information.
age
25.
range. You can't give an age range, Slave.
No,
You can give a 20-year age range.
I'm less than a million.
You're less than retarded,
Yes,
but you're not
I'm
not
more
retarded.
I'm more than
You're
retarded.
not retarded.
I am retarded. I am suffering from extreme retardation. Anyway, yes, Turkish, go on.
I mean, I don't have anything else to say. I think I understand you perfectly. You just don't want to use the terms, but like you do believe in good and bad things. You think that some things are
No,
better than others.
that's different. Like
How is it different?
the
Enlighten me.
better.
How's it
Like I
different?
have a preference for vanilla over chocolate.
Yeah,
That's
but why?
because it's more delicious.
Okay, why is it more delicious? What does
Uh,
delicious mean? What is the context behind the word delicious?
at a certain age, I switched from liking chocolate to liking vanilla, and I've never gone back. That's it.
Okay, but why?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Many things in my life I used to hate as a child, and I love as an adult. Like I used to not like banging chicks, but now I like banging chicks.
Okay. But
So,
like, you don't have a
but
like. I don't know.
there's
You
nothing
so
moral or immoral about banging chicks. There's you either you enjoy it or you don't enjoy it. I happen to yes enjoy it.
yes, but like you enjoy it for reasons, and enjoyment is like something that is seen as good.
You can use the word good as long as we're we keep we don't say that it's the same good as good and bad from morality. Like, I'm very clear about morality. Morality does not exist. The only use for the word morality is just to say that it doesn't exist. Same as for God. The only use for the term God is to say that God doesn't exist. Other than that, it's a useless term. Morality is a very important word to understand, as long as we understand that it doesn't exist. Same as God. Other
I don't
than
think you're really actually
what?
saying anything of substance.
Fine. Then we don't have a disagreement. Then there's no point in discussing it. I don't even know why.
Well, that's what I was trying to tell you the entire time. We don't really disagree. You just have like this weird way of avoiding terms, and that's all it really is. You actually do have a morality. You do have a value system. You just seem to like avoid the term morality.
Right, and I explained why. It's
Yeah,
like
but like,
it's
but
like
that's okay. That's
it's
like saying I don't believe that the sky is. Well, it's like saying you don't believe in like the fact that the earth, like the sky is blue, but like it's just that you don't really agree with the color blue being called blue. And it's like that's really weird, right? Like you do believe that the sky is blue, you just think it should be called yellow instead.
no, I don't think it's like that. I think it's more like God. It's like I don't believe there is a God. Like, I don't
Well,
use the
that's what I'm
word.
saying though.
The only
That's what
time
I'm saying. You don't believe that the word blue means anything. You believe blue is fake. That's what I'm trying to say in my analogy.
everything at the end of the day, everything is fake. That's fine. But the first,
That's a ridiculous statement.
no. The first fake.
Yes. Yes, it is ridiculous.
Okay, the first fake is God. The second fake is morality. The third fake is blue. It's 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 far down the list of fake. At the end of the day, there is no blue, right? There is a frequency of the photon. A photon has a frequency of vibration.
Yeah,
On
categorizations exist. Dude, categorizations aren't fake just because they describe things that are indescribable. Like what? What are you talking? Like, there's a reason why the phenomena is like we're able to tame the phenomena and describe it in a way that we can communicate with each other.
Fine, that's what we call, right? But at the end of the day, it's fake, right? There is no blue. It's a
No, it's
frequency.
not fake. There is a thing called blue. We just call it blue.
Yes. Yeah, I don't disagree. I'm just saying that there is a deeper meaning than blue. There is no blue in the universe. There's blue in your experience, but your experience, that's ethereal. That's not physical.
No, you can't prove that.
What do you mean?
That what you're saying is unprovable.
What do you
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
There's no blue in the
First off,
there's no blue in the
First off,
universe.
you're not able to make that distinction because you don't exist without your own perception. So you don't know if your own perception is fake or not.
But
First of all,
we know enough that we know the universe. There is no blue. There's nothing blue in the
no, you
universe.
don't know enough. You only know, like you said, what your perception is, and your perception doesn't allow you to see outside of yourself.
Even the blue, which you perceive as blue, that's because you're not moving with in the frame, in that frame of reference, whatever. If you as you speed up towards the source of the blue light, it becomes ultra ultraviolet. It starts and then it becomes X-ray.
Yeah,
It changes.
perception can shift.
Yeah,
I
so
know,
there's no blueness
but
in the universe.
wait, wait, wait.
That
But
hold on. That very blueness turns into red. It red shifts if you fly away from it. So it's not
Yes,
blue.
I understand what you're saying. I know what you're saying, but
So where's the blue?
just because things change doesn't mean that what they were before doesn't exist.
But
It
where?
just means that they have changed.
But no. But okay. Look, the point is, my point is that there is no objective reality.
I agree. There's no objective reality.
At the end of the day, everything is fake, and we have to.
There is not. You don't have a reason to believe this.
Yes, there is.
You cannot think. You can't think outside of yourself.
No, but we look, when we analyze the universe, we see that everything we hold true and dear evaporates. Blue goes away.
What are you talking about?
Blue.
No, that's not true. Blue does not go away. You can sense blue light in the universe.
But if you move away from it fast enough, it becomes black. It becomes.
That doesn't mean blue doesn't. That doesn't mean blue
So
doesn't
blue-
exist. It
it's
just
just an
means it
ex-
changed.
It's just an experience. Blue is just a neuron in your
Wait,
brain.
wait.
There is a
Everything
blue-
is an experience.
Yes, but fine.
That doesn't
okay?
mean it's fake, though.
Fine. If your definition, fine, then fine. That's what I meant by fake. Fake is it's just an experience. But if you want to say that the experience is reality, then fine. Then it's just semantics. Then we're fine as long as we
Wait,
understand.
why would you use that word choice though? You're saying it as if you're like some like nihilist.
I don't even know what that word means. What's a nihilist?
Like lack of meaning. Like there is no meaning to anything. It's all meaningless.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that
Okay,
means.
I can't help you if you don't know what that means.
I don't know what it means. It doesn't feel like it's something that I believe in. So, like you were saying that I'm a
Okay,
nihilist.
then I can't help you.
I don't know what that means. We're trying to have a discussion. So I'm just saying that I don't like the word morality. I don't like the word God. And down the line, I don't like the word blue. At the end of the day, I don't like any word, but there's a scale, but I need words to communicate. We need words to communicate experience. But as long as we understand physics and physics is reality, then I'm fine. As long as we agree that, right, we all agree that blue is a neuron that fires in my brain. It's just an experience. Then everything is fine. Then there is no blueness in the universe, obviously.
Yeah, dude. I mean,
Are you
the universe
smoking?
is your perception.
What was that
No, I don't
noise?
smoke.
What was that noise? Anyway,
I'm drilling something, but
you're drilling? Oh,
the universe is your perception as you see it.
I mean,
You're just saying it's fake because like you
No.
only think in terms of objective and subjective, but nothing else, and that's your problem.
No, why are you saying problem? Why are you blaming
Because it's a
me?
problem.
No, why would you say that? We don't disagree. Me and you. All I'm saying
No,
is
I'm not saying it's a problem with like your sort of like the point that I understand to be. I'm saying it's a problem in the sense that like you can't come to grips that you do have like a moral system. You just refuse to say it's moral.
no. I don't just refuse to say that it's moral. That's like saying that I believe in God and I just refuse to say that I believe in God. No, I don't believe in God.
Kind of
Honestly.
do, but like not like God, but just morality.
Well, just like blue, everything goes away, including blue, including morality, including God. God goes away first, morality goes second, and blue goes
I don't
away
even know
down.
what you're saying by goes away.
Meaning, it's right. If we use physics and science, then there is no God. God is unscientific. Morality is basically unscientific. You could define God and morality scientifically, but
How is it unscientific exactly?
how is God unscientific?
No, morality unscientific.
Well, can you? What do you mean? I mean, what's your evidence that morality exists?
My my evidence being that like you have a moral value system. You evaluate things on a value basis. You attribute value to things. You think things are better than others, right? So like you have a moral system. You have an idea of like not what to do and what not to do in society, right? You're not going around murdering people, for
But you
instance. You're not
agree.
going to.
But you agree that amoebas and atoms and electrons have these rules just as much, right? Right. An
Uh,
electron doesn't go around murdering other electrons, right? So does an
wait,
electron have
wait, 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 wait,
morality?
wait, wait, wait. Wait. Murder is a social concept, right? Just like
Hmm.
our complex thought allows us to value things. So this whole like going down to like the atomic scale doesn't really help your argument here. We're talking about us as humans,
Dogs
not
and
us as
cats, elephants. Does an elephant murder other elephants?
uh unjustly, we might say so, yeah, but we're complex beings that can think this. They're not as complex.
Apes, chimps.
Same thing with every animal.
So
We
you
can attribute morality to the actions of an animal, but they
would you
may
s-
not be able to do it
so would
themselves.
you say that every other animal is different than the human animal? That only the human animal has morality and no other
I
animal
think
has?
we're the no, I wouldn't say that. I think that we're just complex enough to come up with the moral structures that we have. I
But
think
would you? But
there may or may not exist some level of morality amongst animals. They may have. I mean, they do have an idea of something that is good and bad, right? Like food is good to them, and getting killed is bad, right? Getting hurt is bad,
I
but
don't. But
it's
I
not the
don't
same
think.
as us. We're
Okay.
what?
No, it's just like liking ice cream. If you define liking ice cream as morality, then I don't.
That's not what I'm defining as morality. I'm saying that like you have a moral value system because you value ice cream over like getting death threats, right? And it's like the
How is
only
that
reason you
morality? How is
because
that?
the only reason you can make
What's your
statements like that
definition?
is with with an understanding that there are things that are better in this world than others.
I. But okay. What's your definition of morality?
A moral value system.
Well, no, you can't use the word when you define it. You
Okay, a value system. Being
okay?
able to attribute values to things and then rank them, right? Um, in some more or
I don't.
less
I don't
complex
think.
thought.
I don't think. I don't think. So, like when most people, when they say morality, that's like they mean something closer to God than what you just said. What you just said.
That's what I told you earlier. Wait, that's exactly what I said earlier.
What?
You attribute morality with like God and Christianity and all this other
No,
stuff.
not
And that's why
Christianity.
you refuse. Well, I'm just saying in general. I'm not
Okay.
saying only
Okay.
Christianity. I'm
Okay.
saying, but you attribute these words to being like God and religious based. And that's the reason why
No.
you're adverse to them.
No. No. No, 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 that's not the reason. The reason actually
No,
has to do with atheists, not religion.
but
We
we
keep,
already agree that atheists are Christians without Christ. We already agree on this.
but because of morality, not because of anything, because of morality. That's why I don't like morality.
No, but that's what I'm saying though, is that you don't like the way they value things in society. You don't like the way they value things at all. You think they have gay morality. And so like
I
you
think it's
attribute this moral excessiveness as just morality in general and that like that is bad.
look. So I think Luigi Mangione murdered Brian Thompson because Luigi Mangione, if you would have asked him, he would have told you that Brian Thompson was immoral. And I think that's the
Okay.
disinformation. The disinformation that is spread, that is rampant in our society, is exactly what we're talking about. Is this morality, this fake morality that does not
Yeah,
exist, but that there
if
is.
that's the case, all it would mean is that he thinks Brian Thompson is bad. That's all it thinks. That's all it means.
Fine, fine. I mean, I would
Right.
use.
And his Brian Thompson is your death threats, right? And his killing of Brian Thompson is your ice cream.
I would say I wouldn't go. I wouldn't take that step. I would first try to understand.
Why not?
because because there is no good and bad. There is no morality.
I didn't use the word good or bad. I'm saying that his Brian Thompson is your death threats,
Why are you
and his
going?
killing of Brian
No,
Thompson is your ice cream.
look, but the point is that people like Luigi Mangione, they think that there is this ethereal good and bad. I wouldn't be surprised that Luigi Mangione
Oh,
is a
ethereal.
Christian, ethereal. It goes back to God. Even if Luigi is
That's
or
funny.
is not religious, he
I
believes.
know what you're saying, dude. I've been down this path before. I
Okay.
understand the like ethereal morality. I'm saying that like that doesn't matter. You're still moral as a person. You still have a value system. You still think things are good and bad. You still, don't want to commit raping
No,
children. You don't.
no. So the point is that we're all egoists. And Luigi Mangione, his message is to not be an egoist. That's what he means by profit. He thinks you're not allowed to have profit, you're not allowed to have egoism. That's evil. Egoism is evil. Profit is evil. So, and that's disinformation because we're all egoists. Luigi Mangione is an egoist. We're all egoists.
You know who the biggest egoist is? Jesus Christ. And he says it.
Killer Weasel, what's going on with you? Are you drunk?
He says it when he says, "We thou of thy kindness."
Killer Weasel, are you
Of
drunk?
God. No.
Why are you speaking so slowly?
How I speak.
What?
That's how I speak.
Oh, okay.
Are you drunk?
No, I basically I never drink. I'm not attracted to drugs. I don't like talking to people who are on drugs. Anyway, so what's your position?
Can I continue?
What?
Can I continue?
Yeah.
We have thou of the loving kindness
We have what?
of God.
What? We have what?
Can you not hear me?
I missed one word. You said we have something of loving kindness or something. I missed one word.
We have thou
We have thou? What? I don't
of
understand.
loving kindness.
I don't know what that means. We have thou. Thou just means you.
Thou, you and your family, probably.
So I'm not.
Or you,
I'm not sure what you're trying
or
to
it's
say.
like it's thou is obviously
I'm
how
not.
I would think of that is
I'm not
like
following.
you.
What's your thesis? What are you trying to convey to the universe? What's your position about
What's
Luigi
my
Mangione?
No, I have none. I already told you that earlier today.
You changed your name?
No, I popped in here earlier. I didn't know about this thing that was going on.
I didn't hear you conveying this message about thou.
No, I'm just giving you the word of God.
You believe in God?
I believe in God, yeah.
What's your evidence that there is a God?
Because he saved my life.
But what's the evidence? What's your evidence that there is a God? I don't know what it means. He saved your life. What's your
Because I would have died
if
without the word of the Lord.
prove to me in with a scientific experiment that there is a God. Can you prove it scientifically that there is a God?
Probably not.
Okay, then I would say then there is no God. You could say that, you had a great experience, that you had a revelation, whatever, but even you would have to concede that there is no God. I mean, I can have a spiritual experience without there being a God. You don't have to lie to yourself that there is a God when there's no evidence for a God, just because you had or you want to have a spiritual awakening. I can have a spiritual awakening all day and all night without believing in a lie. You don't have to believe in lies in order to be spiritual. I'm a very spiritual person. I don't believe in lies. I don't believe in a God. God is a lie. There is no God. As you said, there's no scientific evidence for a God. So you don't have to continue living your life in a lie. You can live in truth that there is no God and be just as spiritual as the day before.
That's nice.
Yeah. That's how I live my life.
Yeah.
My life is full of spirituality and, and science, but there is no God.
No, like I implore you to live that way.
You can live that way just as much. You don't need to live in a lie in order to save your life, in order to be spiritual, in order to have revelation. And you can have just as much, you can have much more if you live a scientific life, if you live a life of truth instead of a life of lies. There's no
What
benefit.
lies?
What?
What lies
If
am I
there's no
living?
if there's no scientific evidence for a God, then there is no God for all intents and purposes. If there is no scientific evidence for something, then that something does not exist. And maybe your life was saved, but it was saved by you or by someone or by, some revelation. But there is no God. There's no afterlife. There's the only thing that is spiritual is you. You are spiritual. So, you had a revelation between you and yourself that saved your life. That's amazing. That's actually much more amazing than if there was a God that saved you, because the truth is that you saved you. That's much more beautiful than some God that there's no evidence that it exists saved you. What?
I wholly disagree with you, and there is probably no way for me to make you scientifically understand.
Then
I was shown through the existence of my life and through the allowance of my life to continue that God does exist. So no. And it's funny because I wasn't shown to promote God. I wasn't kept here alive. That's not why I was being here. Is to go on Discord and fucking tell fucking people who don't believe in God why he is
Look, you
But it's not a
decide.
good.
You decide to live your life instead of ending it. You decide to come on Discord and talk to people. That's your decision.
Not ending. Man. Like, I never had a viewpoint of ending my life. God saved my life. But it wasn't to convince people on Discord, my man.
Okay.
I'm just here tonight.
Anyway. So what's your position on Luigi Mangione? Do you like him?
He's a good man. I respect him.
Don't know him.
Okay, so Mr. Wiz H.
He's a good man.
Mm-hmm. So Mr. Wiz H.
Yes.
So killing CEOs is a benefit to society?
Yes.
So we should kill more CEOs.
And of course.
Kill all of them.
Yeah, man.
Why stop
Fuck
with
'em, man.
CEOs? What about everybody else?
Everybody else?
Mhm.
That's too much.
Why? Let's just kill. I mean,
It's
what's
not all CEOs that are bad. It's like the healthcare ones.
why? Why only healthcare?
They profit off death, man.
So let's say it's true. So what?
So I'm not gonna feel bad for a CEO that got killed, bro. That's a murderer, man. It's like feeling bad for
But
Hitler.
what do you
know what I
mean?
mean?
But you're all for murder. You're saying murder is great. Let's just kill people nilly willy. So what's wrong with killing? So there's a guy like you're saying killing CEOs is the best thing. The CEO, why? Because the CEO kills people.
No,
But you
I'm changing my position. It's only certain ones.
what's the benefit of killing? What's the benefit of killing CEOs?
It's like that's like you telling me what's the benefit in killing pedophiles, bro.
Yeah, but I don't want to talk about pedophiles. So explain to me the
Yeah, but they're
benefit.
in but that CEO was in the same league as them.
Let's just not talk about pedophiles. That topic.
Why?
It's
Why it
off.
makes too much why
It's
it makes too much sense?
it's off topic. We cannot discuss
Oh,
it.
why I disagree, man.
No, it's too dangerous. I don't bring up that topic. It's too dangerous to bring up. So let's discuss.
You're a coward then.
Yeah, I have my limits. I agree. I don't want to be.
You can talk to yourself then.
No, okay. All right. How long have we been here? 2 hours and 20 minutes. All right. Good enough. I don't know if I'm. These conversations are always a dead end. Let's see what else is up in the universe. The Curl King. The Hawk to a girl situation just got even worse. As long as she follows her lawyer's advice, I think she's safe. Analyst on how police caught suspect accused of setting woman on fire.
Police make an arrest in connection to the horrific attack on a New York City subway. The NYPD says a woman was sleeping on the train this morning before she was deliberately set on fire by another passenger. The woman, who is yet to be identified, has died. This is what authorities had to say on how technology played a factor in all of this.
Today's brutal murder was captured on one of those onboard train video cameras.
Well, as far as I remember, there's no internet on the trains. That's one of the first things we should have is internet on the trains.
The detectives immediately answers to questions that they had. What happened? It offered them images of the perpetrator and allowed them to take those images and release them to the public and allowed the public to see something and say something. And that's why we're standing here now recording that an individual is in custody. A person of interest is in custody.
CNN's Gloria Pazmino has been tracking the story. What are these new details, Gloria?
That's great. At least that.
Well, Jessica, extremely disturbing details that we learned from police officials just a short while ago. This happened early this morning around 7:30 at the Stillwell Avenue station in Coney Island, which is in Brooklyn. And this is the end of the subway line. Now, police tell us that there was a woman who appeared to be sleeping on the subway car. The subway car was not moving at the time. And then the suspect approached her, lit her on fire, apparently using a lighter. That's what we learned during the press conference just a short while ago. The woman immediately caught fire. She was engulfed in flames. And officers that were patrolling the station at that hour were able to respond and put out the flames. They were unfortunately not able to save her. EMS responded to the scene and the woman was pronounced dead at the scene. Now, police really just were able to give a lot of detail, thanks in part to the cameras that were in the subway car. This is a relatively new thing here in New York City, Jessica, that we have nearly full subway cover when it comes to surveillance cameras. That was how they were able to get very good, clear images of the suspect, which they then arrested several hours later. One very important detail, which the law enforcement officials went into, is that they were able to disseminate those images through the media and the press, and then they got a tip from 3 young New Yorkers. The police commissioner said that they were high school age who saw the man and reported it to the police. They were able to make an arrest, and he is now in custody. I want you to take a listen to the police officials just describing this incident earlier this morning.
Someone who we believe carried out one of the most depraved crimes one person could possibly commit against another human being. And it took the life of an innocent New Yorker. But at this hour, I am pleased to announce that a short time ago, alert NYPD transit officers took a person of interest into custody.
So a combination of technology and good old-fashioned police work there, Jessica, as well as New Yorkers who were paying attention and called it into that tip line. We are waiting to hear details on the charges that this person is facing, and of course more details about the person who was killed in this absolutely senseless tragedy. Jessica? All right,
Gloria Pazmino, thank you very much. And joining us now is CNN Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst John Miller. He was formerly the Deputy Commissioner of Intelligence and Counterterrorism for the NYPD. John, first I just want to get your thoughts generally about this crime and how it all progressed throughout the day and the key role that officials say technology played.
Well, Jessica, it's one of those things that actually could have happened very differently and unfolded in an equally tragic way. So you have an empty train car. You have an individual who approaches this woman who's sleeping. He uses this lighter, according to the video that was downloaded from that train car, to set the blanket that she is wearing on fire. And that fire expands until it awakens her. But at this point, she's engulfed in flames and stands up. At that point, the individual who set her on fire has retreated from the train car and sat down in the station on a bench to watch her stand and burn. When police arrive, all they see is her in the train car, and they summon people with fire extinguishers and people to render aid. But if it was not for the video in the train car, the MTA gets there, they download the video and they see it, this wouldn't have been a homicide. This would have been either a mystery or a question about how did this woman either catch fire or set herself on fire. But for that video depicted this individual approaching her, lighting on fire. There were no other witnesses to that. Interestingly, the technology then expands because one of the officers on the scene turns towards where this man is sitting outside the train car on the bench, and his body camera actually captures that face. Once they download the video and realize he's gone, they're able to exploit the body camera video to say,
oh my God, is the body camera of the police officer that got him? Wow. He was sitting outside on the bench.
here's his defense to that. Interestingly, the technology then expands because one of the officers on the scene turns towards where this man is sitting outside the train car on the bench, and his body camera actually captures that face. Once they download the video and realize he's gone, they're able to exploit the body cam video to say, here's his picture, put that out over their social media channel, crowdsource it to everybody riding the train and everybody in the city, and he's spotted hours away and far away. So a lot of technology came together, and it's interesting. When this technology was suggested by the governor and the mayor, cameras on every train car, cameras in every station, the New York Civil Liberties Union came out with a statement. The New York Civil Liberties Union strongly opposes NYPD's plans to increase the number of surveillance cameras until police come up with a plan to safeguard the use of these cameras and the images they capture on tape. Our concerns extend to the announced increase in surveillance cameras on the subway. It was interesting that privacy advocates and civil liberties people oppose these cameras when you talk to people in the subway, all they say is more cops, more cameras.
Yeah, that is so interesting, and you make such a great point that if that camera wasn't there, then we would have maybe never known that anybody had a role in
just privatize the subway system.
This woman on fire. With that in mind, John, what do we know more about the victim and the suspect? Officials were pretty scant with details. They were still working to ID the victim, frankly. With the suspect, all they could say is that he had arrived in 2018 from Guatemala. That was about all we got. What more are you learning?
Illegal alien.
When they took the suspect into custody, he basically self-identifies. They did not find any, as I'm told from my sources, they didn't find any ID on him. So they're going by his statement as to what his name was, what his date of birth was, when he arrived in this country, where he came from.
You can tell he's from South America.
Of course, they'll be running fingerprints and other records to see if they can confirm that ID, including where he's been staying, to document all that background. But right now, they're not able to speak as to whether
he needs to be executed very quickly.
He has any prior record of violence or violations on the subway, because all they
I don't care. He needs to be executed right away.
Know about him, at least at this moment, is what he's told them.
And I also want to ask you about the fact that New York Governor Kathy Hochul, who you mentioned played a role with the mayor in putting these cameras into the subway, sent National Guard troops into the subway for security during the holidays. Do you think that was the right move? And just generally, when it comes to security with the New York subway, where do you think that stands today?
Well, I think it was the right move in that the National Guard is a backup to the existing law enforcement system. They spend tons of money on overtime to push cops from the street to do overtime tours in the subway. But I think we've all figured out the key here is after the incident involving Frank James in 2022, when he at random opened fire and shot 10 people on the subway, and the cameras on the station were not functioning that day, and we were deprived of that video during the investigation I was a part of, the push to get those cameras in every station, in every subway station, after they spend tons of money on overtime to push cops from the street to do overtime tours in the subway. But I think we've all figured out the key here is after the incident involving Frank James in 2022, when he at random opened fire and shot 10 people on the subway, and the cameras on the station were not functioning that day, and we were deprived of that video during the investigation I was a part of, the push to get those cameras in every station, in every subway car, makes a real difference. And here's the other irony here, which is the police commissioner we saw speaking, Jessica Tisch, before she was police commissioner and sanitation commissioner and commissioner of internet for the city, she spearheaded NYPD's technology as the deputy commissioner there. She was the one who introduced the body cameras to the street, which were critical today, the ability ability to transmit information to 36,000 phones that police officers were carrying, including images, which was instrumental today, pushing NYPD social media. So as she comes around to her new role as police commissioner, she's literally reaping the benefits of her own hard work from years ago.
Yeah, it is incredible the groundwork that she laid that now has helped her both in this and also Luigi Mangione's case as well. John Miller, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Good to see you.
On September 17th, after Israel and the terrorist organization Hezbollah had been in an escalating war for nearly a year, the Israeli spy agency Mossad launched one of the most daring and sophisticated deceptions in the history of counterintelligence, the pager plot, a modern take on the Trojan horse. Mossad created a bomb in a pocket and tricked Hezbollah fighters into unwittingly wearing these devices on their bodies. The repercussions of the plot have been dramatic, including aiding in the fall of the Assad regime in Syria, the weakening of Iran, and the decimating of the target of the plot, Hezbollah. We spoke with two recently retired senior Mossad agents with leading roles in the operation. To hide their identities, we agreed they could wear a mask and have their voices altered. We started with Michael, not his real name.
The story will continue in a moment.
You were something called a case officer. What exactly is a case officer?
A case officer spearheads the operation. He's the commander of the operation.
The operation started 10 years ago, not with pagers, but with weaponizing walkie-talkies.
A walkie-talkie was a weapon, just like a bullet or a missile or a mortar.
So a walkie-talkie bomb.
A walkie-talkie bomb inside the battery.
Why is he speaking English with no Israeli accent? What's going on? This is fake. This is fake. There's no way this is real. Hello.
Hello.
Nunc est bibendum.
Correct.
So you're German?
I am German, but my name is not German.
So what is your name? What does that mean?
It's Latin. It's a quote from Horace. It means it's time to drink.
Interesting. Nunc. Wait, you speak Latin?
No.
Wait, you like drinking?
Sometimes.
Why is your name like that? Do you appreciate drinking so much?
No.
So why is your name? It's time
Because so, for example, do you know what do you know the Michelin guy, like the tire thingy?
Yeah.
Right, like the white marshmallow guy.
Yeah.
Do you know what his name is?
No.
It's bibendum, right? It's not because the company likes to drink, right? It's just because they like that expression, right? It was one of the on the first posters, and so they adopted it. I have one favorite brand of beer, and on there it's Nunc est bibendum, and I like basically at the beginning, I picked that name because I wanted to annoy, or I wanted to make fun of Muslims, right? Because I was in Muslim channels, and they keep on saying that, and I find it funny because they have this issue of not drinking alcohol, and then they always say it's time to drink when they say my name, which I find funny. But otherwise, I just like the expression. Like there's nothing.
I
There's
don't
no
understand.
deeper meaning of it.
I see. I don't see anything interesting about drinking or not drinking, unless it's coffee. I mean, coffee I can understand, but alcoholic beverages, I don't know. I never got into it. I don't see the point, or any drugs for that matter. I'm not into drugs.
Okay. It's fine with me.
And the fact that Muslims are against drinking alcohol, to me, is like, why? Why should they care about alcohol? Why is alcohol so interesting?
I mean, you're caring about it right now because you're discussing it with me, right? Like you have obviously you have an opinion on it, right? So
My opinion is
I
that
have the opinion that this saying is funny, and so I pick it.
I understand.
It's not my worldview doesn't revolve around alcohol.
That's good.
It's just fun,
Okay.
right? In the same way that you could ask me, well, why did you pick the profile pic you pick? Because I like it. It's fun. I enjoy it. That's it.
What is it?
There's no like.
What is your profile picture?
It's the starry night over the Rhone.
It's a drawing?
Yes, it's a painting.
It's a painting? Okay.
Yes.
Anyway, I am an atheist, by which I mean that I don't see sufficient evidence for the existence of a gods, Godzilla. All right. I can change. I can change your mind about that.
Can you wait a moment? I have to get my tea and then I come back.
Okay. Let's look at what people say. Didn't activate for 10 years. Wow. The Mossad sure lives. I'm Lebanese, and that was crazy day. Already moved on. We've already moved on to the next thing. Israel intelligence is on a whole other level. These are the most Mossad answers possible. Stone cold, dark humor. There's no way these are actual Mossad agents. There's no way.
So I'm back.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, I'm an atheist because the definition of God is unscientific. That's why I'm an
Okay.
atheist. So there cannot be a God. I mean, assuming science, then God is impossible. But basically, by definition, because the definition of God is unscientific. So if I'm assuming science, meaning I can only assume.
What is the hallmark of a scientific definition? When is the definition scientific?
I would say observable. I would say in order
So
for. Hmm?
when the thing that is defined is observable, right?
Yeah,
That's what you're saying?
basically. It's not clear, but basically observable, testable, repeatable.
Directly observable or indirectly observable?
No, indirectly. I mean, you as long as there is a phenomenon that you're researching in the science, as long as you're telling me the protocol by which to test it, right? And anything in science, any phenomenon that is a scientific phenomenon, you would have to tell me how to test for it. So if you want to talk about a
Right.
scientific phenomenon of a god, that's fine. Tell me how to test for that god. So I would say testability. If your god is testable, then it's a scientific god, and we can move forward. But when you talk to people who believe in God and you ask them for a testable God, they don't provide you a testable God. They refuse
Do
to
you
provide. Hmm.
do you think that science can make claims about things we have not observed yet?
Sure, as long as you tell me that there is a possibility of testability. There has to be a possibility of
Correct.
testability. If you're telling
We
me,
need to,
uh,
in order to be part of the scientific dialogue, right, to be taken seriously,
mhm.
the hypothesis that you espouse should be operationalizable, right? You should
Yeah,
be able to operationalize the thing you're saying.
yeah,
Now, to me, it seems that there are gods which are not testable. I think the majority of God concepts are not testable, right? But there's nothing in the definition of God, at least to what I have, that would make this thing untestable, right? Like
that's
there
fine.
are specific God concepts that are untestable, but not all God concepts are untestable. I think that there are God concepts that are testable, right?
But as long as your definition of something is not scientific, then with all due respect, I exit the discussion. I refuse to enter a non scientific discussion. I don't see the point of a non scientific discussion. That's why, also, for example, when I talk to vegans, veganism is unscientific, right? If I ask a vegan, is your veganism a scientific theory? And he says no, then I say, okay, then I exit the discussion. Then you have nothing to offer. I don't have anything. I don't have an opinion about a non-scientific theory. I don't have a position about a God that is unscientific, veganism that is unscientific.
No, you have a position. You say those things can't exist.
No.
Well, earlier you said if your definition of God is unscientific, then it cannot exist, right? So you have a position.
If I could interject, Mr. Slave, it sounds like that you're going to make the assumption that the only truth would be, only beliefs can be taken from experience. And then if it's not, but then you would have to say that only experience can give you truth, and you're limited in, or would you be okay with that?
Basically, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, well, then we run into problems if only truth comes from experience. How do we have mathematics and geometry?
Well, I
would have to
be a problem, right?
No, there's no problem. Math becomes a branch of science.
So, to me,
that's true. And if math becomes a branch of science, then it becomes a branch of psychology because it's mind dependent. And then if math becomes a branch of psychology and is mind dependent, then you have to empirically test mathematics. And then each type of problem that you have to suffers from the problem of induction. And you lose set theory.
I don't think that follows at all.
It follows.
Like if you have, so when you take science, right? At least let's say science is a form of epistemology, right? We are not asking ourselves like.
I would disagree. I would say I would disagree with that definition.
That science is not about how to gain knowledge and what truth is.
Oh, okay.
Like,
okay. Well, then
certain.
Yeah, sure. It's a method. It's a method. I would argue it's a particular method about learning about the world.
Okay, it's a method to acquire knowledge. That's what an epistemology is, right? Like
okay.
That's what
then that's fine.
epistemologists do. Okay.
Sure. We'll grant that. Sure.
I'm not specifically an empiricist. I'm a pragmatist, right? I would say that experience is necessary for any judgment about truth or whatever. You can't justify any truth without experience, right? And even if you take,
well, I think I would debate. I think the first thing is I think you're conflating empiricism with pragmatism, and the second is I would take your dispute. I would think that you don't need to have any empiricism for 1 + 1 = 2, or in all cases 1 + 1 = 2 without experience.
And how would you justify the statement 1 + 1 = 2? How would you justify it?
I would justify it by saying, I would justify it through the logic that 1 + 1 is 2.
Go ahead.
And how would you justify the logic you have?
Well, we would get through. It's tautological. So
there is no justification. So you justify the thing by an unjustified thing.
Correct.
Right?
It's by reason.
Wait.
Yeah, but
Go ahead.
your reasoning is unjustified.
Can you reason
right?
that? Can you reason that 1 + 1 is 2? Yes or no?
Yeah, I think yes.
What do you mean you?
1 and 1 is 2.
Wait, which is it? If you can, then go ahead. Reason to me that 1 + 1 is 2.
The issue is not that we disagree that you can reason towards that. The issue is that I think that in order to reason, you need to have experience, right? And reasoning, thinking is just another way of acting, right? So, and the issue is, I'm not conflating empiricism with pragmatism, but the issue you seem to have with empiricism is that you said the hallmark of empiricism is that knowledge or truth or whatever can only be derived by observation. And I'm a pragmatist. To me, observation, like experience, is necessary for knowledge and truth.
Yes, I concur.
Okay,
even for
I mean,
mathematical.
fine, but that's not a pure empiricist take. Okay, so that
Correct, I'm a
you're
pragmatist.
incorporating both. Yeah. Okay, all right. Well then,
but the
right. But
empiricist.
I would take dispute. I would take dispute that the only source of knowledge is experience. But I'm all yeah. I would dispute that, and I can reason that 1 + 1 = 2. You know, I haven't gone through the proofs, but what I would say is that by this definition, that anytime you do math, that you would need to check it. Like it wouldn't be, you would only be able to verify math by like counting out an experience. You wouldn't be able to just calculate.
No. Why?
Yes.
So if I take, so that is to me seems to me the case, right? If we calculate something, right, we use certain rules of calculation, right, and those are justified, right? And since those are justified, the calculations that we do based following those rules are also justified. And the rules of calculation are justified through the method in which we justify all the other stuff, right? Which is in part relating to observation. It's in part relating to experience, right? I use the rule of addition because not you don't think that we have we have experiential justification for 1 + 1 = 2? Like I take one apple, another apple, and have 2 apples.
Yeah, I think you raise a point, but that's because our logic and our mathematics reflects the world, which is why they're accurate, not because we have empirical justification.
Right, and the question is, does it reflect the world because we made it so, right? So we looked at the world and then we came up with a system that reflects the world, or was it we were sitting in the empty void and thinking about reality and came to the realization that's how calculus works, right? It seemed to me that it's more of the former, right? Like we looked at the world and said, oh, right, if I have one apple and 1 apple, then I have 2 apples. That's always the case, right? So the idea that 1 + 1 = 2 is justified via our observation.
But okay, it is justified. Well, it's not. No, it's not justified by our observation because it does reflect the world, the same as the laws of identity, the laws of non-contradiction, right? Yeah. We just well, one could also argue that we get these from forms, or we get these from other potential structures. But I don't think you're taking in the problem that if yes, they may be informed as a pragmatist, but if they are just empirical, then they are psychology. I don't think that you're taking this in, and we should check every mathematical calculation that we make empirically to check that it is true. So if I have any particular number that hasn't been calculated before, I can invent some number that hasn't been calculated. By this definition of empiricism, I should have to check that. I shouldn't have to know. I can't know with certainty any mathematical truth. I would have to check it. Is that correct? Why is that not correct?
No. So
let me just say, I really appreciate talking with you guys. It was really interesting.
But let me just say, Bibendum.
Go ahead.
Let me say, Bibendum. I agree with XRed01 with the conclusion. I do agree. I mean, if we believe math is empirical, then it makes sense that we should always have to check it empirically. We can't. I mean, it makes sense. You have to agree that there is logic in what he's saying. He's not disagreeing with the beginning, but he says, okay, if you want math to be empirical, then make it empirical. But then you say no. That I'm not sure I understand.
So when we say the word empirical, right, what we mean is that or at least that's what I think the realm of the discussion is that the justification lies somewhere in experience. Experience is necessary for a justification. Then the other thing is that I would need, for every calculation, I would need to check it again against our experience or our observation. That's not correct, because we are, as in science, we are inductively reasoning, right? Like we make a general rule, and the general rule applies to certain cases, and then we say, okay, unless other reasons are provided, we can reasonably assume that this rule applies for everything, for all cases on which it might apply, right? And so if I make calculation, right, and I say, okay, the rule of addition works for this case and this case and this case and this case and this case, and I've never seen a case where it doesn't work, where this method fails me in my experience. At some point, I will say, okay, look, I make the general rule that this is how addition works, and as other evidence is provided, I'm very justified in applying it to all other cases it might apply. You can't just say because you can have philosophical doubt about it.
Yes.
You need to have
It's a
philosophical
good
doubt.
answer.
You need to doubt.
Bibendum, it's a good answer. It's a good answer.
Okay, but again, you still have the problem of induction with numbers. So you still don't have certainty, even if you don't have to check it. Even if you don't check it, then you still don't know until you do check it.
How is that a problem?
It's a good
Because
question.
because it's induction. Because you
Yeah,
still don't
how
know.
is that a problem?
I agree with
It's
the
a problem
question.
because you don't have certainty. You don't have. Let me ask you. So, how many times would you? How many mathematical calculations would you have to calculate before you would come to an agreement? Before you would come to a point where you wouldn't want to check anything further?
No, I want to check further, but the issue is like if there needs to be certain reasons, right? Like I have only limited time on this earth, right? If I do 5,000 calculations and the 5,000 calculations all work according to this model, right? Then I would say, okay, unless I'm ever encountering an issue that doesn't follow this law, right? Why would I waste my time on it? There are other questions that are there to answer, right? And the issue is with induction, as you said, the problem of induction is that it doesn't lead you certainty. Do you think that you need certainty, like absolute certainty, to know something?
What I would say is, by definition, taking that empirical stance, there is no necessity. By definition, by accepting your premise, there is no necessity by any phenomena to begin with. So it's just a matter, right? That there is that according to this pragmatism or empiricism, again, the definition of it is that there's just a loose association between phenomena. So yes, you would say yes, and you would have a specific problem. I would argue you should, if you've never calculated a number before, if a number has never been calculated before and it's empirically based, then you should. Then yes, you should calculate. And then it always stands reason is, how do you know you haven't made a mistake? You should. How many times do you have to count to make sure you haven't? And how do you know you haven't made a mistake?
That's why I asked you. Do you think we need certainty to know something?
Yes. In order to, you have to have identity in order to know something through time. Yes.
I mean, like, so you would say that everything you know must be 100% certain. It must be whatever standard you put on it, logically necessary or whatever, in order for you to know it.
I'll play this, and I'll say yes. You have to have justified. You have to have some type of justified true belief. Yes. So the answer is, in order for how can you and I'd ask you, can you know something that's false? And
No.
Can you have knowledge of some? Okay. And then can you have knowledge of something in which you have no justified true belief? No justified belief.
Yes.
All right. Well, it doesn't sound like, okay. Well, I would ascribe to a different. I think you should have justification to have, and something should be true.
But the issue
is
you
can't know that if you've never calculated.
So the issue with this thing is, we have different epistemologies. So my theory of knowledge is true belief. My theory of truth is pragmatism. If you hold to JTB, right, and you say true is correspondence to reality, right? If that, maybe let's assume.
I'll grant it. Let's grant it. Sure. Yeah, I'll grant it to you. Sure, go ahead.
I'm asking you about the justification threshold. So, if, as for example, right, I see a tree over there, right? Now, is that enough justification to say I know there's a tree over there?
I think you won't get true certainty outside of tautology or outside of reason or outside of some type of logical deduction or some type of mathematics. You won't get that. You would only get that certainty with mathematics, which is not empirical, because it is not empirical.
But the issue is, if you say so, if you say certainty is only something we can get in like mathematics and deduction and whatever logic or whatever, and you say we need certainty to know it, right? This type of certainty is necessary to have knowledge, right? What you're saying is that you and I both don't know whether we are talking right now, or whether I have a computer in front of me, or whether I see a tree or plant or whatever.
Not with certainty.
No. We don't know at all. If you say we know, and in order for knowledge, certainty is required, then you don't have knowledge about things you are uncertain of. It's not uncertain knowledge; it's no knowledge at all. The criteria for knowledge is certainty.
Okay, all right. I'll take that bullet. I'll eat that bullet. So the only certainty that we have is like a mathematical or some type of logical deduction. Yes, then that's the only true knowledge. Then that's the only true knowledge that we have.
That's the only knowledge we have.
It's the only. Okay, I'll grant it to you. The only knowledge that we have. Everything else, all the other empiricism, all the other is contingent and cannot be spoken. I'll grant it. I'll grant that to you. I'll grant.
So you would say that you don't know whether you have 2 feet, right? You don't know that. Let's assume you have 2 feet, right? Like let's assume you're like.
According to this, I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't be able to deduce that. That's correct.
Yeah, you wouldn't know.
Now you could be. Well, you could make an. Maybe you could make an argument from. Yeah. I mean, you could maybe on that particular case, but I'll grant that to you. Sure. We can't have. No, we don't have justified true belief.
Just from an intuitive and like prima facie, like we don't have to dig into the philosophy too deep here because it's just a surface level question. Don't you think it's a little bit weird that your position commits you to saying, I don't know whether I have 2 feet, I don't know whether I have a hand, I don't know whether I'm talking right now. The only things that are known are like logical necessities.
No.
Don't you think that's problematic? Like at least.
Yes, it's problematic. Yeah, I agree it's problematic. Right, but at the same time, to say that mathematics is induction to me is a little weird and
mathematics is deduction.
Yeah, to say it's not deduction, or to say it's not, to say that it's not.
It's certain.
Yeah, it's based on induction. I think is, or it's not certain. I think is weird.
Yeah, it's same thing.
To me,
I think it's less weird. I think it's less weird to say that I don't have knowledge of my feet than it is to say that mathematics is inductive.
Okay, so let's try and make sense.
Really, like you would say, like when I ask you, look, I have this very abstract concept, and it's about numbers, and it's about this.
Yeah, it's less likely. Yes, I'll explain. Yeah,
you're more sure that this works deductively.
Hold on. So it's yes, because I would feel more confident saying 1 + 1 can never equal 3 in any possible world than I would be saying that I'm more confident about that than I would be saying I don't have 3 feet or 2 feet or whatever. Absolutely. Because in your world, 1 + 1, there's a possible world where 1 + 1 = 3.
I don't think so. Like
yes, because there's no necessity.
No, we can imagine a world in which 1 + 1 is 3. There could be a universe.
Could you imagine a world where something is over 6 foot tall and under 6 foot tall simultaneously? I just don't think so. Yeah, or it can be square and.
That's literally quantum mechanics. I mean, as far as we know, that
No. You get my point, right. I would feel more confident saying that I don't know what I am, but I'm more confident in 1 + 1 = 2 and not 1 + 1 = 7. There's no possible world where 1 + 1 = 7,
I mean,
and there's a necessity.
there could be a universe in which every time you add 1 + 1, you get 7. Why can't you imagine such a universe?
I can't. I just can't. Like that. That's like saying I can imagine a world where there's square circles. I don't think so.
But the issue is like what I see a little bit of a problem with is I would say, look, to me the scientific method, right? Like I'm a pragmatist. The method to use is abduction, deduction, induction, right? And I think that's how we came to realization of any truth, right? Like no matter what the truth is, that's what we do. The thing is that when you talk about like laws of logic, right? Like and you say that.
I'm sorry to stop you. I'm sorry to stop you. And I really appreciate this. I hope we're not. I think this is really interesting. And okay, but I would argue that you're not coming on to that. You're using the word truth. It's more of a provision. So according to the epistemology or ontology, you never arrive at any certainty, according to pragmatism. So I wouldn't say that you're arriving at truth. I would say that you're arriving at a provisional model. All you have is provisional models.
Correct. Don't you think we go through the world making our best guess? Is that not like if you want to describe, at least it seems to me, right? Like if you want to describe any science, that's what we always did, right? Like we looked at the stuff we know and we made our best guess and then we failed upwards, right?
Okay, fine. But you shouldn't be making any type of truth claim. You should just be making a provisional claim. And especially like mathematics or deduction, you can't make any necessary claims.
Yeah, but the issue to me seems like, I would say regarding to logic, I'm like a fictionalist, but when you say you should not make any truth claims in your definition of truth, right? In your truth theory, that might be correct. And I would say in your truth theory, you should also not make any truth claims, because the issue is, in order to demonstrate that something is a truth, right? You would need to have absolute certainty about it. And what you're doing is you're taking certain fundamental things as presuppositions that we might not even disagree about, but they are presuppositions. You don't know those, right? You're not in order to take the laws of logic, right? You can't be 100% certain about those, because you don't even have a justification for those, because you need to presuppose them to get a justification about it, right?
So this is what I'm saying is that you're not right, and if you okay, and I think we're venturing away from like a rationalist into like a skeptic caricature, but you may be right. But like what I would argue is that from your point of view, the laws of logic are inductive. Is that would that be correct? Like like laws of identity and law of non-contradiction, or is that an inductive claim? Is that like
it's to me to say it's an inductive claim makes no sense.
Why?
To me, like claims like my truth claims, in order for a truth to be a truth, it needs to go through 3 steps: abduction, deduction, induction. To say like induction is a part of it, of course.
Wait, so
right?
are you
but
saying,
it's not
hold on,
entirely based on it.
Wait, are you saying, for example, the law of non-contradiction, is it empirical or not? Which is it? Could you have guessed it without an experience?
The issue is, we say the law of non-contradiction, and now, to my understanding, right, it depends, right? I would say it depends, but how we hash out the terms, what a contradiction is and what this means. But we have a limited set of things that we see, and the law of non-contradiction is making a claim not about the set that we've seen, but about everything. Everything must be that way, right?
Correct.
And I think you run into a certain problem when you want to justify this.
Wait, so is the law of non-contradiction empirical or not? Which is it?
I think any true claim is in some way related to experience.
Okay, so is
You
the
can't
law
say something is true if you don't have
fine?
experience.
Fine. So the law of contradiction is therefore experiential or not?
I would say so.
I agree. I agree. The law of non-contradiction is empirical. I agree. I think everything is empirical. We don't know anything unless we've experienced it.
That's what I would disagree with. You don't need to experience something in order to know it.
Give me an example.
Right? But
I think this is what separates
I've never been
pragmatism from empiricism.
Yeah, I've
go
never
ahead,
been
go
to
ahead.
China, but I know that China exists. Right? Like, I don't need to experience China to know that China exists.
Yeah, I think this is a separation between. Yeah. All right. So you're giving me some things to think about.
Empiricists would say that also, right? Like, an empiricist doesn't say you need to experience China to know that China exists.
So is okay. So then, but in your possible world, is there a possible world where not like is it like when I say possible world, I don't mean like another universe. I mean like in our universe, in our cosmos, is there a possible world where law non-contradiction it could be violated? The law of identity.
So it seems to me, depending on which take you take, that in our universe there are things that violate the law of non-contradiction. If you want to look at certain quantum behavior, I think it commits us to saying that one thing is at two states at the same time. That can't be the case. But there you can say, oh yeah, hidden value theory, this, that, or the other. But if you ask me, is there a possible world? Possible by which scope? Possible by the laws of logic? No, there is no possible world according to the laws of logic that violates the laws of logic. I like the issue is what I'm just saying, right? Is I don't see a point in talking about things that are outside of the things that we can comprehend. The things that we can't comprehend seem to mostly follow the laws of logic. Any word that wouldn't follow those is meaningless to talk about. Doesn't mean it. I don't make the claim that it therefore can't exist. I would just say it seems meaningless.
So like love or justice, right? Since it can't be.
No, love
and justice are like
I've
love and justice are totally.
I've experienced love and justice.
Okay, but
totally.
All right, so then you would say that those exist, even though they can't be measured or
why
seen,
not?
or
You can measure love and justice. That's easy.
So, what do you mean? Like when you say
your audio?
So,
is, okay.
Oh, I leave and.
Oh, we lost. Oh, we lost. Okay.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
When you say justice or love or those things can't be seen, I would say, yeah, depending on how you define it, it can be seen, but it can certainly be experienced, yeah, right? You can experience injustice and you can experience justice.
Yes.
And you can experience love and you can.
Yes.
If you're really sad, you might not experience it, right? Like,
yes.
The question is like, depending on how you define those terms, if you mean love or justice to be like some platonic idea, right? Then I would say no. I've seen no reason to believe in it. But I don't define justice as a platonic idea, right? I define justice maybe as the behavior of people or certain structures or certain attributes of certain structures, right? Which are all observable.
Okay. All right, guys. Well, you've given me some things to think about. I appreciate it.
I tried sending you a friend request. You're not accepting friend requests, Mr. 01.
Ooh. Oh, no, I should be. Here, I'll add.
I tried. It told me you're not.
That's okay. Well, I am. Well, here, I send you both. Yeah, I got to run. I
All right.
came out to clip my nails, and yeah. Appreciate the
honesty.
I appreciate the good faith talking. All right. I got to run.
All right. See you later.
Oh, Oh,
Mm-hmm.
okay. Oh, wait. I got something. Before I run.
Mm-hmm.
I have a little topic. So, I was watching. Are you guys familiar with like flat Earth stuff? Um,
Yes.
okay. Well, there's this science guy that debunked the shit out of.
Professor Dave.
Yes. But then I saw him go after Sabine Hofstetter, and
Yeah.
I just got.
Hassenfelder.
I got. Yeah.
It's
Or yeah.
fine.
Yeah. Hofstetter.
It's
Yeah.
popcorn. It's good. It's good for eating popcorn. It's good to have some drama.
Okay. So this actually bothered me.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So, what? Just that.
Mm-hmm.
I was just shocked at just how dogmatic and scientism he sounded.
Yeah.
Um,
You.
and it
I don't.
and he was okay. I'll just say
Mm-hmm.
one more sentence. And
Mm-hmm.
his major critique of her was that um, she was anti-establishment in her criticisms,
Yeah.
like rebellious. Okay, yeah, go ahead. So that's I found shocking. Hey, go ahead.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I find him. I love him 99% of the time. But on certain topics, I disagree with him. On certain and the same for her. I love her 99% of the time. On certain topics, I disagree with her. And the same goes for Sean Carroll or, Neil deGrasse Tyson and Brian Greene. I mean, most of the time, I love, scientists, but sometimes even I disagree with them, and they disagree with each other. Sometimes it's very emotional disagreements. That's this universe. Welcome to this universe.
I
Yeah.
what
Sometimes
I would. Mhm.
sometimes I agree with flat earthers on not flat earth, but on certain topics. Like flat earthers are anti-establishment, and I'm also very anti-establishment. So on many topics I might agree with flat earthers more than scientists, because I'm so anti-establishment and scientists are so pro-establishment. So maybe at the end of the day I have more in common with flat earthers, actually.
Mhm.
Incredibly
What
enough.
I would
Hmm.
say on this is the question is like I think when it comes to Sabine Hofstadter, I have certain issues with like the rhetoric, but then I think oh yeah, like she's doing like YouTube videos and stuff. But if you it seems sometimes like this the academic world is in a crisis type of thingy where it's like is that the appropriate description, right? It's of course it's catchy and people are like, what? All those smart people are in a crisis, right? Whereas in many cases, it's like in most academic fields, it's business as usual, right? Like everybody does what they've always done for the last like 100 years. Like everybody is doing research and everything is working fine. And then there are certain issues where we have like
Which is why so for me,
confronting views,
right, but
right?
for me it's very easy because I'm anti-establishment. For example, I believe science should not have government funding. Academia should not have, yeah, like science should not be related to politics. I believe in complete separation of church and state, science and state, economics and state. I mean, the state should be very separate, very limited. Like I'm an extreme capitalist. So for
Oh,
me,
okay.
when Zabin says all these things against the establishment, for me, I've resolved it because I wouldn't give, like, I don't want my tax dollars going to any science, not just to, bigger, better particle colliders. I don't believe we should have gone to the moon. The moon landing was a pure waste of money. So
Interesting.
yeah, so I solved all these problems because I'm a capitalist. but I support Sabine when she says stop wasting money. So I'm happy with that. Everything else, fine.
Yeah, I think the issue is like, in the end, right? Like if you research costs money, there's often no capitalist incentive for certain research, at least not at the beginning. Like if you want to look into like foundational stuff, there's
That's not true.
no big.
That's not true. So like with AI, by far most research today in AI is private. There's
Yeah, because yes, but
exactly.
at the beginning of computer stuff, right? Like when you look at it, right? There was a private that was like people who worked for the government, right? Like Alan Turing and stuff. He got the resources, he did this, and then he came up and said, "Look, this is a computer." And of course, after some point, those type of inventions become capitals useful for the capitalists. But look at like nuclear fusion or nuclear energy, right? That research was not done by private companies because in the beginning it costs a shit ton of money to do and doesn't give you any money. It gives you money maybe 20, 30, 40, 50 years later down the line, right? And no capitalist will, or I don't think that many capitalists would engage in that endeavor. But when I have like some AI thing and I say, if I research now, in 2 years I will have the reward, that makes sense for the capitalist.
Fine. I'm not going to change my mind. I understand
Also,
I understand what you're saying. But I'm not going to change my mind. I'm against big government. I'm a capitalist. I'm anti-communist, I'm anti-state. The state has a nature of growing, and we need to fight that nature. We need to we need
what do you think when there's certain research that goes against capitalist interests?
Why I don't like nothing. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Like what? What do you mean, for example?
Yeah, so
pleasure for the conversation. Thanks, guys.
All right, I'll see you.
Have a good night.
Yeah,
see you. See you.
I just wonder, like, don't you think that in a world that would be like, let's take the most extreme example. I'm not saying you're in favor of this, but let's say everything is governed by capitalists, right? Like everything is like in the interest of profit. Well, then there's a certain incentive to research certain.
Let's assume everything is private. Yeah. Let's assume everything is private. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, then why would certain research happen? So that there would be research for which there would be an incentive that would be incentivized. So why would I cure diabetes if I can sell the diabetic insulin? Why would I ever do this?
Because you can sell the product.
But it's much more profitable to sell the medicine every fucking month instead of curing him one time.
I don't understand. I honestly don't understand. What?
So you're a pharmaceutical company. You produce insulin, right? You make profit off of insulin. You sell it to the diabetic every month.
There's no profit in a free market. No one profits. You know that, right?
What?
In perfect, right? I mean, this is like basic economics. So in a perfect free market, there is perfect competition. So everyone, all the producers, they lower the prices. They have a war of prices, so they all lower the prices until they break even. So in a perfect competition, no one has profits. There are no profits.
That would be in utopia, right? Like to me, to make the statement that
no.
So
no, that's like.
So what do you think? Like what do you think if you have free market, then people will do what increases their profit. And if you have a free
Yes, but they
market,
can't.
then some people will be better at something than others.
It doesn't
That's the
matter.
issue of the free market,
Yeah,
right?
but there's always going to be competition. As long as there is a profit, there is an
How do you
incentive.
secure that?
What?
How do you secure that there will always be competition?
I
How
don't
do you
think. No, I'm saying
ensure that?
as long as there is a profit, then there is an incentive for competition, right? If I
But you
see
don't need
you,
an.
if if I
But,
see,
but you,
hold on.
yeah.
If I see you making a profit, then it's going to create an incentive for me to compete with you in your market where you have a profit. And I'm going to enter competition with you and I'm going to have a price war against you. And then you will have that war with me, and we're going to be lowering prices until we reach zero profit. Then we can no longer reduce the price. So in a free market, you always have zero profit. That's one of the
But
yeah. Mm-hmm.
in order to go into competition with you,
Mm-hmm.
I don't only need the incentive to compete with you, right?
Okay.
Like let's
You
imagine it.
you also
Let's
need
let's
you also need the
imagine.
universe to exist. What do you mean? In order to make in order
Okay.
to make an apple cake, you need a universe. Yeah.
So
We agree that you need a universe.
let's do this for an example. Let's imagine the universe.
Wait, your audio. Say again.
Oh, yeah. So let's imagine we live in a world,
Mm-hmm.
right,
Mm-hmm.
where there are one company, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say the company is Purdue or Pfizer or whatever. Let's say that's the company.
Okay.
They sell a product, right?
Okay.
They sell insulin, right? They make profit from it.
But
And now I'm a guy.
you're already muddying the water. You're confusing the topic. You're complicating it. So
What?
let's first have a pure economic
Okay.
scientific theory discussion about a perfect universe, some utopia. First, let's start from that. Understand the mathematics, understand the basic logic, and then
What?
we can talk about Purdue and Pfizer.
No, yeah. Okay, they call it Schmurdu. The question is just
No, let's talk
to
about
outline.
me. Let's talk about me and you, or company A, company B.
Okay, you have a company, right? You maybe got the company like I don't know how you stay to inheritance or whatever. You have a big company produce.
No. You're complicating the discussion.
Yes,
Talk
because I want
about
to. I have a specific thing that I want you to
no.
ask.
But first, okay, then. But I'm warning you that you're complicating the topic. I don't have a problem, but in order to
You can
answer,
say
fine. Go ahead. Go
you
ahead.
can say this. You can say this after like the hypothetical,
Fine.
but the hypothetical wants to point something out
Okay.
because let's say you have your company
Okay.
is very successful, right? Like you have a lot of resources,
I don't know what that
and
means,
now
but fine. I don't know what it means. Your
you
company. I own stocks in a company. I don't know what you mean. Your
no,
company.
you own a company.
I
Do
own
you
a
think that in a
hundred.
free
So
market there are,
100% of the stocks in a company. That's what you mean.
let's pretend. Yeah, let's pretend.
Fine.
You own the company, right? It's
Okay.
your company.
Fine.
You came up with it in the shed of your parents, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Fine.
You have a company, you
Mhm.
produce a product, right?
Mhm.
You have the tools to produce that product, you have the resources, you have maybe like business connections, whatever. And I see you and I say, oh, this guy's raking in billions every year.
Okay.
I'm a lonely, like, I want to compete with him.
Okay.
How would I do that? Like, how do you think
You
that there's
go.
some issue?
You go.
Like, how
You
would I
go. You
compete with
go.
somebody who
You
has a
go.
vastly bigger
Let me.
amount of resources?
Yeah, it's very simple. It's done every day, all day, every day. You write up a business plan and you go to investors and you tell them, listen, there is a profit. This guy, I noticed, I did the analysis, he has a profit. And if
Mm-hmm.
you give me the financial help, we have the potential of competing with him and making similar profits. That's what usually happens.
and then the investor is going to ask you, well, what makes you think that you could produce a better product?
You don't have to make it better. You can start with just as good and compete and make just as much of a profit.
Yeah. What makes you think that you can produce a product that is just as good? That guy has a company that has a research and development budget for millions. He has scientists working for him or whatever. He has like researchers. He has already established routes of trade. He has already established infrastructure, and you have none of this. Yeah.
You're getting excited.
Yeah.
I understand. I used to be like
Not
you.
excited.
I used to be like
No.
you. I wasn't.
Stop with the meta. Tell me how.
Why? Why do you want me to stop with the meta? What's wrong with saying meta? Why are you getting
Because
upset?
it's boring.
No.
Because it's boring. I'm not upset.
Anyway.
I'm simply asking you if you have somebody who has much more resources,
I understand.
and the guy will ask you, how do you think that you can be as good as this guy with this much resources? What will your answer be?
I understand. I already gave you the answer, and we can.
Which is?
You go to the investors.
Yeah, and I'm asking, what do you tell them? What do you say?
Look, Bibendum, I'm sorry if my answer doesn't satisfy you. It satisfies me, so it's fine. So you're going to remain in your point of view, and I'm going to remain in mine. I'm satisfied with my answer. So I don't understand. I don't understand why my answer doesn't satisfy you. So I don't know what else to do. So
because what we know is that if you have every child who played Monopoly has a rough understanding of how this works, right? Like if you have a company and you outcompete other people, then you collect. Could you
the game
be so kind to not look?
No, the game Monopoly. The game Monopoly was created by a person who wanted to prove that the world is unfair and monopolies grow. I mean, the game. It's not a game.
That is not my point. My point doesn't rest. It's not that my point is, oh, I played Monopoly once. That's how the world works. But we can look, right? Look at which companies control the majority of like social networking, right? It's 5 companies. Look at but who controls the majority of production of pharmaceuticals? It's like 5 companies, right? This happens if you have people competing. Some people are better at competing. The people who are better at competing will gather more resources, and the longer you have that, the more resources they gather, and the harder it gets for people without resources to compete with them, right? How if let's say I do a transportation, how would I do a transportation company, right? I have no cars. How do I compete with somebody?
You have to slow down. If you really want to have a discussion, you got to slow down. So yeah, I agree. There is a barrier to entry. I'm not saying that it's easy. I'm not saying that living life is easy. You know, waking up in the morning is not easy. Going to sleep on time is not easy. Going to the gym is not easy. It's not easy.
Okay. Do you think that the barrier of entry gets higher and higher and higher the bigger the more market share is taken on by one company?
Yeah, I agree. Sure. Yeah.
So do you have any issues with monopolies?
I don't know what you just made a leap. So I agree that with everything you said, that let's say Pfizer is in business and everyone is happy with Pfizer, and people, let's say, they're not gonna just gamble on taking Mr. Bibendum's new drug. So yeah, there is a barrier to entry. You're gonna have to prove to people that you're safe and reliable. Sure, I agree. And then you skipped. To talking about a monopoly. I don't know what that means. Now we can discuss monopolies as a separate discussion.
Okay.
Go ahead. What's the question?
Don't you think that's part of it? Like a company who controls the majority of the marketplace?
No.
Do you think that's an issue? Because like,
no.
If you want, if the barrier of entry rises, right, the less and less competition you will have, right?
But look, you could have, let's say, Elon Musk created SpaceX, and right now it looks like it's going to be impossible to compete with SpaceX. And
No, it's not.
well, to me, it looks
Yeah.
like no one is able to compete right now with SpaceX when it comes to cost of launch to orbit. Right now, no one. It looks like no one will ever be able to compete. A couple of years ago, it looked like no one is going to be able to compete with Tesla in producing electric vehicles. But now we have all these electric vehicles coming out of China. So it looks like
by other already established big companies, not by like some startup being like, oh yeah, we are the competitor against Tesla. No, it's like BMW, Hyundai, like all the already established car manufacturers. Right?
I'm saying, well, anyway, the point is that if you have a very successful company, it might be that no one in the foreseeable future is able to compete with that company. Now, you could say that that's a monopoly, but as long as it's a natural monopoly, as long as it's not a government aided, mandated monopoly, then I don't have a problem with it. I only have a problem with a government mandated monopoly, like let's say the post office. The post office is a government mandated monopoly, or
But
and
don't you
the
think
banking.
that? But don't you have an issue because in a
What do you mean?
monopoly, right? A monopoly means
Well, there's two
that
types.
there's basically
No, there's two types.
not
There's
not government
natural.
not government mandated. I'm talking about the natural,
I
right?
don't
Like
have.
when
I don't have
when
a
you have
problem.
Tesla,
I don't have a
when
problem.
you have
I don't. The
when you have
answer.
SpaceX.
The answer
Yes,
is
I'm asking you.
yeah.
I'm asking you. Don't you have a problem when
No.
you look at SpaceX?
No, I don't have a problem. Why would I have a problem?
What was the rest of my question?
Do I have a problem with a natural monopoly? Why
That
would I?
was not my question.
Oh, okay. What was your question?
Right. So when you look at SpaceX, right, and you say, oh yeah, maybe currently like nobody can compete with them, right? Is that what you said?
Let's assume, yeah, fine. Let's go with that, yeah.
Wasn't earlier your part that competition is one of the essential parts of capitalism, that you need to have competition, because what you otherwise will have is that people
I
do
didn't use.
all sorts of price gouging, right? Like
Slow
there's
down.
no incentive to lower the price because there's no incentive to outcompete anybody because there's nobody to outcompete.
Wait, slow down. So when you have a natural monopoly, that means other companies are trying to enter, but no one is able because no one is as good at, no one is good as the monopoly when it's a natural monopoly. But people are trying. During this time, it's not like SpaceX can lower its guard and can rest on the lower leaves, can go to sleep. Tesla is working. SpaceX, they're working literally around the clock.
I agree, because that makes them money. But the issue is if you have a monopoly, right?
No, that's not the
And
reason.
you
No. SpaceX is
course.
working. No. SpaceX is working around the clock because if they wouldn't, then they're going to get then there's going to be competitors who are trying to get into this
Yes.
market. So
People that already have the backing. If you
not
look,
necessarily.
who's competing with him?
No,
Jeff Bezos.
not necessarily.
Where's the little startup who
No,
builds?
there's
Which little
plenty.
startup is going to
Many.
say, "I'm
There's
going to
many.
build rockets"?
There's many.
Which
Yeah.
one? Which
There's
one?
many.
Which one? Which one?
What's the point? I mean, what do you mean? Which
The
one?
point
Let's
is,
assume. Let's assume my point is, you see that SpaceX is working around the clock, right? You're saying SpaceX would be price gouging, but the answer is, I mean, SpaceX is making as much money as it can. I don't know what it means to price
No,
gouge.
the,
It's making as much
the,
money as it can, but if somebody can offer the same service for a lower price, then go ahead. As long as the government is not getting in the way, then I don't care. Right now, the price of sending something into orbit is going lower and lower with every passing day. The price is going down because of SpaceX, even though it is a
well, because SpaceX is selling is having also government contracts and stuff. But what I'm interested in, or what I find
What do you mean?
interesting.
Wait,
is
how
if
is that
you take
how is that relevant? You said that once you're afraid that once you have a natural monopoly, that it's going to price gouge. I said fine, it's going to make as much money as it can. How is it related to the government? Right now, SpaceX is making as much money as it can, and it's not going to sleep. It's working around the clock
because
to make more money, which is great.
do you think that having more money than another company might be an advantage if you want to outcompete them? Do you
No.
think that?
No, because if you have
So having more resources at hand is
Meaningless.
not an advantage. It's
Meaningless.
meaningless.
Yes, because
So
wait,
if you would say wait. No. I want to one question. Let's say you have a company and you have $1 trillion, and I have a
doesn't matter.
company,
It doesn't matter.
and we both.
It doesn't matter.
Just out of curiosity, because I want to have some sanity check. If you have $1 trillion and I have exactly $0, right?
Exactly, yeah.
And
It
we
doesn't
both
matter.
want to make a company. On which would you bet?
It doesn't
from
matter.
from the beginning. We want to
doesn't-
make the exact same. Can you listen? This is like very annoying to say this. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. So if you have a company with $1 trillion and you want to make a pharmaceutical, you want to. Can you?
Hold on.
My
You're
dude,
getting
my
upset.
dude.
You're getting
I'm not
upset.
upset. I want to ask you a question
Okay, then
because
slow
I
down.
want to see.
Slow down.
I want to see.
Slow down.
Okay, I can slow down and talk slower, but the example would still be the same.
But
I'm asking.
you're
I'm asking if you have two people.
Hold on.
One has $1 trillion and the
Bibendum.
other. Can you,
Bibendum.
dude?
No, but look. I
Yeah,
want to
then
have
explain
a
to me what you want
nice.
to say, and then I'll ask the same question.
No. I want to have a nice, quiet discussion. We're not I don't want it to be emotional. I don't want you to get upset. I
I'm
feel
not
that you get.
emotional.
No, I
I'm
feel
not
that.
upset.
No, come on. I feel that you're getting upset. I don't want
You
that.
might feel that way. That's okay.
No, I don't want you to. You're trying to finish your sentences. You don't need to finish a sentence. Like I understand the question. I gave you the answer. We can continue. Like you. I feel that you're tensing up. And I don't feel comfortable making
Fine.
you upset. I don't like that. I'm trying
You're not making me upset. Don't worry. You're not making me upset. If I were to be upset, I would say so.
Okay.
No worries. You don't have to worry about me.
But you're telling me
I'm interested in the answer to the question.
But you're telling me not to cut you off. But part of having a conversation is
no.
Okay.
If I make, I don't have a problem with cutting off, but I have a problem when I'm like, I have this question. I want to set up a scenario, and I want to ask you about the scenario. And in the middle of the scenario, you're like, no. It doesn't work.
Then tell me.
I want to see. I want to exemplify the way you're reasoning. That's what I want to look at. I want to look at how do you think about those matters.
All right, go ahead.
Right.
Okay.
So, if there were two people, right, you and me, let's say, right, and you know nothing about you, and or let's take two people you don't know, right? Me and my friends.
X
right?
and Y.
Me me and my friend want to make a company. I want to make a company, and he wants to make a company, right? I will tell you, we will make a pharmaceutical. I want to make a pharmaceutical company. He wants to make a pharmaceutical company. And then I tell you, my friend on his bank account, right, has $1 trillion. Who would you, from this information, who would you bet? Who would you bet will succeed?
Just based on the amount of money? That's it?
No, based on the information that I told.
But
I'm asking you.
I don't know.
Who
I would have
will
to.
more likely succeed?
Well,
from this
really
information.
I mean, obviously, you have to do an analysis. You have to analyze a little bit more than just the capital. Getting
everything
capital,
else is everything is exactly the same. Everything else is exactly the same.
Then
who will succeed more likely?
It's not the question of. I wouldn't say who's more likely to succeed. I would ask which is a better gamble. I would put some money on each because and probably if I would buy a little bit of stocks in the other guy, I would get much more. I have more of an incentive to buy stocks in the guy that has no worth, because like for $1 I can buy 100% of the company, according to you.
I will amend.
Whereas
No, that's not the case. I mean, for $1 you can't buy. Like if I don't sell my
But you
stock, you
said-
can't buy jack shit from me.
Anyway, the point is, right? The guy
I'm
that
not
has.
asking who would you buy stock from or whatever. I would ask you.
Then what's the question?
Who would most likely
I don't know what that-
succeed? Who would most likely succeed? Who would you bet on? Okay, let's amend this this hypothetical. I come to you, put a gun to your head, and say, "Tell me who you would bet on. I would shoot you." Who would you bet on?
I mean, if the only right, what do you mean succeed?
Who will most likely establish a successful pharmaceutical company? Everything else is the same. The difference is that he has $1 trillion on his bank account, and I don't. Who will most likely succeed? There's only one differing factor, and the differing factor is that he has a shit ton of money and I don't. That's the only differing factor. Who will most likely succeed? And if you say, I don't know, then this is like, I don't know what you're thinking.
I mean, I would say I don't know, but fine. Let's go with the guy with the more money.
Of course, the guy with the more money. Of course, if he wants to buy a patent, he can do so. If he wants to buy a factory, he can do so. Right?
No, that's not true.
So
No, that's not. No. That's why I said no, because
the guy with zero money can't buy a factory. The guy with $1 trillion at least could buy a factory, right?
No, that's not true. Because you can.
The guy with no money in a capitalist society can buy a factory. How does this work?
Be Bendum. Come on, let me say something. So I already told you, if you want, you write up a business plan and you go to investors. If there's money to be made, you're going to be able to get the investment. Maybe not you, maybe somebody else, but somebody. If there's money to be made, then a new company will be able to get the funding and will be able to.
Correct.
What?
Correct, because you need money. You need money. That if one guy already has money, he doesn't need to go to investors. He doesn't need to. He doesn't need to ask.
That's not how it works.
You said in order to make my company, I would go to investors and get their money. This other guy already has money.
You're repeating, right? You're not letting me explain at the cost of repeating. What's the point in that? So I already told you that's not how it works, meaning I'm setting up an explanation why your analysis is faulty. Look, when you have money, right, you can put your money in standard investment where you get, let's say, 10% return on your investment. So in order for you as a trillionaire to invest in a pharmaceutical, you have to believe that you're going to be making at least that 10% year over year. So
No,
then why
no,
would you do it? Let's say if I
because
put
because I would like to gamble. I would say, I'm not saying I will at least make that. I would say maybe I lose my money, but maybe I gain 50% on it. Because if I have a safe chance, if there's a safe chance to invest, right, to gain 10%, then everybody would do that, except for the people who would gamble and say, well, there's the safe option, but if I take the risky option, I might gain more, right? That's like how capitalist society works, right? If you
I don't know
increase
what
the
it
risk,
means.
you
I don't know
also
what you
increase
mean
the
by
potential gain.
I don't know what you mean by capitalist society. So there is, right, let's
Free
assume
market
we're
society.
what?
A free market society.
I don't know what that means. Let's assume then
Okay.
it doesn't matter. Look, we're assuming this world. In this world, I don't know what it means, free market or not free market. Given this world, so people actually you can create a pharmaceutical tomorrow morning, and so can Elon Musk, and so can Donald Trump. Anyone can wake up tomorrow morning and create a new pharmaceutical company. And the question, why are you not doing it? Why am I not doing it? Why is Elon Musk? Why do people with plenty of money, why are they not doing it?
So,
Well, there's two
Let-
answers. There's two answers. First of all, everybody needs to check the alternative. People with money, people with a lot of money in the bank, they need to compare alternatives. It's not like people like gambling. It's that people on
What?
average. You said people like
Why,
gambling.
why do people short stocks? Why does the financial business work? Because people bet on certain things, right? That's what shorting is. That's what taking. If you buy a stock, you don't buy the stock because you're saying, oh, the company will remain
Wait,
its value.
Bibendum.
You will say, I
Wait,
guess they
Bibendum.
will increase
Wait,
value,
Bibendum.
right?
Wait, Bibendum. We have a
Yeah.
guest. Hello, Mr. Chilling. How are you?
We have a guest. I'm chilling, bro. What's up?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, Bibendum, I'm sorry. I mean, somebody comes in and said hello, so I just wanted to be cordial.
No
Yes,
worries.
Bibendum, go ahead.
So if you look at the financial market, right?
Mhm.
What do a lot of wealthy people, I do too. I have some ETF, right? But I have like basically no capital. But if you look at what big companies do, right? To some extent, is short, buy stock, do all sorts of like that. I don't know what the English word is. Derivatives. Buy all sorts of financial products, which in the end just mean, do I guess, right? Do I bet on this company doing good or this company doing bad? Or like you can also bet on like certain markets. You can bet on government bonds. You can bet on basically everything on the price of raw material, right? That's what they do. They do that.
Wait, Bibendum,
because
Wait, Bibendum,
because
one
they
second.
they
Bibendum, one
expect more
second.
reward.
Bibendum, one second. Chilling, you had a question?
No, I just said like the price of wheat. I just had
Oh,
that.
okay.
I don't know. Is this person like dialoguing or something? So I just have to like grab some popcorn or something.
Yeah, we're having an intense conversation. You can get some popcorn. Yeah, go ahead, Bibendum.
So in our world, right, quite a lot of people who own companies, right, will take certain very high risk investments because they favor their outcomes, right? If I have $1 million that I can lose, right, I can
don't
say,
know.
okay, some of
I
that
don't know what
money
that means.
I will put in
What
high risk.
What does that mean that I can lose? I don't know what that means. Who can lose?
So what I can lose means, let's imagine if I have $0 on my bank account. If I want to invest $20,000 in stock, I have to lend it, right? I have to pay the guy who lends me the money, right? And if the stock crashes, I'm fucked. I'm $20,000 in debt. I have to pay them off somehow. This is money that I don't want to lose, right?
Who wants
we
to
never
lose?
want to lose money.
So
Yes,
that's why I
yes.
don't
But you
understand.
understand the difference.
No, I don't
Don't you
understand.
understand the difference between a guy who has to lend money to invest in the stock, and when the stock
No.
crashes, he is in debt, between a person who has $1 million on its bank account and wants to take
You're talking about
20,000
margin trading, bro?
20,000 of that money, right?
but
Of the money he
wait,
saved, of the money that's freely available and invested.
Wait, Bibendum, Chillin asked a question. No, Chillin, we're not talking about the.
While I was talking, yeah.
Well, he wanted to know, so you can stop and entertain him. Bibendum, you're
We're not
getting
talking about
so.
margin trading.
Bibendum, you're getting
I'm starting
so
to get bored.
upset.
I'm not upset. Don't worry about me getting upset. I just want to, like, if you don't understand the difference between a guy who lends money to invest and a guy who has $1 million and can afford to lose 20,000 of that money and not go broke and not go bankrupt and not have to pay off debt and not have to whatever slave away in some work employment, right? Don't you think there's a difference between
There
people
is a
having
difference.
freely available money and
Okay,
people
so
who don't?
wait, Bibendum, hold on. So Chillin asked a question. Chillin, your question was about the margin trading. We're not discussing the actual act of trading or stuff like that. We're talking in very general terms. Bibendum, basically, I'm a capitalist, and Bibendum is a communist, socialist, leftist. A little
No,
bit.
I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Relative to me, right? Relative to me. So I'm an extreme capitalist. I'm like,
I'm not. But I'm not a Marxist. I'm a Democrat.
yes,
Well,
yes.
I'm
Yeah,
a social democrat. I guess.
fine. So I'm an extreme capitalist. I'm an extreme free market person. So I don't. So like we're discussing a natural monopoly. So like let's say there is a pharmaceutical that is worth $1 trillion. So it's basically a monopoly. And Bibendum says that no one is able to compete, and this monopoly they
That's
can
not
do
what
it.
I said.
But right, I mean, you're basically upset that there is a natural
I'm not upset.
monopoly. I mean, you're upset. I mean, you don't like
I'm
it. You're trying to convey to me that the Pfizer being so wealthy, having so much money, and me, Mr. Nobody, I'm not able to compete with Pfizer. So Pfizer is a monopoly, and monopolies are bad. So because we need a free market and we need competition, we should not have a situation where there's only one company alone, because that's a monopoly and that there's no competition, and that's bad because we need competition in capitalism, right? That's basically your thesis. No, it's everybody's thesis. You're not the first person to present it. Like, this is, I have the same conversation with everybody
the
every day.
uh, okay. That really surprises me.
What surprises
it-
you?
that you have the same conversation with other people.
It's recorded. You can go watch these conversations.
Yeah,
It's always the
it's
same conversation.
yeah, that surprises me.
Why? What's so surprising?
Because if you have this conversation over and over again, I don't think you would make the same points. Like I don't know how you can keep making the same point if you had that conversation over and over again, unless the people you had the conversation with were like, but capitalism bad though, right? Unless that was the entirety of the conversations, then I don't see how you can, because it seems to me that you struggle to answer whether a guy with $1 trillion has an advantage over a guy with $0, right? Like, and you step around that, right?
I don't
You
know.
didn't just clearly. If I ask
What's
Chillin, two people are there, one with 0 and one with $1 trillion, who will most likely succeed in opening up a business, right? I think the answer is obvious, intuitive, and like I don't know how to dance around this.
No,
Right?
I agreed. I agreed with you that yeah, there is an advantage to having the $1 trillion, but it's not it's not an end. It's not a game ender. Go ahead, Chillin.
Right.
Wait, Chillin
Yeah, I
wanted
don't
to
have
say
a problem with
something.
monopolies. I just have a problem with government assistant monopolies.
Oh, There you go. I'm the same. Yeah, I don't have a
That's
problem with
really
monopolies.
there's companies that will naturally be bigger and better than other companies, but I do
Exactly.
have an issue with government bailouts and the government helping certain
Exactly.
companies purchase their
Exactly.
and acquire their competition.
Exactly. And that's
But the
exactly so
monopoly.
Bibendum actually likes government. He's trying to argue for government assistance
No,
against
if
the
your
Not what I
company
monopoly.
said.
sucks, they should go out
That's
of
not
business.
what I said.
But
That's not
that's
what
Yeah, if
I
your
that's
said.
company
that's
sucks,
where you're
they should go out of
going.
business.
No,
Bibendum
that's not what I said. Did I say that?
No, that's where you're going.
Okay, then
Why else what else are we talking about? Otherwise I don't know what we're talking. If that's not where you're going,
I'm not in favor of I'm not in favor of government run
but
monopolies.
remember
Right?
we started from Sabine Hossenfelder that I
Yeah.
said I'm against government investing in science. I'm for separation
Yeah.
of government from religion, government from
Yes.
science, government from academia. Government should have
I
nothing to
listened.
do with the economy, nothing to do with anything. Government should be
I was
very
present. Yeah.
limited. And now, right, as a continuation of this discussion, we came to the point that you're trying to tell me that there is something wrong with the monopoly, even a natural monopoly. I'm assuming that the next step is
In your own theory, because like if you have a monopoly by definition, right, has
natural
no
monopoly.
yes, a monopoly, right?
Natural.
A monopoly,
Natural.
natural monopolies are monopolies. A monopoly,
Well,
by definition, even a government run one, right,
No,
has no real
They have nothing
competitors.
to do with each other. Nothing to do. It's the same
Why do we
name.
both? Why do we call both
It
monopolies?
doesn't matter
Because
mathematically.
they obtain the.
They have nothing to do with each other.
Well, a
As a math.
monopoly would
Go
I
ahead,
would say
John.
a monopoly would mean they have the majority of market share. So there's two ways they can get there. Either they're just better than everybody else, or the government gets rid of everybody else.
Correct. So both of those cases are monopolies because a monopoly just means that you have basically the majority or the
There's no point.
close to the totality of the marketplace.
No, Look, there's no point in comparing a natural and a government monopoly. I don't see the point of comparing them. They have nothing to do with each other.
Do they both own a vast majority of the marketplace? Do they both do this?
Yeah, but they go about it in different ways. There's a difference between a guy who's
it's a different
there's
mechanism.
a difference.
There are differences between them, but there are similarities between them.
Yes, there's
right?
similarities between everything.
There are differences.
Everything is in this universe, so there's always similarities between things in this universe. I just don't see the point. Look, what's your point? Where are you going with this? Right?
I'm simply going to go with this. That if you have a monopoly, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is the fact of having a monopoly makes competition harder, right?
Well, there's a difference
because if you have one company, let me explain this to you. Can I make the argument why it does so? Can I make the argument why it does so?
No, you asked me
Okay,
a question.
an answer, and then I will give you the argument that you can then refute. The point.
Bibendum, come on, stop it. You were having the discussion with you about mathematics was okay, but when it comes to economics, you're getting very upset. Why are you getting so upset?
I'm not upset.
You keep saying you're not upset.
Stop
What
with
do you
the
mean?
meta. This is
Stop
not a
with the
debate.
meta.
Stop
What
with
do you
the
mean?
meta.
Why should I stop? Why should I stop with the meta?
Because my dude, if I say to you, you are upset, you have nothing to disprove this. Saying this means absolutely zero. I want to discuss this topic. It's fun for me, right? But if you're going this, you're upset. I have certain questions that I want to have answered, right? And if you're going to on a diatribe that I'm upset, there's nothing for me. I don't know what, like, there's nothing for me to engage. I can't prove you wrong. You can't prove yourself right. So I don't give a fuck. If you want to say I'm upset, look, for this conversation, let's say I'm upset. I don't give a fuck, right? Like, it makes no difference. I want to have the conversation about economics and your economical theory, and I want to look at how you reason those things. If that makes me upset, fine. I have no problem with being upset. If that makes me sad, then fine. I'm sad. Say whatever you like. It has no meaning.
Can we first have a discussion about your emotional reaction before we can we first have the
What?
meta before we have the discussion?
Okay, what's the matter?
So, do you agree that you're getting emotional?
Yeah, it makes me fun. I like this. I enjoy it.
No, why are you getting emotional? There's a clear difference.
Right.
No, what do you mean by
There's a
emotional?
difference
Emotional.
between
I have an
there's a,
emotional response. I like to discuss and debate stuff. I like
there's a
this.
difference
I do
between
this.
getting emotional, or there's a difference between getting rich by running a business and getting rich by having an armed robbery. Yeah, both of the guys are rich, but the means in which they go about it is what makes the difference.
Look,
Okay.
it's a little different. I would say, look, you're getting upset. This discussion, you're not the first one. Everybody, a lot of
don't.
people get upset when they talk about
I
economics.
don't.
Well,
I don't.
I feel that you are. I feel that you're getting
Yes,
emotional.
yes, and I, as the one whose feelings are in questions, feel that I'm not. Like, what are you doing here, right? Like, you think I'm upset. I think I'm not. Is there any way we can decide this? What do you propose? What should we do?
Well,
Uh,
you have to be honest with yourself. So,
Yes, I'm quite honest with myself. I
so
like
you're not
debating on
upset.
the internet.
So you're not
Why,
upset.
why do you think? No. Why do you think I go on the internet and mainly what I usually do is shit talk theist because it's fun. I love debating. Debating is really fun. I do this, right? And I get into debating, right? Because it's fun. In the same way that when you play chess, you sometimes might be really like engaging with it and maybe speed up a little bit or whatever, right? Or where you do some sports or whatever, right? But that doesn't mean I'm like sad because of what you say. What you say to me sounds utter bullshit, right? There's nothing to me that I would say, oh, that makes me sad that this is the way or this is the way, right? It doesn't seem convincing to me. Why would I be sad about it?
Okay, why do you enjoy talking to me?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I like to talk about the topics that you talk about. I like to talk about economics to some degree, and I like to talk about philosophy and science and all of that stuff, right?
Yeah, me too. So, do you feel like I'll tell you why I enjoy debating. So,
Yeah.
I enjoy debating because I discovered that it's a very convenient, a very productive way of learning. So, when you learn, when you study alone, many times it's very boring. But when you study through debating, it becomes very emotional very quickly, and very quickly you get to the very essence, and it becomes the center of the universe, which is the opposite of boring. Yet,
So
I
you
mean,
like to get emotional.
it's not that I hate getting emotional because then it
You just
destroys.
said, but didn't you just say that debating is a good way because you get emotional and it becomes the center of the universe and stuff?
Yeah, but
Isn't that what you just said?
I'm very sensitive. Like my emotions are very sensitive, and it could
Mhm.
easily ruin my day. Like a bad debate could easily ruin my day, and then I
But a
can't.
good debate could make your day, right?
Yes, and that's why the
And
meta is actually more important to me than the discussion. You said let's
and a
not
good
have meta. I said no.
yeah,
Yes, let's have meta. And since I discovered this about debating, that debating is really a tool. It's a technique to study, to learn
yeah,
the
yeah,
truth.
yeah.
And I realized this, and since then, I find it very important to discuss the meta and discuss the
Okay.
emotions.
In a good debate, do people get emotional?
No,
Are they emotionally attached to the topics they want to debate?
I mean no. The
What?
No.
So you want to debate with people who have no emotional connection to their convictions.
Correct.
Which is I don't know what a conviction then is.
Because
right? I mean,
yeah, I
if
understand.
if I say democracy is the thing we should run, this is how we should run societies, right? There is emotional weight attached to it. Otherwise, I wouldn't say it.
Yes.
If I'm not convinced of it, it wouldn't be my opinion.
Yes, but
if I'm not convinced, I wouldn't
yes.
debate it, right?
Yes, but
So
I
the
don't
people
want.
are emotionally attached to what they're debating.
Okay, 1 second. Yes,
She's
Chillin, what's the
yapping.
question? What?
He's still yapping.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway,
Why?
so what?
Why?
Because Bibendum and I have we're both very curious about, are we gonna be like we're both very attached to a certain topic that we're discussing.
So we are both emotionally invested in our
Yes, we're
convictions,
both
right?
emotionally attached, but I'm trying to detach us from the emotions, because I don't want this level of emotionality. I want to reduce the emotions. I'm not saying to go to zero. I don't want a boring conversation, obviously. I
Well, I want to have
enjoy.
fun, right?
Yes, but there's but I feel there's too much emotion, too much investment.
Too much fun.
No, I wouldn't call it
Look,
too much fun. I'm not having fun.
after
I don't want you to get upset.
I don't get upset. Do you know what I do when I leave this? At one point, I will leave.
Oh.
You can mute that guy, right? Okay. So, Mr. Slave, do you know what I do when I leave this channel at some point in the future?
What?
I don't care about you. I have zero care. Zero. I might say, this guy said this funny thing. I like that, right? But I have nothing writing on this, right? Like I have my economical theory, my political theory, all of those things roughly worked out, right? I will do this. I think that there's more to gain for me from having debates with like people who study that stuff, right? And this is just fun. That's all I'm doing here. It's just fun. I just want to see
No,
where you're
no,
going with the things you're going. That's what
no,
interests me.
no.
If you,
I don't think.
so
I don't
okay,
think that's true. I think that right. You're learning. This is a learning experience. That's why you're enjoying it. You're not
this
enjoying
is
it unless you're
no,
learning. No.
no. Unless you make learning like that's triviality, right? Like whatever you do, you learn something by it. Yes, okay. But if you and I play a game of chess, right? There and I play somebody, there's nothing I learn from it, right? Learning is more of a directed process and whatever, and you have like certain debates in which you learn something. But I don't think that the debate with you is very like open to learning, right? Or a good source of learning, because I don't think that you really have like some outline of an argument for your position, right? But I'm still interested in what you think about those things, because I'm like that's fun to me, right? And I'm trying to poke holes in what you're saying. That's basically what I'm doing, because I like to solve riddles, and riddles are cool. And the issue is, if you want to say I am upset, if you want to say that you can say that, you can believe this, I will tell you I'm not, and there's nothing we can do further than this. You have you don't know my mental state, right? Like you're not in my mind. I can tell you what my mind is. My mind is pretty chill. I like to have discussions.
Okay.
It becomes more and more. It might be that in the future I get upset if we keep on discussing meta, right? Because it's fucking boring as hell. Because it's you are upset, no, I'm not. And then we repeat that over and over again. Otherwise, I just don't. This is just like basically to me. This is like rhetorical chess, right? Just try to. I just try to find a way to outwit you. That's what I'm doing.
So you don't believe in everything you're saying?
Yes, I do.
So that's not
But
chess. I mean, chess is like it has no
yes, it is.
impact.
What is my economical position? You don't know, but I'm saying that your economical position is contradictory or has certain issues. You don't know. I haven't told you a single thing. You know I'm a Democrat. You don't know what my economic theory is. You don't know how I would handle the marketplace or whatever. Right? You have zero clue about this. I'm just trying to look at what are you saying and are there some flaws in it? That's what I'm doing. So the things that I said, yes, I believe them. Like, I mean, it's obvious that a guy with $1 trillion has an advantage over a guy with $0. Like, obviously, that's I believe, right? But I think that's rather trivial. I mean, we both can agree on it, and there are some things that we might not agree on, both, right? And you said some things that I don't agree with, and then I'm trying to figure out how to show you that it's false.
Hmm.
But if you want, we can discuss the matter for like another 2 hours.
No, I think it's important to discuss the meta once in a while. When I feel that the other side is getting emotional, then we have to discuss the meta because I don't feel comfortable. I don't feel comfortable getting you upset, and I don't want you to be upset and then tell me something that would get me upset.
So, Mr. Slave, I promise you, I don't care enough about you for you to make me upset.
Why would you
Is that,
say that?
can
Why
you?
would you say something so mean?
It's not mean.
Of course, it's mean. I would never
To
say
me,
that about
what?
anyone. Anyway, let's
Really?
continue. No,
Do you care about all people on Discord
of
enough?
course,
In
of
it,
course, everybody.
enough. So if some guy came to you and said, "Oh, you're a motherfucker," then you would be upset.
A
Do
little
you
bit,
care
yeah,
enough about random people?
yeah,
Really?
a little bit, yeah,
Oh, that must be horrible.
yeah.
Okay. Well, I said it because it's the truth, right? And I don't really care about like the
Okay.
people on Discord. I want to discuss ideas. I don't care about people. Like, I don't give a fuck.
Hmm. So you were like 37, 39?
No, no.
Mm-hmm.
What does that matter? Like, what's that point?
I don't know. Maybe when you're young, you don't care, and when you get older, you start caring. I don't know.
I
Hey,
care about certain people. I don't care about every random dude I meet. Like, not really. I have a certain threshold for when you get to have some impact on my emotional life, right? If some dude walks on, I meet some dude on the street and he says, "Your nose looks ugly." I'm like, okay, so and keep going. Like like, why would I give a fuck what a random guy who doesn't know me says? Like, why?
all
I mean,
right.
if you truly, if you think that's fine, like, okay, like, care about whatever anybody says. It's good. More power to you.
Okay.
That's productive.
Okay, let's continue. So
Was that enough meta? Like, do you
for now, yeah. Hmm.
okay, okay, good.
Go ahead.
So,
So
does the monopoly not impact the capability of other companies to have competition with them?
So when you say monopoly, you want to conflate natural and government, and I want to
No, I want to
separate.
talk about monopolies. Any form of monopoly. If a state runs a monopoly, can people compete with it? No. If a company runs monopolies, then also
Yes.
not really. Right?
Then
It makes competition harder. So it doesn't matter
no,
which monopoly I'm talking
no,
about.
no, no. That's exactly. Of course, it makes a universe of a difference. I don't understand Why you conflate them? They have nothing to do with each other except for the same
both have the
word.
same effect.
It's confusing. It's because the people use the same word, but mathematically they have nothing to do with each other. As mathematics goes, as the mathematical modeling of a natural monopoly versus a government monopoly goes, they have nothing to do with each other.
What do you mean mathematical modeling? I'm saying if you have a monopoly, it's harder for other companies or other entities to compete with you. That's true for both forms of monopoly, right? We also earlier agreed that a monopoly is
I
defined as
disagree. You keep saying that, and I keep saying no.
Yeah, you have to give reasoning. Like if you have we established earlier that if somebody holds certain financial advantages, right? If somebody has $1 trillion and another
How is that
has not,
related
and
to
it's
the discussion? How is that related to the discussion?
okay. I will tell you. So if somebody has a huge market share, that's an advantage, right? Like they have more financial means
What do you mean
to do research, to do all sorts of stuff, to invest in infrastructure, to invest in production, to lower the cost of production, right? We know that if you ramp up the amount of things you produce, the cheaper you can produce them.
Not
So
necessarily.
if I were to,
Not necessarily.
of course, if you have a shop that produces 5 heads a day, the cost of the head would be much higher than if you have a shop that produces 1 million a day, obviously. Why do you think we build big factories and not really small ones? Because if you scale up, then the cost of the one thing goes down. Like, why do you think that Henry Ford was so successful, right? Because he optimized the thing. He was able to push them out really fast in large number, and so the cost of each individual car was lower.
Anyway,
Right?
I disagree, but fine. I can work with your assumption. Fine.
Why?
It's not.
Disagree
It's
based on
not.
what reasoning?
No, it's not important. It's a different
It's
topic.
important reasoning.
It's a
It's
different.
important reasoning.
No,
No,
no. I
that's not.
can.
That's
I
not.
can. No, no,
That's
no.
not important.
I
Isn't
can.
that essential? If you are
No.
my argument, because my argument is,
It's not
if you are a
essential.
monopoly,
It's not.
so
No, your argument holds
Yeah.
whether it's true or not. Let's assume it's true.
no, that's not correct. It's not correct. If you don't see the reasoning behind this, then no way. Because my argument is right. If you are a big company, you can, unless like certain exemptions where you have one guy who comes up with a brilliant idea, right? Like a really revolutionary idea, right? Like he finds a new way of doing things. But if everybody has to make the like cars in the same manner, right? Then the bigger car company is able to produce each car at a lower cost than a small company. Because simply the amount of things like rent and electricity and whatever, these costs, right? They get lower the bigger you make your production facilities, right? That's why big companies make huge production facilities, because it will lower the cost per unit they produce on things like that they spend on building and electricity and stuff, right? That lowers the cost of that. You can run it with less people, right? All sorts of stuff that lowers the cost. And that's why that's one of the reasons why a monopoly can produce at a lower cost than a competitor. And if you produce at a lower cost than a competitor can produce, then by your own reasoning, because you're a capitalist, right? The competitor will not succeed because you can't meet the cost of production. You produce cheaper and can sell cheaper.
Yo, what's up?
Unless you have like unless you have some exception where somebody comes up with a new way of doing things, right? If I build if I come up with the idea of a new machinery, then maybe you can lower the cost, right? But if you and me both have the same methods, then the big company will produce cheaper than a small company.
Look, you can repeat this claim as many times as you want. It doesn't
I
make.
gave you the reasoning for it. What is the issue with the reasoning? Don't tell me that you disagree with the claim. Tell me what was the issue in my reasoning.
It doesn't matter. It's a different topic. I mean, I don't want to get
I'm
distracted.
telling you,
It's not
the issue with
critical.
a monopoly. Wait, the issue with a monopoly is that a monopoly goes against the idea of competition because a big company. One of those reasons is the thing that I outlined. So, in order to say that a monopoly does not go against competition, you would have to tell me what's wrong with my reasoning. You can't just say, "Nah."
No, I'm saying I can concede without discussing. I can concede this point. I'll tell you, fine. Let's continue the discussion, assuming you're correct. In general, it's a different topic. I disagree. It's not necessarily true. But for now, let's assume it's true. Let's stop
I don't say
discussing.
it's a,
Let's assume it's true
no,
for
no, no, no.
now.
What? You, dude, no wonder you have the same conversation over and over. If you don't want to dig into the arguments, this is not a debate. This is just us exchanging views, and you say on this argument, I don't want to talk about it. This is an argument that says that monopolies go against the thought of competition, and for you, competition is an essential part of your system. If you don't have enough competition, it doesn't work. And I give you a mechanism that reduces or that makes competition harder in your system. That's an issue for you. You can't say, I don't want to talk about it. Right? That's like
Oh. Sorry, I was trying to mute the other guy.
no worries. Right? Like if you were to discuss with a communist, right? And you said, here's an argument for why it doesn't work that you can distribute the means of production. And the communist says, well, I don't want to talk about it. That's a discussion. It's not a comparison of worldviews. That's the one guy seeing an issue with his own views and saying, I don't want to talk about it. You see?
No, it's not that I don't want to talk about it. But it's a side discussion. Why are you getting bogged down to this side discussion?
Because competition. Because I'm making an argument why monopolies are bad, right? Because you say competition is good, and I said monopolies
Monopolies are
increase
not
the
bad.
amount of competition.
Look, you're.
Yes, that's your claim. That's your claim. Monopolies are not bad.
Well, it
You say
depends on
competition is
which.
important,
Well, it
and I
depends
give
on.
you an
Depends.
argument.
Wait,
I give you an
depends.
argument on why monopolies decrease
Bibendum,
competition.
Bibendum, you gotta let me speak a little bit. Look, I make a distinction between natural and government monopolies, and you refuse.
Did I talk about government? I talked about car companies. Those are not government run, right?
No. You look. If you have to make
Okay.
this distinction. If you don't make the
Okay,
distinction,
everything I was just talking about monopolies. I didn't mean monopolies. I meant natural monopolies. It all applies to natural monopolies.
okay, what's your claim about natural monopolies?
Naturally, monopolies
wait,
impact the
let's talk
ability
about
to
more
do
this, bro.
competition in a free market society because any company that has a huge amount of market share is able to produce its product at a lower cost per unit than a competitor. At least in most cases, right? Unless the competitor comes up with some revolutionized way of on how to produce that product, right? And so a monopoly can always outcompete, in most cases, not always, but in most cases, can outcompete any potential competitor, right? Because they can produce their unit at a lower unit price, which means they can sell it cheaper. And if I can sell the same product cheaper, then what happens? People buy my product and not yours. So that was my argument. Why monopolies are bad for competition. Is there a flaw in my reasoning?
Yes, there's two flaws.
Which is
There's a bunch of flaws.
which is
So, for example, you said unless it's revolutionary.
yes.
So that's one example where there's
There are
always
exceptions to this.
right.
Yeah.
There's always exceptions, and you can easily right, especially in the age of technology. There's
You
always
think it's what? Do you think it's easy to revolutionize how we build cars? Like, what was the last revolution in how we build cars? It was like Ford, and then now we have robotics. How does some guy who wants to build a car company, how does he revolutionize it? He's like, we're going to use aliens. Like, he has to do research. He has to figure this
okay.
out.
Look, Bibendum. Then I don't
Yeah.
know where's our disagreement. I mean, honestly, you
That
tell me.
monopolies impact competition.
Look, Bibendum. I don't know. You tell me. You tell me, Bibendum, how to change your mind. I don't know what will convince you that you're wrong. Can
What?
something convince you that you're wrong?
If there was, yes, of course. Proper
What?
argumentation would.
No,
Proper
I mean,
argumentation
you
would.
tell me, do we have a scientific disagreement? Is our disagreement scientific or
It seems so.
mathematical?
Yes. It seems so. Yes.
Okay, then what evidence would change your mind, or what mathematical
The evidence that
equation?
that if in most
A
so
natural
my claim
monopoly.
my claim is
Mhm.
yes.
Mhm.
So for the future, whenever I talk about monopoly, I mean natural monopoly. Just
Okay.
for the future, every
Okay.
time.
Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
So my
Mhm.
claim is that in most cases, if you have a monopoly,
Mhm.
right, they
Mhm.
will be able to produce at a lower unit cost than any competitor. That's my claim. If you have evidence to the contrary, please produce it.
So, for example, what if the competitor is in China? Let's say you have Tesla that is local, and the competitor is Chinese, where everything is cheaper, right? So Tesla might be.
Yeah, my friend.
Mhm.
If other factors play a role, yes.
What do you mean
There
other
are ways.
factors?
It
Yeah.
is possible that you can compete with a monopoly. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying in most cases it is the case that a monopoly can produce at a lower unit cost,
But
right?
okay, so I'm gonna just find an endless list of examples where this doesn't
That's
work. Like,
irrelevant.
for
That's
example,
irrelevant. That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant because the issue is like I'm saying, if you ignore all other factors,
what do
right?
you
If
mean
all
ignore?
other factors,
What do
if
you?
all other factors are the same, right? Because if you look at big companies, where does Tesla get its shit, right? Where does Samsung, where do all those companies, where does Apple get its shit, right? Like they produce in the lowest, mostly in places where the cost of work is really low. They produce in China, right? The issue is, right? You can't account for some revolutionary idea. There are ways in which it might be the case that a
But
monopoly
we see
will
this.
get outcompeted.
But
But in most cases,
Hold on.
in
Bibendum, hold
most
on.
instances, in most instances,
Wait,
a monopoly can
Bibendum.
produce at a lower unit cost. That's what I'm saying.
I understand. I understand. I mean, um, look, in my experience, this is not true, and there's no reason for it to be true. I mean,
That's subjective. It's a scientific claim.
yeah,
If
we
you
see
want to
this.
say it
Hold
in
on,
my
hold on,
experience that's false, in my
hold on.
experience that's false,
Bibendum, hold
I
on.
don't care. You said we have I said I think we have a
Bibendum,
economical scientific disagreement.
Bibendum,
You don't need to tell me about your experience.
Bibendum, you take over the conversation. Let me
Mhm.
let me once in a while insert something. So, um, so when I say in my experience, that means like we have the data. I mean, Tesla was taking over the market of EVs, and then the Chinese competitors came into the market, and now they're, as far as I'm concerned, they're actually threatening Tesla to such an extent that I don't know if Tesla is going to survive. And the same goes, let's say, for
Did Tesla have a monopoly on cars? Was it the only car production company out there? No, right? People who competed with Tesla, the people who competed with Tesla.
You asked me a question.
Were,
You asked me a question. Let me answer. So, Tesla, to me, the way I saw it, was taking over the market. It was in the process. You could see
taking over which market? It was a big player in an emergent market. Right?
No, because I
But the market was not emerging.
I wasn't seeing the normal car producers being able to compete with Tesla in the long run. What I was seeing is these companies were falling apart, were falling behind Tesla.
Yeah, they were behind for some time, right? But because they will compete, right? That's the good part about capitalism, right? But the issue is not, first of all, that's not really a monopoly, right? Like if you have 50 car companies, right? And one is specialized in producing electric vehicles, right? The others will catch up, right? Tesla didn't have like a monopoly share of like cars, right? It competed with other cars, right? The market it was in was not the electric car market, it was the car market. Its
Okay.
electric cars competed with
Bibendum,
other
hold on.
cars.
Bibendum, hold on. Bibendum, you're
Right.
always Bibendum, hold on. Look, you're always going to be able. You're always going to be able to poke holes at any example and any argument that I make. So I don't know what
Because
else to
Tesla
do.
was not a monopoly.
Look, it doesn't matter. You're always going to be able. Look,
What product did Tesla do? Cars.
Bibendum. I don't want to
Yes.
waste our time. Look, we're gonna go. We're gonna go in circles forever. So there's no point in that. So, look.
You make an example. Let's discuss the example. That's what I'm doing. I'm telling you why your example is bad. This is not in a circle.
No, I don't see the point. I don't see the point. I mean, I'm trying to convince you.
Because
You're not. Hold on. Be bending 1 second. Look, I'm trying to convince you of something that I'm convinced of. You don't seem to be convinced. So I don't know what else to do. So there's no point in continuing that line.
This is essential. My argument is monopolies bad for competition. Your counter example was, I could point to Tesla and say they had a monopoly at some time and they were outcompeted. But the issue is that they didn't have a monopoly because the market that they are competing in is the automobile industry, right? The electric car competes with all other forms of cars. Tesla is competing with other car companies. They don't have a monopoly.
Bibendum, there's no point.
And what are you on about?
No, there's no point in. You're not telling me anything I don't know. If this, you keep saying,
What was Tesla a monopoly?
No,
did Tesla have a monopoly?
Hold on. Look, you keep saying natural monopolies are bad, and I say no. Natural monopolies are not bad. Okay, I don't know what else to say. Natural monopolies.
I gave you reasoning for why they are bad, and I'm asking what is the issue with my reasoning. And for that, you gave an example like Tesla, and I gave you reasoning for why Tesla is not an example that substantiates your point.
Okay. Your reasoning for why natural monopolies are bad. So you said because it's a natural monopoly. Okay.
Yes.
So you said because it's a natural
you can ban this guy, right?
I can't.
You
He
can lock
comes
him
and
out.
goes. How would I do it?
In the side chat, you type this, right? Slash log, and then you give in his username. I will just type in the side chat slash
I see.
log
Okay.
LOC, and then his username. I have to go to the toilet real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, so what's good? Yeah, what's good? What's good? Yeah, what is good? What is good? Working? I'm working.
Disconnect him and lock him.
Okay.
Really good.
So it's not block, it's lock. Okay.
Yes, lock.
Yeah.
In order to lock something, you can lock people out.
Okay.
So
Mm-hmm.
what is my reasoning why monopolies are bad? What's your counter? That's what I'm interested in mainly.
So you said because a monopoly has more money, that's one of the reasons, or the reason a
No.
monopoly.
No.
No.
That's one of the reasons, but earlier I gave you one reason why it's directly negative for competition. Should I outline the reasoning again?
No, just remind me. Don't go through the whole thing. Just remind me.
So if you're a big company, right? In most cases, not all cases, in most cases, right? The cost of production per unit will be lower
What's your
the bigger
evidence?
your company is.
That's not true. That's not true. That
So I
sometimes
can build
happens.
it.
Not necessarily true.
I didn't say necessarily true. I said in most instances. If I
Right,
have a
but
company
it's
that
50.
produces,
It's not necessary. Let me just go check on my robot. Give me a second. I think it's making noise. No, it's from outside. Okay. It's not necessarily true. As far as I know, it's basically 50-50. So it's not necessarily an advantage to be big. Sometimes it's an advantage to be small. So that's not an advantage as far as I know. There's no advantage in being big.
there's no advantage in being big. So if I have a company, simply the cost of utilities, right, per unit will be lower if I'm big, right?
Not necessarily.
I didn't say not necessarily. I said in most cases, right?
No, not
of
true.
course,
No,
if
not true. Not true.
okay, let me make you this. If I build a company, right, I have a firm, and that firm produces pencils, right? If I have a very small endeavor firm, right, I will produce 100 pencils a day. If I have a bigger one, I produce thousands per day. I centralize where I produce them, right? I produce them in one place, and the bigger I make that place, right, at least the production per unit goes down because I have to pay less on tax. I have to pay less on I don't have to buy
So what you're doing?
management,
So
right? I
hold
have
on,
one guy in the.
hold on. Look,
Yes.
what you're doing is you're limiting. You're adding more and more and more limitations to your claim. So it's just a production, and it's just one line and one location and one. But what if we want it to be What about delivery? What about just-in-time production? There's many other parameters that.
Correct. And every small company has this exact same issue. Every small company will have to pay for delivery and all of that, the same thing, unless they are also delivering their shit. Like they don't only have to build a company, but also build the delivery system, right? Like you understand, if you have like fixed costs, right, and I scale up production, the fixed cost will not increase at the same amount that I scale up the production. Because like if I have to buy a patent, right, if I have to make patents, right, and I buy one patent and I can produce the product, if the patent costs $1 million and I build one product, then the cost per unit is 1 million. If I produce 50,000, then the cost per unit is 20.
Look,
right? You understand this?
You keep moving the goalpost. So
because it's not moving the goalpost. It's
but
just saying fixed cost over a large amount of units will get lower.
Wait. You mentioned a pencil, and I showed you how it doesn't
Yeah.
work. There is advantages
How?
and right. So
What is the advantage of being smaller? What's the advantage here?
Well,
Tell me,
usually
what's the advantage?
it could be like smaller. There's less overhead. Let's say you need to suspend all the production temporarily for some reason. So if you're big, there's a lot of overhead now, and if you're small, there's an advantage to being small, and there's an advantage to being big, and there's there's advantages and disadvantages to both. It's not that you can argue, and it doesn't matter. And either way, I told you, it doesn't even matter, because if you feel that there is an advantage to being big, let's assume that. Then hold on. No, 1 second. No,
just out of curiosity.
No. Let me just finish.
Okay, finish this.
Just if you feel I can concede this point, then you go to the investors and you tell them, listen, we need at least this amount of money, and then we are as profitable as the competitor, and then you get the money. You get the money. Somebody's going to get the money if there is a profit to be made. So there's no advantage to this monopoly by sheer size.
I agree. That's why pharmaceutical companies keep on popping up every day. The question is, you said that one of the benefits for being small is you have less overhead, right? That's the benefit. That's a benefit, right?
I'm saying there's both advantages.
Just out of curiosity, is that right? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying there's both advantages and disadvantages to being both small and big. Everything has an advantage and everything has a disadvantage.
How does being small help you in the capitalist endeavor, right? Like, how does it increase the amount of money you earn? How does it do that? Because that's what that's what a company is about, right? Like it wants to make profit.
Hold on. A small organization, you could see how it's more flexible. How in case the market needs, it's easier. You could see how it's easy for a small organization to change on a dime, as they say, compared to a big organization. A big organization is less flexible, less nimble.
What does that mean? I mean, it seems to me that if you look at Tesla, right, like it took other companies like a year, two to come up with electric vehicles, right? Like they were like, oh, Tesla is doing it, bam, we're also doing it, right? Like it didn't take really long. I don't think that if you're like, oh, Tesla is making, if you're a random guy on the street and you're saying, or you have like a really small car factory, right, where you do like 50 cars a week or something, right? You're not going to say, oh, let's do electric vehicles, because you have to research that shit, right? Like you don't know how to do it. It's not that everybody knew how to build electric vehicles and then at some point somebody decided to do it. It's like they figured out how to do it, or at least to some extent, right? They researched that shit, and that forced other big companies to also research it. It was not small companies building electric vehicles. It was other big car companies. So I don't see how small companies are more, in quotation marks, flexible. They might be more
Wait a
flexible as
minute,
that they
but
can move to China more easy.
Okay, look.
But even then, they don't have the same amount of
You're
resources.
switching between empirical data and between philosophical discussion.
Your statement was they are more flexible. What does it mean to be more flexible? That's what I'm
I
asking.
said
What's more flexible?
I said you could imagine how a small firm is more flexible. Like it could
What does that
change.
mean?
It could change. What do you mean? It could easily
It could
change.
it could also more easily go bankrupt. Like the fact that it can
I
more
said
easily
there is.
change. What does that tell you?
I said there is advantages and disadvantages in size.
Yeah,
both to being
and one
small
of your
and being
statements,
large.
and one of your statements was that a small company is more easy to change, right? It is more flexible. Now the issue is,
Bibendum,
can
I
you
don't
tell
see.
me?
I don't see the point in this discussion any longer. Like I'm trying to be open-minded and be convinced, and I don't see that we're making any progress. I don't want to waste my time.
Because if I said to you, this company is more rigid than the other, if you right, you said earlier definitions are always scientific. That means they are testable, right? And I want to know, in order to fulfill that definition, what do I test? What do I test? If you say company X is flexible, what do I test for? And then we can look at the claim you made, which was earlier, that small companies are more flexible than big companies. And the question is, well, changing doesn't always mean good, right? Like you can go bankrupt. That's not good in a capitalist endeavor. So there's certain changes which are good. And then we compare whether small companies can make those changes better than big companies. That would be your argument. That's what you would have to line out in order to say there are capitalist advantages to being smaller. That's what you would need to do, right?
Mr.
Do we
Bibendum,
disagree?
Mr. Bibendum, let's leave this discussion aside because we're not making any progress for a very long time. Let's try to shift it a little bit. So, do you agree or disagree that in general free markets produce a higher quality of life on average? Yes or no?
I don't know what that means.
If you
Because like the issue is if you say a higher degree of a higher standard of living compared to what? Higher is relative, right?
if you order the countries in the world, for example, by economic freedom, and then you also order them separately by quality of life, average quality of life, would you see a correlation between these two orders? Would you say that the country with the highest economic freedom is also the country with the highest quality of life, for example?
I don't know if it's a one-on-one relation, but I would say there is a correlation. But I would also say I learned in my science one-on-one class that correlation doesn't equal causation, right? Do you agree? But I would agree. Yeah, there's a correlation. Like if you compare what are the
So
strongest
you agree?
economic forces in this world?
Wait, so you agree that there is a correlation?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean causation,
Wait,
right?
okay, but you agree that there is a correlation?
To some extent. So if I look, for example, at China, right? In China, you could say there is not that much of a free market, right? But they are very, very, very good at like producing shit. Their market is not as free as like America, or their market is not as free as like Germany or whatever. But they would definitely in producing shit, they outcompete everybody.
Okay.
Right?
But when it comes to economic freedom, you don't think China has a high degree of economic freedom?
I mean, when they say to TikTok, you have to do this or you have to do this, or when they talk to Huawei what they have to do, if they command their companies to give over data and stuff, that doesn't seem to me to be economic freedom.
But would
Unless
you
you have
say,
like some
in general,
definition of economic freedom that I don't.
would you say there is a correlation? Just yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. What would you say is causing this correlation?
It could be many things. And I think it's many things. So I think that in general, the societies that are economically liberal, right? At least in most instances, if we look at society as large, they seem in the Western world, they seem to also, in most cases, be politically, socially, academically liberal, right? They seem to prosper from a history in which they at some point ruled over the rest of the world and therefore got some resources and all of that stuff. They spend the most amount of money on education, so they have the smartest people. There are many. They can be many things. They have the welfare state. The welfare state is a good thing for economic things. There can be many things on why that is the case. I for sure think that a certain amount of competition and a certain amount of striving for profit certainly is one of the reasons for this, but it's by far not the only one.
Would you say economic freedom creates higher quality of life on average?
Economic freedom. That I don't know, because what you're asking me here is, so yeah, I would say no. I don't think so. It depends on cases. I don't think you can make a general thing here. Right. So if you say economic freedom increases the standard of living or whatever, if you say okay, let's imagine a totally free economy, they will produce heroin, they will produce all sorts of shit because people buy it, right? Like I don't think that would produce proper societies, that would produce good societies, because they would have an incentive to getting people take heroin and all of that stuff. They would have a lot of resources, they would do it, and right, like there would be many bad things. You can look at the opioid epidemic in America. Who caused that one? Who are we to blame for those people? Well, a profit-driven company, right? In a free market with no oversight, they were able to do it. So yeah.
So okay, what's the answer? So economic freedom, would you say, creates higher quality of life, or no?
As I said, that's not as there is no one-to-one correlation here. There are certain, if you have zero economic freedom, I think that's bad.
So you're saying
right?
you wait.
Zero is bad, but if you increase the amount of economic freedom, you at some point reach the
Hold on.
optimum, and
Vivendum,
then
one
you
second.
go back from the optimum. If you have 100% economic freedom,
Wait,
at
Vivendum.
least from what I understand economic freedom to be, then you have an issue. Yes.
Hold on. So as far as I know, there is a direct correlation between economic freedom and average quality of life. If you order the countries by either one, you get the same order. The economic freedom is a good predictor for quality of life.
Yeah, but I don't think that you from therefore can say that this will keep on going, right? If you want to say, if you have the countries that are on top of this list, right? Like the European Union and America and whatever, right? They have a certain amount of economic freedom. Now the issue is when we say economic freedom positively correlates with standard of living. Well, then let's imagine a world in which we ramp up the economic freedom to 100. At least in my understanding, that means no oversight, zero, right? What happens? People will produce all sorts of things that in our societies are illegal, right? But they will produce them because they will make a profit of it. right? What will stop a pharmaceutical company from producing meth, right? Or cocaine or whatever? They will sell that shit. They will have incentive to getting to people to take them, right? They will work in such a way that is detrimental for society. So economic freedom needs to be in a balance. You can't have 100% economic freedom. You can't have 0%. You need
No,
to have
but would you
some
say
freedom and
no?
some
But would you
restrictions.
say that economic freedom contributes to quality of life?
Yes, your quality of life is influenced by the economic freedom, but that doesn't mean that the more economic freedom you have, the better your standard of life is.
Then I don't understand.
Really? So I'm saying your quality of life depends
Wait.
on how much it depends on how much water you drink. But there's a level at which you would
Wait, one
drown,
second.
right?
Hold on. Be bendum
There's
one
too
second.
much of that thing.
Be bendum one second. So let's assume that ordering countries by economic freedom or by quality of life gives you the same sort, the same list, the same sorted list, the same order,
Yes.
the same order.
Yes.
Let's assume that. That's pretty much
Yes.
the answer as far as I know. There's no exception to this. And then
Yes.
I asked you, do you think that economic freedom contributes to quality of life? You said yes, it contributes, right?
Yes. But what you're doing there is again, you're saying there's a correlation between those. Yes,
No,
the
but you
standard of
said
living and
no, but you
look,
said
the
it.
standard of living in Europe is
Wait, but
also very high because we have welfare states, we have free education,
no,
we
but
have
you
all
said
sorts of things that go into the standard of living. And so,
but you
and one of
agree
those things is economic
but
liberty.
you agree that economic freedom contributes to quality of life, right?
What do you mean contribute?
It's a
Economic
cause.
freedom.
It causes.
No, it's not a cause.
It's
No,
not a cause.
that's false.
So the correlation. Wait. So what's
it
causing?
correlates.
Wait. So what causes this correlation?
What causes that correlation? There are many things, right? Like if you ask me what causes the standard of living, there is not one thing that causes the standard of living. There are many multiple things
Wait.
that cause the standard of
Bibendum.
living.
No. There is a correlation. What's
yeah, there's a correlation. I agree. There's a correlation to some extent. Yes, there's a correlation.
Wait. What do you mean by nuh-uh? What was that?
That was part of the argument. Look,
what
I'm saying.
Wait, what?
A certain amount of economic freedom is ideal.
Wait, you said
more economic.
Wait, what was the
Yes.
nuh-uh? What did you mean by nuh-uh?
That's just when I say something and I outline an argument, right? To just say no. So good. You somehow need to listen to the things I'm saying and engaging with those.
Wait a minute.
Right? I don't have the feeling that you do, because I said earlier.
Wait a minute.
Yes, of course. If you compare.
Wait a minute.
Yes.
Wait a minute. You said nuh-uh.
Yes.
You didn't say no. You said nuh-uh, and now you're saying that you were trying to cause like some sort of an emotional distress in me.
No.
So why did you say nuh-uh?
Again, I don't care enough about you to make you feel anything.
No,
I
but
don't
why
care.
did
If
you?
you want to
Then
feel
why
sad,
did
feel sad.
you?
If you want to be happy,
Wait.
happy.
Wait.
Oh,
Then
do we have to do the meta thing again?
Yes. When you, yes. Why did you
I
say?
said nah because my right leg hurt, and that's why I say nah. I always say nah when my right leg hurts.
No. You were trying to cause an emotional distress. You do care. You're trying to hurt my feelings.
Okay, fine. I mean, believe what you want to believe. I can't prove you wrong, right? If I were to tell you I was just doing this for myself,
you can prove
because
me wrong. You can prove me wrong by offering an explanation. Your explanation is your right leg hurts. That doesn't explain. And then
no,
after
I find it funny and so I said it.
And then you said you don't feel
I
that I'm
don't care.
engaging. And then you said you don't feel that I'm
Yes.
engaging.
Correct.
After
Correct.
I've
You're
been,
not addressing the things.
I'm not engaging
No, you are
after.
engaging but not addressing. You're talking with me but not communicating.
I've been here
It's
with
different.
you for about, I would say, 4 hours, if not more, nonstop.
Okay.
So this means that I'm maybe touching a nerve. So let me.
Yes. Oh my good God! This meta discussion is touching a nerve. Look, my dude, if you don't understand that I'm saying there's an ideal amount of economic liberty, right? That I outline like 50 times, right? Then at some point I'm like, oh God, good grief,
Wait, Bibendum, hold
right?
on. Bibendum.
I don't have the feeling that you can engage with the things I'm saying. And now we're having a meta discussion, and you're again going to be like, "Oh, you're upset. I don't give a fuck."
No, Bibendum, what I'm saying is I think that finally I struck a nerve that maybe this is what will hold on.
If that's what you
Wait.
want to believe, yes.
Bibendum,
Okay.
Bibendum, hold on. All I'm saying
What
is
do I have to
maybe
say to stop this?
Bibendum, let me speak a little bit. So what I'm saying is maybe I've struck a nerve. Maybe this is beginning to convince you. So please give me the answer to the correlation. What is causing the correlation between two irrelevant parameters that have nothing to do with each other? Why, right? According to you, economic freedom and quality of life have nothing to do with each other. Then
Because the
why?
standard of living is direct is in some way connected to the market. The market, it produces goods, it produces money, it produces work, all of that stuff, and you need a certain amount of economic liberty to have that. And that's why if you have a certain amount
So
of
you
economic
agree?
liberty compared
Then
to
you
a lower
agree.
amount of economic liberty, if you compare a certain amount, like let's say it's 30% liberal and 20% liberal, the one with 30% might outperform the one with 20%. But I'm saying there's a certain limit to this. You can't just increase liberty, and you will also increase the standard of living.
I'm not saying anything except for there seems to be a correlation that I don't have any other explanation. One second.
But why are you going over this? I agreed to
No.
this like 3 times. I said it myself. Of course, there's a correlation. What are you on about?
No. I'm saying there is a causation. Of course, there is a correlation, but I'm saying the correlation is caused by causation. And you seem to be agreeing that there is also a causation, but you're saying, yeah, but this causation is limited. Well, I don't know what that even means, but let's just go. So you agree that economic freedom creates the quality of life, right? You agree with that?
That is creates it like it plays a role in our standard of life. How marketplaces work, right, impacts the standard of living. Of course, of course. The issue is,
but it's
right?
It's market.
The issue is,
wait. So market freedom, the freer the market, the higher the quality of life. I mean, it causes the quality of life to go up, right?
but you can't make that statement.
What do you
That's a
mean?
statement that you're not justified in.
Then what's causing the correlation?
So let's. Do you understand that there could be for certain things like optimum
But
things?
what?
So for example,
But what do you mean?
Wait. Let me make this example. Wait. Let me make this example. Right?
Mhm.
Imagine you're sitting in a room, right? And the room has 0 degrees. It's 0 degrees, right? You will get sick very often. If you increase the temperature,
Something happened to your audio.
I will go out.
Hello.
So
Samurai.
the
Wait, Bibendum,
issue-
you're like you got too
Yeah.
close to the mic. What I was about to say.
Okay. The issue that I'm pointing out, and I'm really bad at making an example, right? But let's imagine this, right?
What are you
You're sitting
addressing?
in a room.
What are you addressing?
I'm trying to explain to you what an optimum is, like how I think this works, right?
But
Like
what are you
so.
addressing? What are you addressing?
can I outline the thing and then I like the
But I was
and I
in
tell you the moral of the story?
I was in the middle of pinning you down. It sounds like
You were asking what do you mean by optimum, and I'm going to explain to
I
you
don't
what I'm
I'm
going
not
to mean by optimum.
I
But
don't
because for some reason you don't understand the word optimum.
Bibendum. I don't see how it's relevant. I was in the middle of pinning you down. I want to pin you
Yes,
down on something.
you
So
asked me
don't
what an optimum is,
No,
didn't you?
but you brought
Okay,
it.
then keep on pinning me down. Keep on doing it.
Okay, so there seems to be a direct correlation,
No.
and since I don't see any other reason except for causation between from the direction of market freedom towards quality of life, then I have to conclude based on that. Also, I can conclude based on economic theory, but both bring me to the conclusion that there is causation, 100% causation. That if you want a higher quality of
Are you
life,
still talking about Luigi?
no, we're not. We're
No.
talking about economic theory. So there
Okay.
seems to be
Keep pinning me down.
100% causation that the freer you make the economy, the higher you're going to get the quality of life. Do you agree?
So that doesn't seem to me to be the case. First of all, the issue that you want to have is this is not what you're doing is a univalued analysis, right? Like you're looking at two values and saying if I increase this one, then this one will go up. The issue is that in the societies that you compare, there are many other issues that play a role, right? Like academic freedom, the amount that is invested in infrastructure, all of that stuff, right? Like if you look at the same, and you say the standard of living is what we are going for, right? And the standard of living in those countries is the best. Well, those are also the best. Those are also the countries with like the best worker protection laws, right? Like those are the countries with, in general, the biggest governments, right? Like are the most, some of the most intrusive, right? Like Germany, for example. So the issue is if you want to analyze this, right? And I'm saying my standard is that there's a certain point at which you have an optimum economic liberty, right? If you increase higher than that, you will have effects that will cause your society to lower its standard of living. At least, and I don't know what you really understand under economic freedom or under economic liberty, but that's what I would guess,
What do you
right?
mean? But you see,
And if
that there is a direct correlation with no exception. The higher the economic freedom, the higher the quality of life. There is no exception to this.
that depends, first of all, that depends on how you build this. So China, I would say, has not as high as an China doesn't have a high economic liberty, right? Like they have very much state-run companies.
Hold on. No. Let's take I think the World Economic Forum, or there's like, if you Google search these two graphs, these two lists, somebody created these two lists. I mean, I'm sure many people created these two lists. So let's if we Google these two lists, not that if we do the research ourselves, if we just Google the two lists, as far as I know, the two lists are
Which one?
correlated. Economic
Yes,
freedom and quality
I'm not
of
saying
life.
they are correlated. I'm not saying they are
I'm saying,
not correlated. Yes, we both agree
but there's no
that they
exception.
correlate
But
to
there's
some extent. That's
no
the issue.
extent.
That's the issue.
There's no.
Let's
What do you
look
mean?
this up.
What do you mean extent?
Let's. So the first statement was there's no exception to this. Let's look that up, and then we can talk about extent. Right? Is that okay with you?
I mean, you can look it up, but as far as I know, there is a correlation. There is a strong correlation.
Yeah. What do I need to look? What do I need to look up?
Economic freedom versus. I mean, you can.
At which source?
I don't know. You can Google it. Economic freedom versus quality of life. I don't know what to Google right now. I don't have anything in front of me.
standard of life ranking world, and this one. Do you mean like so? From what it seems to me, like it depends on which I don't know even which source to use. So from the list that I have, the quality of life index by country from 2024, it goes Luxembourg, Netherlands, Denmark, Oman, Switzerland, Finland, Iceland, Austria, Norway, Sweden, Australia, United States, yada yada yada. And the index of economic freedom, the index of economic freedom, at number 1 has Singapore. I don't know. I have to look up. Singapore is 28th
Hold on.
in quality of life.
Hold on. So I put an image in the side chat. You can take a look at that. I'm gonna go look for the source. We'll link the source.
Yeah.
So you can take a look at that.
Yeah, nobody is stating that this is not happening. The issue is that you're pointing out is there is no exception to this, right? That's scientifically an absurd term, because like if you see the points that are very far away from the line, right? We usually call exceptions in science, right? Those are statistical anomalies, right? Have you ever heard of this? Right? It's like saying nobody is bigger than 2 meters tall. Yes, there are some. Those are statistical outliers, right?
But do you agree that there is a correlation?
Never doubted it.
Okay.
Never said anything else.
What's causing
Why
this?
are you asking me? Why are you asking me 50 times?
Yeah. What's
causing the causation? Because, as I said earlier, a certain amount of economic liberty is necessary for a market to work.
So I said, what do you mean by a certain amount? It looks
that
like
that there's a certain limit. Again,
what do you mean limit? Where do you see this limit in the graph? I sent you a link to the graph. Where do you see a limit in this graph?
I don't need to see the limit in the graph, because the issue is if you oh my good God. Look, let's do this. Let's do this, right? Like the issue that I'm saying is there's an optimum, right? Because certain things, if you allow capital, if you allow the market.
Where do you see this in the wait?
If you allow,
let's discuss this graph.
The issue is, why discuss this graph? This graph shows a correlation. The issue is that I'm asking you, how do you know that you can extrapolate that graph? Right? How can you know that you can drive this further than the graph allows you? Because the issue is, if you have economic freedom, and by economic freedom you mean that the marketplace can do whatever it wants, and it can sell heroin, right, and cocaine, and all of this shit, right? Then you will have negative effects on the standard of living. There are certain things that the marketplace should not do because they will lower the standard of living, right?
Where do you see this in the graph? Right, in this graph, you don't see that.
I mean, do we disagree that it might be negative for society if heroin gets sold? This might be a little bit of an issue, a little tiny bit.
That's a different topic. It's a different topic. We can discuss
Isn't that? Oh, is it not impacting economic freedom if I'm telling you are not allowed to sell this?
Okay, you're trying to change the topic. I don't want to change.
Is it not?
Wait, why are you changing the topic?
Because if you agree that this is the case, and a law that prohibits you from selling something is an impeachment of economic liberty, right? Then you're saying that certain impeachments of economic liberty secure the standard of living and don't diminish it.
Why are you? Look, I'm looking at this graph. This graph seems to show a trend.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
It does.
So
for 50 times, I've looked at the graph also.
Yes.
It does.
Yes.
It shows a trend. Do you want me to repeat it more often? It shows the trend. It shows the trend. It's a correlation. It's a graph.
Yeah, but
Yes.
so
So-
what's your explanation? My explanation is one causes the other. What's your
I gave you
explanation?
I gave you the explanation.
Okay, I'll repeat.
One causes the other. It's not. Are there other factors? Are there other factors other than economic liberty that cause standard of living to you?
Look, but this, right?
Are there other factors?
One second. Look, this graph shows a correlation that is easily explained by just saying there is a causation. One causes the other. I don't need to say anything else. Why would I confuse myself with anything else? It's a right. I'm right. This goes back to the original discussion about science. So I have a scientific phenomenon. I can easily explain the scientific phenomenon with a simple explanation. Why would I? What's wrong with that? So economic freedom
That's the
causes
issue.
quality of life. Mhm.
Because that's not scientific sound. If you have a certain correlation, things can correlate for a certain
So what's causing
amount
the
of-
correlation according to you? Right? You keep suggesting that something else is
that it's one
causing.
influencing. So look. This is what you can do, right? On the countries with the highest standard of living, right? You have also the countries with the highest personal income tax, right? So by your reasoning,
Show
if
me.
you increase the personal
Show
income
me.
tax,
So show me that graph. Show me the graph that correlates quality of life with income tax. Show me.
if okay, like I can try to look for it, but I'm simply pointing out, like, if
I
if you have
understand, but you
Finland,
have to show
Japan,
me.
can you shut? Can you shut up for a moment, because I'm trying to explain to you.
You don't
So
have
you,
to.
I'm trying to explain to you.
You don't have to. I understood. You don't. Well, you explained
No,
to
you
me.
don't understand. Okay, what is the thing that I want to point out to you? What is the thing that I want to point out to you? What is the thing that I want to point out to you? So you don't understand what I was going to say, right? Like, you don't know what I was going to say, because the issue is, I'm trying to point out, I can, right? I will look for a graph. Maybe I find one, right? If I will first make my argument, and if there's a reasoning in it, then you can throw it away anyway.
But are you making?
Oh, do I have to free? Okay.
Wait a
Correlation.
minute. Wait a minute. Is what you're saying now dependent on a graph that you have yet to present?
No, it's not dependent on a graph that I have
Okay,
to present.
okay.
The most arguments I make are not dependent on graphs.
Are you
I can think
making
about
an
things
argument
without seeing
based on
them.
an assumption that there is a correlation that you have not yet shown us?
No, you can look at the list. If you want to see a picture, I have to look for a picture, because I've not made the graph. I mean, I usually don't care about about economics. My field is like philosophy and stuff. I don't care about this shit. Right? The issue is simply, like, if you look at the areas with if you look at the income tax, right? Those are countries like Sweden,
Show me.
Japan, Austria, Netherlands.
You have a graph? Can you show me a graph?
Okay, look, this is what I'm doing here. Graphic kopieren. Can I not? Copy. And then, why does that not work? How do I put? I could give you the link, right, or one link, if that's fine with you. Right?
Yeah, go ahead.
There you see income tax around the world, right? And those are countries like Sweden, Japan, Austria, Netherlands, Belgium, Ireland, Austria, China, France, Germany.
Are you showing me? Wait a
I'm
minute.
showing you. Yeah, you can read the picture. This is what I'm showing you. The issue that I'm pointing out is I don't have a graph that puts it in correlation. I would have to look this up.
So what's the
right?
point? So what's the point?
The point is that the countries with the highest amount of income tax also rank very high in the standard of living.
But you have
So if we make the argument
show me
that income tax, Can you listen to what I'm saying and then tell me what the issue is? My good grief. Because the issue I'm pointing out is something that in statistics is very well known, right? You can have optimums. You can, if you make the correlation between income tax and standard of living, what you will see is, right, just look at the countries. The standard of living increases with the amount of income tax. If we extrapolate, that would mean when we have 100% income tax, we have the highest standard of living. But that's obviously ridiculous.
Well,
the fact that things correlate in a certain value space in a certain area, right? And after that it changes. That's very well known, right? Because we both agree that it might not be good for a society to sell heroin to children, right? So we stop economy, we stop the free market there. We say you're not allowed to do that, right? There are certain limits to economic freedom in a society. Otherwise, the society crumbles, right?
No, I disagree, but it's a different topic.
No, just in a sanity check here. Is a law that prevents you from selling something diminishing economic liberty?
What? Well, but let's
There's
not
a law.
let's switch the
There's a
topic.
law. No,
Let's
no.
not switch the topic.
This is inherently necessary for this.
No,
I'm just pointing out.
It's not. It's irrelevant.
Yes, I need to know what you mean by economic liberty. If you think the most amount of economic liberty is the best for society, then you're arguing that we should that companies should be able to sell drugs to everybody, like no question asked, everybody, like just sell it, right? Doesn't matter. The government should make no restriction. That would be ultimate freedom. No restriction. Are you advocating for this?
Yes.
Are you advocating for?
Yes. Yes.
So you think okay?
But that's not.
And
that's
I'm
not
saying
not relevant. Not relevant. Let's not continue down.
that is relevant.
It's a different topic.
Yep. So you are arguing for it should be allowed that you sell heroin to a 5-year-old. That's what you're arguing for, right? You should be able to do this. A company should be allowed to do it, right?
I'm not going to repeat it because it's too dangerous. I don't want to, I get enough.
Yes, because you will say yes, right? You will say yes.
I get enough death threats without talking about 5-year-olds. Let's not talk about 5-year-olds. It's not relevant.
Should companies have any restriction on what they are about to sell?
Okay,
should there be any restriction?
That's the question we're trying to answer, right? That's the question. So
I'm asking, are you advocating for it? Are you advocating for that?
Right now, the discussion is about this graph.
I'm asking, is that do you use the graph in order to show that the best thing we should do is to have no restriction at all?
I'm not going to answer that question because I don't want to get death threats. So please leave it alone unless you're trying to evade this discussion.
I'm not trying to evade the discussion. I want to ask you what. So if you're not going to answer this, if you're not going to answer, what do you want to argue for? I don't know what you're arguing for, right? I have no clue. You say ultimate economic liberty, and if ultimate economic liberty is the case, then everybody who's not stupid understands that you argue that a company should be allowed to sell whatever to whomever.
Okay, if you're gonna look, Mr. Bibendum.
Or am I wrong? Tell me if I'm wrong.
Mr. Bibendum. I think.
I wrong?
Look, I only debate until I feel that the other guy is convinced, whether the other guy says he's convinced. So at this point, I feel that you're trying to evade the discussion.
You don't even want to what I'm evading the discussion. You don't even want to say what you argue for.
I told you.
I can tell you what I'm arguing for. I'm saying there's a perfect amount of economic liberty. You can exceed that amount, then you have detrimental effects for society, and you can you can have too little economic liberty, then you will also lower the standard of living. What you are arguing for is, if you're not arguing for that, you're arguing for no restriction. Everybody can sell whatever to whomever.
All right. Look,
or are you like? Can't you even say what you argue for? Because earlier you said economic liberty, and you didn't say that I'm wrong about heroin selling to a 5-year-old.
Bibendum, stop talking about heroin and 5-year-olds, please. It's inappropriate. Look, I think
why is it inappropriate? Why is it inappropriate? I'm asking. I'm asking, is that what you're arguing for?
Bibendum, I told you I don't want to get more death threats. I've had, this
Should it
week.
be legal to sell drugs? Should it be legal to sell drugs?
It's irrelevant to our discussion right now. We're having a theoretical. No, we're having a theoretical discussion about economic freedom versus quality of life. If you agree that economic freedom causes quality of life, then we're done. I don't need to say any more. That's
technically not that good. So
technically, what?
Can I make you? Can I give you this? What my view is?
Let's maybe.
Can I exemplify?
Let's begin to also close, because.
Okay.
I mean, I understand.
What I want to say is.
I think
what I want to say is what you were saying is, if you looked at a scientific study, and you saw that people who drink 1 liter water a day are sometimes sick. People who drink 2 liters of water are less sick. People who drink 3 liters of water a day are even less sick, right? That you would draw the conclusion that if you drink, the best thing you could do was drink an infinite amount of it, right? That's what you're arguing. That's basically the structure of your argument. The fact that there's an optimum amount, like let's say 2.5 liters a day, right? To that degree, right? To that degree, health and water consumption correlate, but at a certain point, they inversely correlate, right? If you drink 10 liters a day, then it inversely correlates.
But we don't see that. Sure, but we don't see that in this graph.
Yes, because countries are not stupid. If you say to a country, "Hey, dude, let's test out what will happen to our standard of living if we give the market free reign on this," they will say,
it looks like
maybe that's a risky business.
It looks like
maybe that's a risky endeavor, right?
1 second.
You understand why countries wouldn't do that?
Wait 1 second. Look, from reading this graph, it looks like the trend is going upward. So if I were to be asked, then
It's limited data.
1 second, please, 1 second. If I were to be asked as a consultant to a government, then my answer would be that right now it looks like if you add even more economic freedom to the most economically free, you would still get a positive return. And it looks like it's 1 second. It looks like an increasing return. So usually you get what you say with the water example, you get diminishing returns. That's usually true in most systems. But in this system, it looks like we're very far from such a situation, that the system is drenched with freedom. We're far from it. It looks like there's plenty of room to add economic freedom in order.
Whoa. You're not arguing for more economic freedom. You're arguing for absolute economic freedom.
No.
Don't be a coward, my dude. Don't be a coward. Stand for what you're saying.
No. I'm looking at this graph. I'm being scientific about it. Well, obviously,
yeah, you're looking at one graph. That's what we in science always do. Just look at one data point and be done with it.
Okay, look. Obviously, absolute freedom. I don't even know what that means, because that's anarcho-capitalism, and that's anarchy, and anarchy is obviously terrible.
You think? So you think there's a point at which there's too much economic freedom, right?
I mean,
You have,
anarcho-capitalism.
you have to admit either one of those. Either ultimate freedom is the best, or there is a point at which there's too much freedom.
Well, look, there is.
This is a true dichotomy. Don't be a coward. Tell me what you think. I mean, I can tell you what I think.
Let me
even
talk.
on the
Let me
dicey
talk.
topics.
Let me talk.
Yes.
So, as far as economic freedom goes, that's a good question. There might be no limit. It might always give a positive feedback. Now, as far as actual freedom goes, that's different because then you're going to get an anarchic system, and in an anarchy, anything goes. You could get a dictatorship, and then everything collapses. So that's a different topic. But as far as economic freedoms go, it's very likely that as you said, that absolute economic freedom would give the absolute best quality of life. It's possible. We would have to
Okay,
test it.
so you don't know what you're arguing for. All you're saying is, maybe there's an optimum amount of freedom. That may be 100%. That may be 10%. We don't know. That's what you're arguing for. That seems to be very, frankly, a very wishy-washy kind of position. I think what you could do is own the stuff you think, right? Like if I ask you, do you think it should be legal to sell drugs, right? Do you think that's okay, right? Like if you say no, you can say no. If you say I don't know, you say I don't know, or you can say yes, right? I'm for that. I'm for legalization of drugs, right? I'm for that, right? The issue is I don't think that it should be in private equity or in private hand, right? But the issue is you can stand to the things you said. If you say, I think it should be okay that companies sell drugs, why not? Right? Own that motherfucker. The point is, if that's what you're saying, right? I have zero clue what you're saying. You're arguing for a certain amount of economic liberty. There should be a certain amount of economic liberty. Correct. But that's a position I can't discuss with or debate with. It's a position that everybody will agree with you, except for the most hardcore leftist communist who's like, no, everything should be in the state, like everything, right? But everybody else will agree with you. Yes, some economic liberty is good for societies. But the question that we are discussing about is not whether we should have economic liberty, but what should be the amount. And the problem with what you're doing is when you're looking at one graph and saying this will keep on going, that we have the issue with the example that I pointed out with the water. We can look at what those successful societies are doing. They have, most of them, look at Europe, right? They have socialized healthcare, right? They have socialized education, right? They have socialized infrastructure. In none of those countries, the roads are made by private companies, are owned by private companies, right? In none of those countries. The schools, in most cases, are not, right? If you want to make those argumentations, then you also say, oh, it seems like some socialist kind of economics also increases the standard of living, and so we should increase the amount of socialism, right?
Anyway,
there's an optimum
all
for
right.
those
So
things.
what I would say, I think I've explained it. I'll explain it again. So from this graph, it looks like that we can easily continue to add economic freedom in order to gain more quality of life.
Yeah, but this is a uni-valued analysis.
Hold on.
The standard of life depends on multiple things, right?
Hold on. Look, it could be that this graph, as you add economic freedom, it could be that it's going to stop trending upwards and it's going to level off and maybe come down. Maybe there is some sort of negative returns or diminishing returns. From this graph, we don't see it. So we see it could be that it's just in the beginning and we could still continue adding economic freedoms. So, So I don't know.
Yeah, but
as far as I'm
see,
concerned, hold on. As
this
far as
is why I have the feeling that you're not engaging, because the thing I said right now,
as far as I'm
gives
concerned,
you
wait,
gives you reasoning why to take this graph not to its extreme, right? Why to say I can continue this graph is not a smart thing to say. It's not a scientific thing to say. It's a stupid thing to say. Right? I gave you reasoning for why you shouldn't say it. Right? If you say we don't know what happens if we increase economic freedom, fine. Let's say we don't know. But that's not what you're arguing for, obviously, right? You're not arguing for we don't know what happens. You're arguing for we should increase because increasing is good. And the issue is that the evidence that you use can be mimicked with many other things. So, for example, all the countries with a high standard of living, right, have socialized education.
But you need to show me the graph. You need to show me the correlation.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong that every European country has public schools?
You need to show
Am I wrong?
But you need to show me.
I mean, do you disagree with this?
Bibendum, you need to show me the correlation between the
Do
two.
you only think in graphs? Do you only think in graphs? Can't you think for yourself, like without a picture?
I need to see
Do I need to show you a picture of everything?
I need to see the data, and B, there is no, as far as I know, there is no theory behind anything else. The economic theory is, as far as I know, right? There's two ways to argue for economic freedom. One is from the data, but there is also a separate argument that is directly from the mathematical economic theory that right now we're not going to get into. So from this graph, since I don't have any other graph, as far as I know, I'll just repeat again. We can.
You don't need to repeat again. Don't repeat again. I know what you're saying.
Hello,
It's
hello,
not that I
repeat
don't
for me.
understand you.
I just joined. I'd like to hear.
Jotis, we're at the end of a 5-hour discussion, so I don't know if you want to hear anything at this point. But you can look at the graphs.
I'm a good listener.
Okay, you can look at the graphs in the side chat. That the discussion is: does economic freedom contribute to quality of life? So I've presented the data that is very conclusive as far as I can tell. Economic freedom does cause quality of life to go up.
But that's not what we are disagreeing on, right? We are disagreeing on whether there is a point at which it doesn't, right? I'm saying the evidence that you have is very, very flimsy, because if you look at the highest standard of living countries, right? And I know I can't show you a picture, right? But try to think without picture.
No,
Try
I need to see a
Try to think.
I presented.
Try to think.
No, you don't have.
Do you think that's what scientists do? Do you think that's what scientists do? I need to see a graph before I believe it.
Yes.
No, if you want, I can look at
this.
the issue is. Can you
German?
Yes. Can you listen?
Okay,
Can you listen
shut
first,
up.
and then I'm going to like ignore this point, right? Like, I just want you to think about this.
Bibendum, you need to present.
If you look at the highest standard of living countries, they, in most cases, right? Which countries are those? The European countries, right? America, right? Those are the highest standard. Like, you can look at the list. They all have some shared things, right? Most of them have socialized healthcare. Most of them have socialized education. Most of them have socialized infrastructure. If your argument was true, right? Or if I use the same reasoning as you used with your graph, that means that increasing the amount of social education, of socialized education, right? Of not economic free education, but of socialized education, increases the standard of living, right? By just very basic thinking. And I'm really sorry, I don't have my graphs at hand,
Okay,
right?
then when you have the data,
I forgive you.
when you have the data, you can present it and we can discuss it. Until then,
We're not
I think
disagreeing.
economic
We're not
freedom.
disagreeing on the data. We're not disagreeing on the data. Or do you disagree that European countries have one, the highest standard of living, and two, socialized healthcare, socialized education, and socialized infrastructure? That's the data. You want the data in the picture.
yeah. So
I think
when
economic freedom would have to be divine to be what you claim it to be.
That's true. I agree with that one.
so
I don't know what it means.
we can discuss any other graph when you have it available. We will gladly discuss it. I don't know how to discuss a non-graph.
I mean, we
Present-
were discussing non-graphs for like 4 hours, right? Like we weren't discussing graphs.
But look,
I mean,
finally,
doesn't it? Don't you
finally I
think that's the case?
presented.
I mean,
Finally, I presented a graph. We have the data. The data is clear. We agree on the data.
Google Scholar. Google Scholar. Correlation.
Okay, look,
Pick one topic. Like pick a topic.
Bibendum.
Standard of living and what?
Bibendum, you have my friendship. You can call me anytime. We've been here for
I don't want that.
Okay, we've been here for 5 hours. Let's we can continue anytime. Like I think like you're trying to get under my skin. I don't want to get you upset. I don't want to get upset. I think we like based on the data, we agree on the data.
Don't really.
Collect any data you want, and I'll gladly have a discussion, a follow-up discussion on any graph that you want to present.
Okay, like would you also accept like some scientific paper? Is that okay?
I
Like,
mean,
is it only I
my
is it
preference.
only I need picture?
Stop with the picture. It's a graph. I need to see.
That's what you're asking. That's what you're
graph.
asking me for. If I give you a text
A plot
that
Show me-
contains information, would you?
I'd rather see a plot like this. This is a nice plot. Show me something like this. It shouldn't
Yes,
be
this
difficult.
is what you can understand.
Stop. Show
Well,
me.
it's difficult. I'm not.
Stop.
I'm not into
Bibendum.
economic research,
Bibendum.
but I can give you papers that say exactly what I like. That go against the thing that you are saying, right? Because, for example, government spending correlates with the amount of quality of life,
Then
right?
show me. Fine. Then show me the plot, and we can discuss it. I mean,
Why do you need a freaking plot? Can't you read a paper? Can't you read
Stop.
text? Text
Stop.
to.
Stop.
Yeah, but why do you need a plot? Why do you need this? You can. I
Why-
mean, you sound like a smart guy. You can draw the plot yourself, right?
No, I can't. So if you want to plot, if you want to draw the plot, that's fine too.
Are you not like a?
Like
Yeah, if you want to have a picture,
You have
I'm like,
if you have the data, you
what are you on about?
Look. We have
Yeah.
the data. We have a nice plot. It gives us a nice picture. It's very clear.
Correct.
So
Me
if
need
you
picture.
want,
Me not understand text.
Stop.
What is this?
Bibendum, stop. If you want to change my mind, I'm open-minded. I don't.
Okay.
Like if you
Yeah.
have,
Finish.
if you think,
Finish.
if you think that I don't know, higher taxes or higher education, whatever causes higher quality of life, then show me the data. As far as I know, there is no correlation other than freedom. Economic freedom creates quality of life.
So you don't think that the high quality of life countries have something other in common than economic liberty? Like you can't yourself think about things. Like you only work on pictures that you have seen. Is it
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
I ask you,
I don't
so,
know.
So if I ask you, what do the countries Finland, Sweden, Denmark, Germany, Belgium, Luxembourg, USA, right, Canada, what do they have in common? The only thing that would pop up in your mind is, Well, economic freedom. That's the only thing you can think of. Like, why are you discussing economics at all?
As far as I know,
This amazes me.
No, I mean this is also my intuition, and it's the mathematical economic theory.
What does
So
your intuition tell you that these countries have in common? Not only economic liberty, right?
my intuition is that you don't need anything in order to create quality of life except for freedom. I don't need anything. Like if I need to study in order to build a
So
skyscraper,
you don't need. Okay, so you don't need food. You only need the freedom, right? Like you don't need food. You
I'll
need
figure
just the
it out.
freedom.
Look, in general,
You don't
whatever.
need. You don't need. You
Let me
don't need area,
let
right?
me
Like
let me
if you
talk.
have
Let me
if you have like 2 square meters
let
and there's a lot of
me
freedom on those
be
2 square meters, you can do whatever
Bandom.
you want, right?
Be Bandom. If you want
You haven't thought
answers,
about your own position.
hey, you're not letting me talk, and then you're telling me I haven't thought about my own position while I'm telling you you're
Correct.
not letting me talk. Come on.
Because the thing you said is stupid. It doesn't matter if there's other stuff that
All
might be
right,
smart after it.
be
If you say
Bandom.
one thing that is stupid, then I'm saying that
It's
seems really
fine.
stupid.
It's fine.
Because I mean, you and I both intuitively would
Let's
agree, right? Like
let's
1 square meter of space
be
and a lot of
Bandom.
economic freedom doesn't help you, right?
It does. I don't need space.
Really?
I just need freedom. Look, that's my intuition.
Yeah.
Okay, look.
Yeah.
Okay.
I bet.
Be
Okay. You
Bandom.
can't even stand up for the thing you're arguing
Be
for.
Bandom.
Right?
Fine, fine. Look, let's talk again. Maybe I'll be here later or
Hope
maybe
I
tomorrow.
hope not.
Okay. You don't want to talk to me ever again?
Um, I don't think so. No, I don't think there's much to gain from it. You don't seem like you have really a thought out position. You don't seem yet that you're really educated on economics or
I'm
political
sorry.
philosophy or whatever.
I'm sorry.
So
I'm sorry you feel that way. All right. I'm
don't be. I'm fine with it. I can live with it.
Oh my
Right?
All right, baby.
So yeah.
I'm here. If you ever want to drop by again, you're welcome. So I'll see you later.
Okay. Ciao.
All right. Bye bye. All right. That was very interesting. I think pretty productive. It was altogether productive. I was able to just borderline maintain my sanity with this guy. Very difficult. Very difficult. It's very difficult to talk to leftists. Economic freedom versus quality of life. Let's remove the chillin', and then we're done. Okay. Yeah, it was an interesting discussion. The way I measure if a discussion was interesting in hindsight is when I listen to it. If I'm able to sit and listen to such a discussion, then I know it was good. I think this discussion was very good. This guy was engaging, it was emotional, but not overly emotional. It was I would say this was maybe like a 7 out of 10 good investment. It was pretty good. All right, everyone. I'll see you next time.